Jiangnan Province. In the backstage dressing room of Jiang Chunan's concert. Hey, handsome, would you prefer my signature on paper or on the outfit I'll wear during my performance? The young girl turned around and sat on the chair, deliberately or inadvertently resting her ample bosom against the backrest, while her delicate, jade-like fingers pointed to the cream-colored camisole she wore. Her big, watery eyes blinked as they gazed intently at the man before her. As she spoke, her luscious red lips curled into a subtle smile, enigmatic yet inviting. The girl's name was Jiang Chunan, the most popular young star in the Summer Kingdom, excelling in both singing and dancing. With a figure that was alluring and a visage that was pure and charming. She even enjoyed considerable fame overseas. However, the man before her was currently tilting his head, oblivious to this striking scene. His name was Chenggu, a male transmigrator. At 21, he had just graduated from university. 21 years ago, Chenggu was playing a game called Infinite Continent on the street when he was tragically crushed by a large truck. He subsequently found himself in a parallel world, reborn as an infant, awakening to his past life memories at the age of 7. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, he abandoned gaming, accelerated through school, and successfully entered Hucking University at the age of 17, graduating just this year. As Chenggu was preparing to make his mark in the business world, his 6-year-old sister assigned him a seemingly impossible task to obtain Jiang Chunan's autograph at her concert. What he thought would be an unachievable mission turned out to be a stroke of luck, as he was randomly selected from among 30,000 fans. Thus, he found himself in the dressing room with the Summer Kingdom's top female idol, Jiang Chunan. Chenggu pondered. The outfit Jiang Chunan mentioned for signing. Could it be the very one she is currently wearing? The size seems just right for my younger sister. She would surely adore it. Then let's go with the outfit, Chenggu replied without hesitation. At that moment, another thought crossed his mind. She wouldn't be taking it off here to sign it, would she? There's hardly any space, and it seems there's nowhere else to change. While Chenggu was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Chunan had already pulled out a new white camisole and signed her name on it. Realizing how silly his earlier question had been, Chenggu quickly accepted the camisole. Thank you. With that, he crumpled the camisole into a ball and tucked it into his pants pocket, turning to leave. Is he really my fan? Jiang Chunan once again questioned in her heart. From the moment he was selected to the journey to join her, the young man had remained remarkably composed. Thus, she had playfully struck a rather alluring pose before him, only to be ignored once more. Just then, a sudden upheaval occurred. The ground violently shook. Countless cosmetics and mirrors tumbled to the floor, shattering into a million pieces. Is it an earthquake? Jiang Chunan panicked, attempting to flee the dressing room. But as she stood, she stumbled and fell, her black stockings snagged by the chair leg, tearing. Chenggu, faring slightly better, crouched to steady himself before pulling Jiang Chunan up. With a firm grip on her delicate waist, his brow furrowed in concern. Jiangnan Province is situated on a plain, so it should be impossible for an earthquake to occur. Even if it did, there should be some warning. As if in response to Chenggu's confusion, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in the ears of everyone worldwide. The interdimensional job transfer survival game is now in open beta. All individuals aged 18 to 40 from Blue Star are invited to participate in the game, and refusal is not an option. Please remember the following game rules. 1.to reduce difficulty. The game will be in team mode. Please find your teammate and make physical contact within 30 seconds, or the system will randomly match you based on interpersonal relationships. 2. After entering the game, each player can draw a profession. Professions vary in strength and development paths and cannot be changed. 3. The starting maps of the game differ, but the difficulty will continuously increase with progress. Do not cease your quest for strength. For teammates share experience levels. If a teammate dies, you may seek others, but you will lose the shared benefits. 5. For more content, explore further within the game. The crossover begins now. Crossover countdown 3. At that moment, Chenggu realized that the game had begun its countdown the instant the rules were announced. In these 2 seconds, where could he find a teammate? Jiang Chunan, whose waist he was holding, evidently pondered the same question and looked up at Chenggu. At that moment, Chenggu also happened to look down, and their eyes met. Chenggu, big star, shall we team up? Jiang Chunan nodded dazedly. Okay. 1. In the next instant, A beam of white light enveloped all eligible individuals on Blue Star. Nearly 5 billion men and women, instantly vanishing from Blue Star. Time passed, and Chang'e slowly regained consciousness. Sand. Is this an island? Awakening abruptly, Chang'e felt something in his hand, and upon raising it, he saw a delicate hand, as slender as green onions, intertwined with his, its touch exquisite and cool. Following the smooth, white arm, he discovered the woman known as the dream of a billion young men. The top female star of the Summer Kingdom, Jiang Chunan, lying beside him. Her white camisole, soaked by seawater, clung to her skin, outlining her exquisite figure. Her already slender waist appeared even more delicate, as if it could barely withstand a gentle touch. The skin, glistening under the sunlight, resembled fine mutton fat jade, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and caress it. The alluring curves of her bosom were partially obscured by the camisole, swaying gently with her soft breaths. Like pearls hidden in the deep sea, exuding a captivating charm. Her long, elegant legs were also drenched by the sea, the black shorts clinging to her thighs, accentuating the graceful lines of her legs. No wonder so many people adore her. Chang'e couldn't help but remark as he observed this scene. At that moment, Chang'e felt a resonance with her billions of fans. Jiang Chunan resembled the most meticulously crafted treasure by Nuwa, her beauty transcending all boundaries. However, Chang'e quickly averted his gaze, reaching to fasten a button on her red leather jacket, covering her modesty. It must be quite cramped here, it's truly unfair to them. After finishing, Chang'e sighed deeply. I really am straightforward. At that moment, Jiang Chunan's long eyelashes fluttered gently. She awakened, still disoriented. The familiar mechanical voice echoed once more. Welcome, players. All have successfully loaded. All players have been successfully integrated into the system. Now, please click on the screen before you to draw your profession. Immediately, Chang'e's character panel appeared before him. Player, Chang'e level, 1 profession, to be drawn attack, 30 defense, 14. Strength, 7 agility, 8 spirit, 15 constitution, 7 note. The normal adult Blue Star human limit is 10 points. Health, 99. This panel resembled a game Chang'e had played in his past life. So he quickly accepted the premise of his transmigration, though he was somewhat bewildered by the high spirit score of 15. Am I too powerful, or am I not human? After much contemplation, Chang'e concluded that it was likely due to the merging of his two souls. At that moment, he noticed the glowing button for drawing a profession. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he declared, "It's time to test my luck." Having already drawn a winning ticket from a 1 in 30,000 chance at Jiang Chunan's concert, his luck surely wouldn't be too shabby. Draw. Chang'e clicked without hesitation. Ding! Drawing profession. Congratulations, player Chang'e. You have drawn the hidden profession Summoner. Profession. Summoner Tier 1 skills. Summoning technique red. Constructs a magic circle on a specified ground area. Can establish a medium channel connecting this world to another continent, breaking the barriers of space to summon beings. Higher levels increase the likelihood of summoning higher tier beings. Cooldown, 24 hours. Contract space gold. Can store contracted beings within the contract space, forming a small world of its own. Contracted beings will continuously recover within the space. Cooldown, none word. Contract purple. Allows communication with other beings regardless of language. Cooldown, none blessing purple. Temporarily enhances one attribute of a contracted being by 100. The greater the increase, the shorter the duration. Chang'e gazed in astonishment at the profession and skills he had drawn. Wow, isn't this just the infinite continent I loved playing in my past life? The familiar positions, professions, and skills instantly rekindled Chang'e's memories. Infinite Continent was a highly immersive farming game where players could continuously level up and enhance their professions, expanding their territories. However, the game he had now transmigrated into differed from the one he had cherished in his previous life. In the realm of Infinite Continent, players have the liberty to select their professions, while hidden classes can only be acquired through monetary investment in a lottery system. Among the myriad of formidable hidden professions, the most powerful and costly is undoubtedly the Summoner. Widely acknowledged by players as invincible in the late game, capable of overpowering all. From the outset, this class boasts 4 skills, both its upper and lower limits exceptionally high. At that time, Chenggu expended several tens of thousands to draw this profession. He was heralded as the #1 summoner on the server, single-handedly commanding his summoned beings to triumph over the remaining 9 of the top 10 players, achieving resounding victory. Isn't this a launch to greatness? Before Chenggu could fully process the astonishment, the system's voice reverberated once more in his ears. Detected that your mental fortitude far exceeds that of ordinary players. You have now acquired the unique red Talent Divine Fortune exclusive to summoners. You can designate the beings you summon according to your will. Upon witnessing this revelation, Chenggu could no longer contain his excitement and forcefully slapped his thigh. Wow, this is incredible. Hey, why did you hit me? Chapter 2: The First Summoning. Jiang Chuanan's plump and supple thigh trembled, and a vivid red handprint suddenly appeared on her fair skin. Chenggu, finally coming to his senses, awkwardly withdrew his hand. I accidentally hit the wrong spot. What? I was asking if you have chosen your profession yet. This is crucial for our survival. Chenggu initially muttered softly, but quickly redirected the conversation. Hurry up and choose, he urged, hoping Jiang Chunan would swiftly forget the recent incident. Chenggu was indifferent to the quality of the talent Jiang Chunan, his superstar companion, might draw. Even if she obtained the weakest profession, he could still help her soar. The early weakness of summoners stemmed from the multitude of beings in other worlds, with the likelihood of summoning useless creatures like slimes being significantly higher. Only in the later stages, after accumulating enough beings, would their combat power strengthen. Otherwise, one would have to rely on premium crystals purchased with real money to refresh their summons repeatedly. However, with his divine luck, he could selectively summon beings of great utility, strong races, and high potential. Moreover, in the later stages, summoners could replicate the skills of all contracted beings, allowing one individual to stand against thousands. Yet, Jiang Chunan did not fall for Chengji's clumsy attempt to change the subject. Instead, she pouted, feeling a bit smug. I thought you could truly disregard my charm. You couldn't help yourself, and saying it was an accident? Who would believe that? Feeling inexplicably cheerful, Jiang Chunan slowly raised her finger and tapped the screen. Ding! Starting to draw profession. Congratulations, player Jiang Chunan. You have drawn the profession, Spirit Mage. Hey, I got Spirit Mage. Jiang Chunan exclaimed excitedly to Chenggu upon seeing her profession. Although she hadn't even checked her skills, the name alone sounded impressive. Chenggu paused for a moment. That's indeed quite good. Your profession is classified as AT1, level support role, starting with 2 purple skills, Healing and Purification. Later, you can learn group buff skills, which would perfectly complement my summoner. Jiang Chunan squinted her eyes suspiciously. How do you know my skills? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Deliberately saying we're a good match? Chenggu casually explained. Isn't this just a game called Endless Continent in reality? What, you've never played it? Jiang Chunan suddenly felt awkward. Since childhood, her parents had enrolled her in various interest classes, and after becoming an idol, she had countless performances. Where would she find time to play games? She hadn't realized she was being overly sentimental. Blushing furiously, Jiang Chunan felt embarrassed, while Chenggu was already excitedly standing up. The cooldown for summoning spells was 24 hours. First, confirm the current environment, and then use it early to start the cooldown. Chenggu glanced around and saw that they were on an island. The coastline stretched endlessly, and to ascertain their location and the island size, he adeptly opened the system. Misty Island, 176, coordinates, 154-345-366, time, 08:12. Indeed, it is Misty Island. Seeing the name on the map, Chenggu reaffirmed his suspicions. Although Misty Island posed more dangers, it was equally rich in resources. If they had spawned in the Endless Desert or the Frigid Ice Domain, it would have been troublesome, as they would not only have to endure extreme weather but also face severe resource scarcity. In addition to the map, the system interface contained many familiar functions for Chenggu, such as chat, trade, auction, unlocked, backpack, the building, etc. He recalled that upon entering the game, they would receive some basic supplies. Thinking of this, Chenggu immediately opened his backpack to check. Backpack. Beginner's Self-Selection Pack, white, beach shorts, white, bottled water, as expected. A look of delight appeared in Chengji's eyes. In his previous life as a premium player, he had scoffed at such trivial items. These beginner supplies were even less valuable than a 6 yuan top-up. However, their worth now was incomparable. I remember the beginner staff was the only weapon with cooldown reduction in the early game. Changgu thought, decisively opening the self-selection pack. Ding, you have opened the beginner's self-selection pack, White. Obtaining beginner's staff 1, beginner's staff, 5 cooldown reduction. This staff is granted to apprentices entering the game and can be used by Mage Series, Witch Series, Summoner, and other professions. Indeed. It has a cooldown reduction bonus. Chang Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stat bonuses for beginner weapons were typically low, and one could easily obtain a better weapon. This was true for most professions. A 5 cooldown reduction was far less useful than a mental stat bonus in the early game. However, there was one exception, the Summoner, for a summoner with a high cooldown time of 24 hours. The beginner staff could directly reduce it by 1.5 hours, and even after maxing it out, it could provide a 10 cooldown reduction. How delightful! Shortly after, Changgu swiftly stripped off his clothes, leaving him completely bare in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chunan, startled, exclaimed, What are you going to do to me?" She shyly covered her eyes, but curiosity got the better of her, and she couldn't help but peek through her fingers. Not bad at all, she thought to herself. Changgu quickly changed into his new attire and pointed at his beach shorts, saying, Don't underestimate these swim trunks. They provide 20 points of armor and 1 point of agility, which are quite useful in the early game. Saying this, Changgu opened his attribute panel to show Jiang Chunan, and the attribute bar had already changed: Strength, 7 Constitution, 6 Speed, 8-1 Spirit, 15 Health, 99-20 Armor, and... Aren't you uncomfortable in those wet clothes? You should have one in your backpack. You can change into it. Chang Ji's remark struck a chord with Jiang Chunan. The damp fabric clung tightly to her body, creating an uncomfortable sensation akin to ants crawling on her skin. All right, just turn around, and no peeking. Changgu unhesitatingly turned away. Okay. Although Jiang Chunan was incredibly charming, she hadn't reached the level of making him feel like a teddy bear. Moreover, Changgu believed there was nothing particularly appealing. It was well known that female celebrities typically wore minimal clothing to maintain their figures, often just a thin cover during performances, or sometimes nothing at all. So, when Jiang Chunan's clothes got soaked, Changgu had seen everything while helping her dress. Turning around, Changgu attempted to communicate with the system through his thoughts to release a skill. He first held the beginner's staff in his hand and silently chanted, Summoning Spell. In an instant, a hexagram magic circle appeared before Changgu. As glowing runes continuously formed and completed in his mind, he recalled a colossal figure. Divine Luck activated. Summoning successful. As the light dissipated, the summoning circle vanished, and shadows enveloped Changgu. Before him stood a stone golem nearly 3 meters tall. This stone golem, resembling a small mountain, slowly knelt before Changgu on one leg. Kaka, Kaka, Great Lord, Grim offers you loyalty. Rise. Please. Changgu joyfully patted Grim's massive stone arm to help him up, and before him appeared Grim's information. Rock Golem, Grim, Blue Elite, Level 5 Race, Stone Golem, Health 1058, Attack 70, Defense 40, Strength 35, Constitution 20, Agility 5, Spirit 3, Skills, Solid Armor. Blue generates armor equal to 30 of maximum health, lasting 60 seconds, cooldown 120 seconds. Heavy Slam. Green concentrates all strength to swing a massive stone arm, dealing 150 physical damage to enemies in a cone area in front, with a 30 chance to stun the target for 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, Affinity 60, below May 30th cause betrayal, hunger 58, below 50 may decrease affinity. Grim was the contracted creature selected by Changgu using his Divine Luck talent. This was Chang Ji's decision after comprehensive consideration, as a first-tier summoner could only summon blue elite-level beings. Moreover, a stone golem, which only required stones to increase its hunger, was undoubtedly the most suitable race in the early stages of food scarcity. Furthermore, while exploring the island's dense forests, he could use it as a path-clearing machine, rendering any hidden dangers in the thickets visible. At that moment, Grim, now standing, suddenly pointed at a large stone behind Changgu. Kaka, Kaka. Changgu raised an eyebrow. You want to eat that? Just then, a piece of white, soaked fabric flew out from behind the stone. Jiang Chunan was changing clothes, and due to her large movements, glimpses of her fair skin were occasionally visible. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Changgu awkwardly cleared his throat, turning to Grim. Just hang on. I'll get you something to eat soon. Grim nodded slightly, the emerald flames flickering with a deep yearning in his sunken eye sockets. After a couple of minutes, Jiang Chunan sluggishly emerged from behind the stone. Why do the clothes in my backpack look like this? Chenggu raised his gaze, only to see Jiang Chunan's cheeks flushed. Resembling a ripened apple, she donned a light blue bikini, her rounded shoulders and graceful collarbone exposed to the air, while her bikini bottom perfectly embraced her hips, accentuating her enchanting curves. Her long, slender legs shone like pure snow under the sunlight. The appearance of novice gear is random, and Jiang Chunan's set happened to consist of just a rope holding 2 pieces of fabric. Quite fitting for you, Chenggu remarked. Jiang Chunan instinctively curled up, unsure of where to place her hands. She had always rejected overly revealing outfits for performances, and this was her first time dressing so boldly. At that moment, Grim, who appeared to be napping on the ground, felt the flames in his eyes flicker again. Boom! Grim took a few steps forward and slammed his arm down, shattering the massive stone into countless fragments. A monster! Jiang Chunan screamed in fright, leaping onto Chenggu. Her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her legs instinctively entwined around his waist, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her body trembling slightly as she muttered, "Monster, monster, run!" At this point, Grim seemed to realize that his actions had frightened Jiang Chunan. He innocently reached out with his sturdy palm to pat his rocky head, producing a series of clicking sounds. Chenggu, momentarily stiffened by her sudden reaction, quickly regained his composure, gently supporting Jiang Chunan's petite frame and patting her reassuringly. "Fear not, this is Grim, a contracted spirit I just summoned. He is merely a bit hungry and wants to eat this stone. He won't harm you, is it?" "Really?" Jiang Chunan was deeply astonished by Grim. Taking quite some time to calm down, it was only then that she realized she was hanging on to Chenggu. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she chided herself for being so timid. After all, it was just a stone creature. How could she have been so frightened? Especially upon feeling Chengji's hands, her cheeks flushed even more. Could you please put me down?" Jiang Chunan said, not daring to lift her head. Her words laced with shyness. "Oh." Chenggu adjusted his grip to her waist, exerting a gentle force, and Jiang Chunan was safely set on the ground. Then, Chenggu took 2 steps forward. "Stone 28, collectible," with a thought. Chenggu unhesitatingly chose to collect, and in the next moment, all the stones appeared in his backpack. Truly the perfect tool for pioneering the rock golem. If any other player had encountered such a large stone, it would take at least 10 minutes to mine. Chenggu then took out a few stones and fed them to Grim. Upon witnessing this scene, the flames in Grim's eye sockets flickered with gratitude. Click, click, click. "Thank you, great master." After expressing his appreciation, Grim chewed the stones that Chenggu offered with ease, reducing them to powder in no time, before Chenggu presented another piece. After consuming a total of 10 stones, a notification appeared before Chenggu. "Rock Golem, Grim's current hunger level is 98. Grim's affection for you has increased by 5, now at 65 points. Chenggu's eyes sparkled with excitement, just as I experienced in the game on the computer. Feeding and combat interactions can indeed enhance affection levels. Beside him, Jiang Chunan watched Grim, resembling a well-behaved dog, accept Chengji's offerings, her eyes wide with astonishment. Despite her years in the industry, she had never witnessed such a remarkable scene. After Chenggu finished feeding Grim, she asked, "What should we do next?" Chenggu first lowered his head, recalling his gaming experiences from his previous life, and then replied, "Even on an island, the nights can be exceptionally cold, and various natural disasters may occur. Our first priority is to construct the Lord's cabin." Saying this, Chenggu opened the system interface and located the Lord's cabin. Lord's cabin. Construction cost, 50 stones, 50 wood. It will be your safeguard for survival, but natural disasters and beast attacks may cause damage, so please repair it in a timely manner. Closing the system, Chenggu waved his hand. "Let us walk along the coastline while gathering resources, and then find a high ground to establish our territory." Subsequently, Grim forged ahead, smashing any stones or trees in his path, while Chenggu collected resources along the way. Meanwhile, Jiang Chunan trailed behind, struggling to keep pace even though Chenggu wasn't walking particularly fast. Finally, Chenggu could no longer endure it. "Big Star, can we move a bit quicker?" Turning back, he noticed Jiang Chunan clutching her chest. appearing rather shy, which explained her slow pace. Jiang Chuanan's face turned crimson as she replied, I'm not used to this kind of clothing, it's my first time wearing it. Chenggu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Isn't it quite normal for a big star to wear a bikini for a photo shoot or attend events? Jiang Chunan seemed to sense Chang Ji's confusion and hurriedly explained. The company I signed with was established by my father, and my mother doubles as my manager. If there were ever such an engagement, my mother would refuse it immediately. Chang Ji's expression shifted to one of understanding. So she was indeed a young lady. It made sense why she had maintained her pristine reputation over the years without any scandals. There was even a time when a male star attempted to stir up rumors with Jiang Chunan, only for him to vanish from the entertainment industry that very night. However, Jiang Chuanan's slow pace was becoming problematic, and Chenggu promptly stated, What's there to hide about a Mirai cup? Jiang Chunan, upon hearing this, became flustered. Though her usual attire was not revealing, it accentuated her figure, which had led to discussions both within and beyond the industry, making her the first to be compared to Chenggu. Her face flushed with anger. Jiang Chunan retorted, You're talking nonsense. I clearly am. What exactly? At this moment, Jiang Chunan caught the playful expression on Chang Ji's face and realized he was merely teasing her. Finally whispering, It's Edida. Chang Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. He had suspected Jiang Chunan was well endowed, but thought she was merely a C-cup. He had no idea. Just then, Jiang Chunan suddenly remembered that she didn't even know Chang Ji's name and said, Please don't call me Big Star anymore. I dislike that title. Just call me by my name. Also, I still don't know your name. I'm Chenggu, just graduated from university. The two continued their conversation as they walked, quickly discovering a suitable location for establishing their territory. It was backed by a cliff, ensuring it wouldn't be submerged by the sea, providing a natural barrier, and it was also quite spacious. After their earlier interaction, Jiang Chunan had relaxed considerably and was no longer so shy. Chenggu also understood Jiang Chuanan's aversion to novice attire, which indeed made walking quite cumbersome for her. Meanwhile, the astonishment in Jiang Chuanan's eyes had yet to fade. She had initially assumed that Chenggu, so familiar with the game, must be a reclusive gamer who spent all his time at home, only to discover he was a recent graduate from Huqing University. Reminiscing about her own decision to become a star, one of the reasons being her abysmal math scores for several consecutive years. Jiang Chunan felt a sense of camaraderie. Chenggu had already reached the center of the cleared area, inspecting the resources they had gathered along the way. Stone 132, wood 78, coconut 4, in just a little over 10 minutes. They had amassed such resources without even venturing into resource-dense areas. It was evident that Grimm was indeed the ultimate tool for pioneering, operating at peak efficiency. Furthermore, the 4 coconuts dropped by the coconut trees had temporarily resolved their water resource issue. Closing his backpack, Chenggu wasted no time and chose to construct the Lord's Cabin. Chapter 4, Level Up, Cost, Stone 50, Wood 50, a virtual model of a small cabin appeared before Chenggu. And with a thought, he selected a suitable location to place it. Constructing. Estimated time, 20 minutes. Upon placement, it remained in an unbuilt state, requiring manual construction by the player. So Chenggu called out to Jiang Chunan. Jiang Chunan? Come help. With the two of us, it'll only take 10 minutes. Oh, coming! Jiang Chunan exclaimed, hastily grabbing a small hammer, perking up her rear and bending down to join Chenggu in their rhythmic hammering. 10 minutes later, a system notification chimed in their ears. Tier 1 Lord's Cabin has been completed. Next level cost, 500 wood, 500 stone. Moreover, the small hammers in their hands vanished upon completion. Ding! Congratulations to players Chenggu and Jiang Chunan for being the first team to build a Lord's Cabin in the Misty Island server, receiving 1 green rare treasure chest as a reward. At that moment, the system announcement echoed in the ears of all players in the Misty Island server. Before Chenggu and Jiang Chunan, a chest shimmering with a verdant glow materialized. Green rare chest. Upon opening, 5 random items will appear, with a 20 chance of receiving a white reward, a 60 chance of obtaining a green reward, a 10 chance of acquiring a blue reward. And the player may select any 2 of them. Without hesitation, Chenggu stepped forward and chose Open. The chest emanated a brilliant light, and with a crack, it swung open, revealing 5 luminous orbs hovering above it, 1 white, 3 green, and 1 blue. 1. Tide Tribe Craftsman's Wooden Axe. White ordinary increases lumbering speed by 15. 2. Tide Tribe Warriors Iron Sword, Green Rare Strength 10, Speed 1, equipable by melee classes. 3. Hunter's Leather Boots, Green Rare Speed 3 points. 4. Fireplace Blueprint, Blue Elite Learn to craft a fireplace, which can be placed indoors for cooking food. In cold weather, it mitigates negative effects caused by low temperatures. Required materials, Stone X30, Iron X30, Clay X10. 5. Wooden Bed Blueprint, Green Rare Learn to craft a wooden bed, consumes wood X20. Chang Ji's eyes lit up at the sight of the rewards. A blue item. The probability of obtaining a blue item from a green chest is merely 10, indicating that his luck was quite favorable. Next came the selection of rewards. After a moment of contemplation, Changgu declared, I choose the fireplace blueprint and the wooden bed blueprint. His rationale for selecting these two was straightforward. Both equipment and blueprints could potentially drop from slain wild beasts, yet the blueprints obtained might not always be precisely what was required. For instance, it was common to find blueprints essential for desert regions while exploring polar areas, necessitating exchanges with other players at the marketplace when such instances arose. Ding, fireplace blueprint and wooden bed blueprint have been added to your inventory. As the radiant glow faded, the chest remained in place, not vanishing. That moment, a prompt for dismantle appeared above the chest. With a thought, Changgu chose to dismantle it. Ding, dismantle successful. Gained wood X10. Iron X30. Chang Ji's eyes gleamed with joy at this turn of events. He had now also gathered the iron required to construct the fireplace. Turning to Grime, he said, Grime, could you please fetch some clay from the jungle? The current location offered nothing but rocks and sand, with no clay in sight, while the dense forest was filled with various plants. Venturing in there posed a risk of encountering a venomous snake. Making Grime the ideal choice for the task, Grime inclined slightly, emitting a series of clicks, as you command, my master. After Grime departed, Changgu and Jiang Chunan entered the small dwelling. The interior was barren, devoid of any decorations. Consequently, Changgu promptly began constructing the wooden bed. Consuming wood X10. Estimated time, 5 minutes. The pair resumed their crafting endeavors, and after 2.5 minutes, the wooden bed was completed. However, lacking a mattress, it would be quite uncomfortable to lie upon. Yet, after their extensive labor and perspiration, they were unconcerned, sitting together on the bed to rest. Jiang Chunan waved her fair arm gently to fan herself. Having worked up a fragrant sweat, which, under gravity's influence, collected in a particular area, causing an itch at her chest. Yet, in Chang Ji's presence, she could only hope to dry off quickly. That moment, a green object suddenly caught Jiang Chunan's eye. It was a coconut that Changgu was offering. You've worked hard. Here, replenish your hydration. Jiang Chunan was taken aback, and just as she contemplated whether to maintain her composure, Changgu had already placed the coconut in her hand. Blushing, she nodded, thank you. We're teammates, it's only right, Changgu replied. Changgu, will we need to personally construct every building from now on? Jiang Chunan inquired, cradling the coconut as she sipped from it. Changgu also held a coconut, tilting his head back to drink the last drop before responding. While exploring the islands, we may encounter not only dangers, but also the potential for indigenous villages. We can recruit them to our territory using food. Oh. After exchanging a few words, silence enveloped the wooden cabin once more. Changgu then opted to open the chat channel to check on the status of other players. The chat channel was divided into Global Chat, Regional Chat, and Friend Chat. The Global Chat channel consisted of over 50 billion participants, encompassing all players in the game, with each person afforded only 10 opportunities to speak per day. The regional chat included all players on Misty Island. Area 176, numbering over 50,000. Players could choose to remain anonymous while chatting. Changgu first opened the global chat channel, and a torrent of information flooded his view. Wang Chong, Thief LV1 Brothers. I was bathing with my wife when we suddenly found ourselves in a frigid wasteland. The clothes provided by the system are utterly useless. Can anyone spare me some warm items? Lu Shuyu, Priest LV1I spawned in a desert map. I have a down jacket. Do you want it? Anonymous. To the person above, I'm also in the desert map. I advise you to keep it for yourself. Don't you know that temperatures plummet at night in the desert? Zhang Xia, Bard LV1 guys. My husband and I hadn't eaten before we crossed over. He went to find food in the sea, and it's been half an hour. Should I be worried? Han Wenhao, Mechanic LV1 to the lady above, my condolences. You must also be on Misty Island. I just went into the sea, and several ferocious-looking fish immediately targeted me. If I weren't a swimming instructor, I would have perished. Anonymous. It feels like a real-life survival game. My brother and I have already gathered plenty of stones and wood. We're the third to construct a lord's cabin in our area. There are rewards. So you all should hurry and build your wooden houses too. Changgu pondered over the players' discussions in the chat channel, stroking his chin. Indeed, in this world, it was only he who had played a similar game before. Most players were utterly bewildered, with only a few possessing their own strategies from prior experience. Just as Changgu closed the chat channel, a sudden prompt appeared. Ding, your contracted creature, the rock golem, Grime, has slain a wild boar, LV3 common beast. You have gained 150 experience points. Your level has risen to level 2. You require 50 experience points to reach the next level. Chapter 5. Even idols have their struggles. Gained attribute bonus. Agility 1. Spirit 3. Constitution 1. Current strength 7. Agility 9. Spirit 18. Constitution 8. Changgu blinked at the prompt before his eyes shone with delight. He suddenly remembered that the experience gained by his contracted creature from slaying beasts was also shared with him. As a former player who had invested heavily, he would always use experience potions to immediately max out his level after each advancement, which explained why he had momentarily overlooked this detail. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, food had now become available. Half an hour later, a dull, heavy footfall echoed outside the wooden cabin. Grime had returned. Changgu hurriedly stepped outside and indeed saw Grime's colossal form standing at the door. One hand cradling a massive block of clay while the other grasped several tree trunks, and a wild boar's carcass slung over his shoulder. Upon seeing Changgu, Grime promptly placed the items before him and stood straight, resembling a soldier who had completed his mission. Well done, Grime, Changgu praised with a smile. Grime's affection for you has increased by 5, current affection level, 70 points. Hearing Changji's compliment, Grime bashfully rubbed his smooth head and then sat down to rest. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the materials on the ground and, with a mental command, activated the Dismantle button. Ding, dismantle successful. Gained wood X30, gained clay X32, gained wild boar meat X108, wild boar tusks X2, wild boar bones X28, wild boar hide X1. Observing the abundance of materials filling his inventory, Changji's face broke into a satisfied smile. One piece of wild boar meat could be dismantled into 4 pork chops, meaning that the 108 pieces of wild boar meat could yield a whopping 432 pork chops. This bounty of meat would surely be more than sufficient for both him and Jiang Chunan. The surplus could easily be listed at the marketplace for sale to other players. However, he decided against listing them just yet, as it had only been a little over 2 hours since most players had likely eaten before their transition. By nightfall, players would have acquired some rewards from scattered chests and would have discovered the difficulty of hunting beasts, leading to hunger. This would be the opportune moment to sell. At this moment, Changgu glanced up at the sky. The sun was beginning to set. He estimated that in about an hour, the sun would completely disappear. Changgu issued Grime another directive to bring back more trees and stones. Both stones and wood were essential resources for constructing buildings, and naturally, the more, the better. Meanwhile, Changgu and Jiang Chunan commenced crafting the fireplace within the cabin. 20 minutes later, the fireplace was finally complete. As the orange flames flickered to life, Jiang Chunan excitedly raised her hands in celebration, reveling in the moment. While Changgu couldn't help but smile at her childlike exuberance, he swiftly dismantled all the wild boar meat in his backpack into pork chops, then pulled out 2 pieces. Before they traversed to this realm, neither of them had partaken in a meal, and Jiang Chunwan had been energetically bounding about on stage for over an hour. Consequently, both of them were now left with a hunger level below 60. Should it drop any further, it would not be long before they began to suffer continuous blood loss due to starvation. After threading the pork chops onto branches, Changgu placed them over the fire. Ding, the pork chops are being roasted. Estimated time, 2 minutes. Ding, roasting successful. Please retrieve promptly. Failure to do so within 1 minute will result in burnt pork chops. Upon hearing the notification, Changgu hastily retrieved the pork chops and handed one to Jiang Chunwan. The enticing aroma of the pork chop made Jiang Chunwan's eyes sparkle with delight. She eagerly accepted it, gently blew on it, and took a bite. Juicy. Each mouthful restored approximately 3 to 4 points of hunger. After consuming one, she had regained around 20 points. Observing Jiang Chunwan relish her meal, Cheng Gu, while eating himself, set about roasting 2 more chops. Jiang Chunwan devoured the second chop even more quickly, her petite mouth moving with such rapidity that within mere moments, she had consumed the chop, which was only slightly smaller than her delicate face. And then, with her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster, she slowly chewed her food in evident satisfaction. Changgu couldn't help but question whether they were truly consuming the same dish. Shouldn't celebrities savor their meals with dainty bites? Changgu voiced his confusion. Jiang Chunwan, taken aback at first, quickly swallowed her mouthful and then poured out her grievances like a bamboo tube spilling beans. Do you think being an idol is easy? It is not. I train daily in singing, dancing, and physical conditioning, one after another, and by the end of the day, I am so exhausted that I hardly wish to speak. Moreover, my mother never allows me to eat meat. Every meal is a bland, tasteless diet meant for weight loss, and the more I eat, the more despairing I feel. In front of the cameras, I must force myself to appear brimming with vitality. If I could choose again, I would absolutely not become an idol. Cheng Gu, upon hearing her lament, was momentarily stunned, his face revealing a look of sympathy. Poor child. No wonder she finds even unseasoned roasted pork chops so delectable. Surviving on a vegetarian diet while maintaining such good health is indeed a challenge for them both. Well then, let me roast a couple more for you to enjoy. Cheng Gu took out 2 more pork chops and placed them over the fire. Hooray! Cheng Gu, you are truly a wonderful person. Stop. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chunwan had once again devoured the pork chops entirely. Since her earlier outpouring of grievances, she seemed to have fully shed her facade, revealing her true nature. Having filled her stomach, she lay back on the wooden bed without regard for its hardness. To a glance, her prominent features appeared unaffected by gravity, prompting Cheng Gu to utter an exclamation of astonishment. Her fair abdomen, unconcerned with appearances, slightly protruded, lending her an air of cuteness. Cheng Gu couldn't resist giving it a gentle pat. Hey, what are you doing? Startled by the unexpected touch on her sensitive area. Jiang Chunwan sprang up, her cheeks blushing slightly as she instinctively touched the spot Cheng Gu had brushed. Cheng Gu couldn't very well admit that it had been an involuntary action. He quickly concocted an excuse. This piece of wild boar skin is quite clean and devoid of grease. It would serve perfectly as a mattress. Please rise so I can lay it down. Oh, okay. Jiang Chunwan, without a shred of doubt, obediently got up. After preparing the bed, Cheng Gu did not join Jiang Chunwan in lying down but instead walked to the door. During the earlier interval, Grimm had been continuously traversing between the jungle and the cabin, and now a considerable pile of branches and stones had accumulated at the entrance. Cheng Gu stepped forward to dismantle them one by one. Ding! Dismantling successful. Obtained wood block 236. Obtained stone block 248. Current resources. Stone block 300. Wood block 326. Clay block 22. Coconut 2. Pork chop 426. The materials required to upgrade the cabin to level 2 were almost sufficient. Perhaps he could attempt to exchange some for iron blocks tonight. Cheng Gu gazed at the ample resources, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At this rate, he would undoubtedly remain ahead of all other players. Just as Cheng Gu was about to turn back to the cabin, a notification suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! Your contracted creature Grimm is under attack, having lost 30 of its health. Chapter 6. The Mist Hound's Grimm is under attack. Chang Ji's heart raced, and he swiftly opened the map.at the coastline. A small house icon marked their current location, while Grimm's avatar was situated approximately 800 meters away in the jungle, deeper by several hundred meters. The avatar was flashing a glaring red light, signifying that it was currently under assault by other creatures. Cheng Gu glanced at the time. It was now 7:30 p.m., and as night fell on Mist Island, the entire island would shroud itself in fog by 8 p.m. Within that fog, the map would become ineffective, and the danger would escalate exponentially. Yet, Cheng Gu could not abandon Grimm. He had to locate and retrieve it within half an hour. Half an hour, that should suffice. Cheng Ji's resolve solidified, and he called out to Jiang Chunwan inside the cabin. Jiang Chunwan, Grimm is in trouble. Wait for me here. I will return shortly. With that, Cheng Gu dashed toward Grimm's direction. In no time, his figure vanished into the shadows of the jungle. Navigating swiftly through the underbrush, Chang Ji's footsteps crackled over the fallen twigs and leaves. He ran while vigilantly observing his surroundings. As darkness enveloped the sky, everything seemed veiled in a shroud of peril. Occasionally, unknown nightbirds startled into flight, emitting shrill cries. Fortunately, with the map's guidance and Grimm's previous trips having carved a reasonably wide path, Chenggu soon spotted Grimm's massive form. Grimm was pacing back and forth, occasionally pounding the ground in frustration, while three diminutive creatures, each less than a tenth of its size, incessantly attacked it. Though their strikes did little damage, their rapid assault left Grimm at a loss. Phantom Hound 2, Level 3, Common, Health 216, Attack 22, Defense 14, Strength 11, Agility 10, Spirit 6, Constitution 7, Skill. Bite. White inflicts 1/30 of attack power as damage to the target. Description: cunning and treacherous, they typically hunt in packs, with keen eyesight and sense of smell to navigate through the fog. Phantom Hound Leader, Rare, Level 5, Health 348, Attack 34, Defense 18, Strength 17, Agility 12, Spirit 8, Constitution 9, Skill. Bite. White inflicts 1/30 of attack power as damage to the target. Howl. White increases the attack of all Phantom Hounds within a 30-meter radius by 10. Description: the leader and commander of the Phantom Hounds, larger and more cunning. If possible, eliminate it first. Chenggu! A crisp voice rang from behind, startling Chenggu into a jump. Turning around, he saw Jiang Chunwan's graceful figure standing behind him. "Did I not ask you to wait for me in the cabin?" Chenggu exclaimed in astonishment. "Who told you to run off suddenly without me? I was just worried about you." Jiang Chunwan playfully stuck out her tongue and continued, "I am a spirit mage. If you get hurt, I can help restore your health." Hearing this, Chang Ji's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "All right, fine, I will take you with me from now on, but you cannot act alone like this again. It's dangerous for a support role." Okay, I will listen to you," Jiang Chunwan replied with a playful smile, aware that her solo venture at night was somewhat reckless. "Let's help Grimm. It's being attacked by those three creatures." "Right?" Chenggu nodded. "Grimm's weakness lies in its low agility, which is precisely countered by the Phantom Hounds. You should cast Healing on Grimm, and combined with my blessing, we can swiftly turn the tide." "All right, I will perform Healing right away," Jiang Chunwan said. Raising her hands gently, a soft white light began to emanate from her palms, growing brighter until it transformed into shimmering threads that flew toward Grimm. Entwining around its massive form, Healing Purple restores 70 of the target's lost health and grants a 10 all-attribute bonus. Grimm's health surged back by over 300 points, and at that moment, a faint golden aura enveloped its body. It was Chang Ji's blessing. For the next 30 seconds, it would grant a 100 boost to a single attribute. Chenggu chose to enhance Grimm's agility. At that moment, Grimm's previously low agility of 6 soared to 13. Cracking sounds echoed as the battle commenced. Grimm's previously disheveled state was instantly dispelled, and a fierce determination reignited within his vast, expressive eyes. With a powerful swing of his robust arms, he let out a resounding roar directed at the surrounding Wraith Hounds. Chapter 7. A bountiful harvest. The Wraith Hounds were momentarily taken aback by this sudden shift, causing their previously aggressive assault to falter for a fleeting moment. The leader of the Wraith Hounds was the first to regain composure, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in its eerie green gaze as it emitted a deep, throaty growl, seemingly urging its companions to continue their attack. Two ordinary Wraith Hounds, upon hearing their leader's command, gritted their teeth and lunged once more at Graham. Their speed remained impressive, but with the dual enhancements of Healing and Blessing, Graham's movements had become remarkably agile. As the Wraith Hounds pounced, Graham swiftly extended his massive hand, seizing one by its tail and violently slamming it to the ground, subsequently unleashing a barrage of punches. Health -77. Health -76. Health -78. Beep, your contracted being, the Rock Golem, Graham, has slain a Wraith Hound, LV3. You have gained 150 experience points. Your level has increased to level 3, requiring an additional 200 experience points for the next level. Attribute bonus acquired, Strength 1, Spirit 3, Constitution 1. In a mere 3 punches, the Wraith Hound's health was obliterated. Graham then turned his attention to another ordinary Wraith Hound, delivering another 3 strikes, which resulted in this creature's health bar being instantly depleted as well. Beep, your contracted being, the rock golem, Graham, has slain a Wraithhound, LV3. You have gained 150 experience points, requiring 50 more experience points for the next level. At this juncture, the Wraithhound leader sensed the precariousness of the situation, yet it was already too late. Graham's heavy slam had refreshed, and he leaped into the air to execute it, landing right in the center of the leader's fan-shaped area. Health minus 230, critical hit. This strike also triggered a 30 chance of stunning the Wraithhound leader, incapacitating it for 1.5 seconds. Graham quickly followed up with several punches. Health minus 75. Health minus 73. Health minus 78. Beep, your contracted being, the rock golem, Graham, has slain the Wraithhound leader, LV5. You have gained 325 experience points. Your level has increased to level 4, requiring 325 experience points for the next level. Beep, congratulations on becoming the first player in the server to slay a boss-level creature. Your experience is doubled, and you gain an additional 325 experience points. Your level has increased to level 5, requiring 650 experience points for the next level. Attribute bonus acquired: Strength 1, Agility 1, Spirit 6, Constitution 2. Current attributes: Strength 8, Agility 11, Spirit 24, Constitution 10. Your contracted being, Graham, has gained a total of 625 experience points, leveling up to 6, requiring 775 experience points for the next level. A flurry of notification sounds echoed in his ears, but Chenggu paid them no heed as he called out to Graham. Graham, I will summon you into the contract space. Do not resist. Crack, crack, crack. Graham obediently approached Chenggu, and as a golden light enveloped him, he vanished from sight. Chenggu then moved to the side of the slain Wraithhounds. Decompose. Beep. Successfully decomposed Wraithhound corpses 2. Acquired dog meat 45, dog teeth 18. Wraithhound fur 2, Wraithhound bones 28. Bone chair blueprint, white 2. Acquired Wraithhound leader's dog meat 26, consuming it grants a 1 agility boost, effective only on the first consumption. Wraithhound leader fur, dog teeth 10, Wraithhound bones 18. Wraithhound boots blueprint, green 1, mist crystal green 1, mist staff blueprint, green 1. After decomposing the corpses, Chenggu swiftly stowed everything into his backpack and glanced at the time. 1949. Chenggu turned his gaze towards the center of the island, where the mist was rapidly expanding outward. Jiang Chunan, run! Chenggu urgently grabbed Jiang Chunan, who was momentarily dazed, and they began to sprint. At their current levels, being enveloped by the mist would spell certain doom. Jiang Chunan stumbled slightly as she was pulled along by Chenggu, but she made every effort to keep pace with him as they raced towards the Lord's cabin. Huff, huff. However, they had not run far when Jiang Chunan began to gasp for breath, beads of sweat cascading down her slender neck. Her chest rose and fell violently with each breath, accompanied by faint, delicate whimpers, while her steps grew increasingly heavy. Chenggu, I can't keep going. Her face was filled with self-reproach. It was not only fatigue, but also the aftermath of their prior exertion combined with having eaten too much, causing a slight cramp in her abdomen. Don't stop. I'll carry you. Seeing her condition, Chenggu furrowed his brow, swiftly scooping her up in his arms and hoisting her onto his broad shoulder. This action brought Jiang Chuanan's warm body flush against his back, the pressure of her softness resting on his shoulder, making his heart race a few beats faster. Jiang Chunan gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Chenggu's neck. He could distinctly feel her warm breath against the nape of his neck. Yet he had no time to dwell on it, raising his voice to reassure her. Hold tight. I'm about to speed up. With that, Chenggu tightened his grip on her delicate leg and surged forward, his speed surpassing that of before. Jiang Chunan, draped over his shoulder, watched as the surroundings rapidly blurred past them, her heart racing with a mix of anxiety and shyness, and she clung to him even tighter. Their closely pressed bodies seemed to communicate an unspoken bond of reliance and understanding. At last, the familiar outline of the Lord's cabin came into view. 10 meters, 0.5 meters. Bang! Chenggu swiftly opened the door and dashed inside, slamming it shut just in time to avoid being overtaken by the encroaching mist. Huff! Gently placing Jiang Chunan onto the bed, he then leaned over, supporting himself on his knees while gasping for air. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the floor. At that moment, Changgu felt a soft touch on his face and turned his head to the side. Don't move. I'll help you wipe off the sweat. He saw Jiang Chunin tilting her flushed face up, using her fair arm to wipe something against her neck. Changgu sat there, momentarily stunned, allowing her to tend to him. After a while, Jiang Chunin withdrew her hand. All done. After finishing, she quickly stowed the item in her backpack, as if afraid Changgu might see it. Yet he still caught a glimpse of a fleeting white shadow. This color.it resembles that white camisole. Changji's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he had intended to give that item to his sister, which he had mistakenly put in his pocket and should now be in the system backpack. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. Chapter 8. Items on the shelf. At this moment, Jiang Chunan was equally anxious. Observing Cheng Ji's exhausted state from carrying her, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Thus, she resolved to do something for him. Seeing him drenched in sweat, she decided to help wipe his brow, but the question of what to use became an issue. Then she recalled her camisole. Its texture and softness were quite commendable. Plus, it was absorbent. After being soaked in seawater, she had hung it to dry by the fireplace, and it was now perfectly dry. The more she reflected on her previous actions, the more embarrassed she became, her fair skin subtly flushing a deeper hue. Fortunately, Changgu was oblivious to her inner turmoil. He opened a coconut for both of them and handed one to Jiang Chunan. Noticing the rosy hue creeping to her collarbone, Changgu understood the implications but chose not to mention them. Let's eat a coconut to replenish some hydration, Mim. Jiang Chunan lowered her head slightly, responding softly as she took the coconut, the blush on her collarbone accentuated by the dim light of the room. Changgu observed her demeanor, understanding more than he let on, yet he maintained a subtle smile, his lips curling ever so slightly as the atmosphere within the room grew somewhat intimate and suggestive. Outside, a starkly different scene unfolded. The dense mist spread like a colossal gray curtain, swiftly enveloping the entire cabin. Occasionally, ominous growls from unknown creatures echoed from within the depths of the fog, as if something terrifying lurked, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The door creaked ominously, as if it might be forcefully breached at any moment. Changgu, however, remained unfazed, confident in the structure's resilience against attacks, reasoning that outside likely lurked only low-level creatures ensnared by the mist. Yet Jiang Chuanan's face turned pale with fear. Changgu, do you think they will break in? Not a chance. Changgu replied with conviction. On the first day, the monsters within the mist won't be too powerful. The likelihood of them destroying the cabin is virtually non-existent. Moreover, we currently possess ample resources, allowing us to swiftly rectify any occurrences, even those with an exceedingly low probability. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chunan felt a significant alleviation of her fear and curiously inquired. Then, what kind of creatures inhabit the mist? Changgu paused momentarily, taken aback by the question. In his previous life, while indulging in a game, he too had pondered this mystery. However, by that time, the game had already been live for several years. During one of his sessions, bored after collecting rewards, he decided to explore the mist, having reached the pinnacle level of 99 and commanding a formidable army of contracted beings. He resolved to venture into the mist, where he was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. At the source of the mist, he discovered a device akin to a teleportation array, and upon stepping into it, he was transported to an unfamiliar map teeming with grotesque, ghost-like entities. Defeating these creatures yielded a unique item that was the sole means of transcending the level 99 cap and transitioning to a divine class, a fact never mentioned in the game announcements. Regrettably, the beings within the mist grew stronger with the passage of time, and despite being the top player, he was quickly overwhelmed by the denizens of the mist. Yet, in this life, should the opportunity arise, he might dare to explore the mist ahead of time. Of course, such matters seemed rather distant at present, and divulging everything to Jiang Chunan would likely only exacerbate her fears. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, Changgu spoke slowly. They are merely ordinary island creatures. However, once the mist rises, their temperament becomes exceedingly volatile, leading to aggressive behavior. Typically, the entities that actively invade human territory are of lower levels, as they are most profoundly affected by the mist. Hence their heightened aggression, I see. Jiang Chunan nodded thoughtfully, her expression visibly relaxing. dispelling the tension and fear that had previously clouded her demeanor. With me guiding you, there's no need to be overly anxious. Changgu jested, then suggested, let us check on the situation of other players. Thus, the two opened the chat channel, and a deluge of messages flooded in. Zwerg feared, LV1 Dark Knight Priest, oh heavens. I spawned in the desert and haven't had a bite to eat yet. Can anyone help me? Tanam Kong, LV1 Light Knight, is there anyone to rescue us? I was filming with Sister Tsong and got transported here. And now it feels like our hut is about to be torn apart by the monsters outside. Andrei Shirjevich Ivanov, LV2 Berserker, this world is absolutely fantastic. I just slayed a level 2 wild bear. And tonight, I'm feasting on roasted bear paws with my brothers, hooray. Even though the global chat had a limited number of messages per user, a multitude of notifications continued to flood the screen. With the system automatically translating foreign languages into a comprehensible form for Changge.at that moment, he glanced at the upper right corner where the online player count had dwindled from 5 billion to approximately 4.7 billion in just that afternoon, and he anticipated further reductions as night fell. Once the first night passed and players grasped the game mechanics, the mortality rate would gradually decline. Changgu sighed quietly, then opened the regional chat. Liang Xin, LV1 Archer, I was chopping trees in the jungle when I suddenly received a notification about the mist descending. I didn't have time to return, and now I've lost my way. Can anyone assist me? Guowenjia, LV2 Assassin, hey dude, didn't you read the map notifications properly? The system already warned that the island would be enveloped in mist at 8 o'clock. Anonymous, my teammate is also lost in the mist, although I can still chat with him. His avatar has completely vanished from the map. I suggest you find a random spot to hide. Running around will only increase your chances of encountering monsters. As players acclimated to the presence of the mist, the chat gradually shifted towards discussions of food. Anonymous, brothers, I'm starving. Desperately in need of water and food. I can trade wooden blocks or stones for it. Su Jingyu, LV1 Mage, my territory is by a river, and today I collected dozens of barrels of water, which are now listed in the marketplace. If anyone wants to trade, search for my name. Huang Jianbin, LV2 Berserker, I have wild rabbit meat, but I'll only trade it for blueprints or equipment. 1 for 1. If anyone is interested, feel free to chat. Anonymous, the guy above, are you serious? I got a normal treasure chest while chopping trees today and only found 2 blueprints. If it's priced so high, I'd rather starve. Messages like these were not isolated incidents. Every minute, dozens of players expressed their desire to trade for food, while those willing to sell were exceedingly rare. Moreover, most were trying to take advantage of the scarcity of food to demand exorbitant prices. Reflecting on this, Chenggu couldn't help but smile. The reason these individuals were pricing their food so steeply was fundamentally due to their limited supplies. Thus, they sought to exchange minimal food for greater rewards. In contrast, he found himself with an abundance of provisions. Chenggu silently resolved. Tonight, he would drive the prices down. Of course, driving down did not imply selling at a loss. He would never engage in such folly. As players grew stronger, the value of food would inevitably diminish, so he intended to sell at a price that players could afford while ensuring a substantial profit for himself. Chenggu meticulously processed the dog meat, yielding 180 pieces of dog meat and 104 prime cuts from the spectral hound. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he accessed the trading platform and swiftly composed the transaction details. Seller. Chenggu, items listed. Pork chops 400. Dog meat pieces 180. Trade items. 50 wooden blocks, 50 stone blocks, or 5 iron blocks for 1 piece of pork chop or dog meat. Note. If you have other valuable materials, feel free to contact me for a trade. Once listed, several scattered notifications soon trickled in. Player He Peishan used 50 wooden blocks to purchase your consigned item, automatically placed in their inventory. Player Yi Fei used 50 stone blocks to purchase your consigned item, automatically placed in their inventory. Observing the incoming notifications, Chenggu furrowed his brow slightly. The sheer volume of items listed in the marketplace was overwhelming. The number of players viewing his posted goods remained disappointingly lowed. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Jiang Chunan, who was intently engrossed in the chat channel. Chenggu? Jiang Chunan seemed to sense his intense gaze. Instinctively looking up and asking somewhat awkwardly, "What is it?" A warm smile spread across Chengji's face as he replied, "Superstar, I need your help with something." "What kind of help?" Jiang Chunan asked, crossing her arms with a hint of apprehension upon seeing Cheng Ji's mischievous grin. Chenggu rolled his eyes playfully. What are you thinking? Aren't you known for having hundreds of millions of fans? The #1 female influencer in Xia country? True, but in this eerie place. What good is having so many fans? Jiang Chunan said, her eyes reflecting a tinge of concern. Prior to her transmigration, the actions of numerous obsessed fans had intruded upon her life, leading her to be surrounded by bodyguards. However, in this game, there were no bodyguards to shield her. The only trustworthy person nearby was Chenggu. Chang'e chuckled, it's still useful. Just trust me, soon you will die. He leaned closer to Jiang Chunan, whispering in her ear. Feeling somewhat bashful, Jiang Chunan's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. As Chenggu lifted his head, she nodded earnestly. All right, I'll give it a try. Chenggu smiled, then opened the chat channel. Awaiting Jiang Chunan's performance, AS players hesitated to venture outside and had little to occupy themselves within their huts. The chat channel buzzed with increasing chatter. It was then that Chenggu noticed a message Jiang Chunan had just posted. Jiang Chunan, LV3 Spirit Sorceress. Hello, everyone. My teammate Chenggu and I have listed meat food in the trading platform, which can be exchanged for wooden blocks and stone blocks. The moment the message was sent, the previously bustling chat channel seemed to freeze for several seconds. Then, a torrent of messages erupted. Su Jingyu, LV1 Mage. No way. Did I just see Jiang Chunan post a message? Anonymous. The system avatars are all bare-faced. Yet how does Jiang Chunan look even more beautiful without makeup than on stage? Han Wenhao, Mechanic LV1. Am I the only one concerned about who this Chenggu is? What kind of luck did he stumble upon to team up with Nan Nan? Anonymous. If I could team up with Nan Nan, I'd be willing to give up 80 years of my life. Anonymous. Werwu, Nan Nan, please promise me you won't let this Chenggu succeed, okay? As the chat became flooded with messages, it was almost entirely Jiang Chunan's fans expressing themselves. Jiang Chunan's face flushed deeper, as many fans vented their frustrations at Chenggu, lamenting his stroke of luck. After all, everyone was acutely aware of what typically transpired when a man and woman teamed up in such circumstances. Chenggu remained unfazed by the derogatory remarks about his so-called fortune. After all, the goddess in his eyes was destined to be with another man, and he might have had a few choice words to say himself. Yet, why was the discussion suddenly veering towards Jiang Chunan? Shouldn't the focus be on the resources he was selling? Why was everyone talking about him and Jiang Chunan instead? However, as Chenggu opened the trading platform, the frown on his face visibly lifted. Player Lu Sudong has purchased 2 of your consigned items for 10 iron blocks, automatically added to inventory. Player Lu Bo has purchased 2 of your consigned items for 100 wood blocks, automatically added to inventory. In mere moments, over 100 portions of meat had been sold. Trading notifications flooded the screen incessantly. It was indeed effective. Chenggu and Jiang Chunan exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. Suddenly, a player in the chat channel recognized the gravity of the situation. Anonymous. Are you all so focused on Chenggu that you missed what Nanan just mentioned about food? I just checked, and it only takes 50 wood blocks or stones, or 5 iron blocks to exchange for it, which is far more reasonable than those opportunists. Lu Bo, LV1 Lumberjack. Indeed. I just traded for 2 pieces of meat, and the price is genuinely fair. There shouldn't be much left now. Those in need of food should hurry. Upon hearing this, everyone realized they were on the verge of missing something significant. After all, that was food of immeasurable value. Moreover, it could be exchanged for the most commonplace resources. They hastily clicked into the trading platform, searching for Chang Ji's name. Originally, he had listed a total of 580 pieces of meat, but now only over 300 remained, vanishing at a rate of dozens per second. Players across the entire server were excitedly scrambling for the trade, their fingers racing across the screens, fearing that they might miss out on this rare food. Chenggu watched the trading notifications whirl by, his smile growing ever brighter. 1 minute later, all listed food was sold out. Chenggu checked his inventory, which displayed inventory, stone 12052, wood 14090, iron 300. Jiang Chunan, upon seeing this long string of numbers, gasped in astonishment, covering her cherry lips as she exclaimed, "So much! This was merely the beginning." Upgrading buildings was indeed resource-intensive. Chenggu chuckled as he explained, then teased lightly, "Besides, no matter how many numbers there are, they probably don't compare to the spare change in your bank account, right? To his surprise, Jiang Chunan blinked her expressive eyes and shook her head gently. I don't have that much money. Chenggu raised an eyebrow skeptically. With so many fans, you must have at least hundreds of millions in your account, right? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chunan continued to shake her head. All my money is with my mother. She opened a supplementary card for me, and I only get an allowance of 50,000 yuan each month. This. Chenggu was momentarily taken aback. Felt as though Jiang Chuanan's mother wasn't treating her kindly. Normally, a star of Jiang Chuanan's caliber would earn millions per engagement. Yet, she was only given 50,000 yuan a month. It was utterly unfathomable. Sounds hard to believe, right? Jiang Chunan asked softly, observing Cheng Ji's astonished expression. He instinctively nodded in agreement, replying, It truly is difficult to fathom. Jiang Chunan sighed lightly, her exquisite face betraying a mix of calm and bitterness. In truth, she is my father's stepmother, whom he found when I was 3. When I was young, I thought she genuinely cared for me, but as I grew older and began to make a name for myself in the entertainment industry, everything changed. Though I am reluctant to accept it, I am likely just a cash cow in her eyes. All the engagements and schedules are orchestrated by her, with the earnings flowing into her pockets, leaving me without even the right to inquire. The monthly allowance of 50,000 is merely to maintain the facade of a star's life, preventing me from appearing too shabby. Chenggu was genuinely taken aback by this revelation, clenching his fists in indignation as he asked, Doesn't your father care? Jiang Chunan continued to shake her head. Seeing the numb expression on her face, Chenggu could guess the answer. As he gazed at Jiang Chuanan's expression, which was marked by a sense of numbness yet concealed endless grievances. His heart felt as though it had been sharply tugged. He chose not to say more, silently stepping forward to gently envelop Jiang Chunan in his arms. She stiffened momentarily, taken aback by his unexpected gesture. But the warmth and strength of his embrace soon lulled her into a sense of comfort. After a long while, they slowly parted. Cheng Ji's embrace had been devoid of ulterior motives. It was purely an expression of compassion for the girl. Observing Cheng Ji's sincere, empathetic expression, Jiang Chunan suddenly broke into a smile and then, in an unexpected turn, embraced Chenggu tightly once more. Don't underestimate me. I'm not that fragile, she said with a hint of stubbornness in her tone. Honestly, I'm quite happy to have crossed over here with you. Just as Chenggu found himself momentarily lost in thought due to Jiang Chunan's unexpected yet deeply meaningful words, she interjected again, her bright voice breaking his reverie. By the way, don't we have the dog meat that can boost attributes? Should we sell that? Jiang Chuanan's eyes sparkled with excitement, appearing eager to assist in promoting it. Chenggu snapped back to reality, anticipation rekindling in his eyes as he confidently replied, Of course we should sell it. With that, a confident smile graced Cheng Ji's face, for the extent of their gains this time would depend entirely on the meat of the Foghound leader. Chapter 10. A frenzy of competition before long. Chenggu had once again finalized the trading information. Seller, Chenggu listed item, 50 pieces of Foghound leader's meat. Trade items. Blueprints can be exchanged for 10 pieces. Green blueprints for 5 pieces, white blueprints for 2 pieces, and 50 iron blocks for 1 piece. Remarks. None. Having completed the editing, Chenggu confirmed the listing with a thought. The reason for only listing 50 pieces was to reserve some for himself and Jiang Chunan, as well as to feed the summoned contractual beings, who could also benefit from this enhancement. Additionally, he intended to save some for exchanging equipment with others. Seeing that Chenggu had listed the items, Jiang Chunan smoothly opened the chat channel. Jiang Chunan, LV3 Sorceress, my teammate Chenggu has listed the meat of the Foghound leader again. Consuming it for the first time can permanently increase agility by 1 point. You can exchange it with blueprints. There are only 50 pieces available, so hurry if you want some. This time, no one responded, nor did anyone express envy or jealousy towards Chenggu. Almost all players who saw this message immediately opened the trading platform to search for Cheng Ji's name. Those familiar with the game knew well that agility was one of the most challenging attributes to enhance. Magic professions primarily increase spirit, while physical professions boost strength, with only a handful of classes like assassins seeing significant agility boosts upon leveling up. Thus, this single point of agility would prove immensely beneficial in the early stages. Chenggu quietly awaited the responses until several seconds had passed, at which point messages began to trickle in. Are you kidding me? What s with your hand speed? I thought there wouldn't be many blueprints, and yet I clicked in and it was already sold out. Hee hee, my 30 years of singlehood hand speed came into play today. With an increase in agility, at least I can run a bit faster when chased by beasts. No way. I got some too, haha. I found a small iron or resource point while chopping wood today. Just in time for my wife and me to each have a piece. Seriously, is it really that crucial to scramble for just one piece of dog meat? You can exchange just a green blueprint for a handful of meat? And you're all acting like this? To the person above, are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? Don't you realize how valuable this single point of agility is in the early game? Compared to those opportunistic thieves, Changgu is truly generous. Agreed. Although I didn't manage to get any, I still support Changgu and the beautiful Nanan. Haha, I got some. As a member of Nanan's fan club, I approve of Changgu and Nanan's marriage. Changgu chuckled silently at the messages on the screen. Jiang Chunan, blushing slightly, glanced at Changgu with a hint of shyness. Changgu? Don't take them seriously. Changgu smiled and nodded. They're just joking. I certainly wouldn't take it to heart. Jiang Chunan paused, her expression slightly taken aback, then instinctively pouted. She had initially wanted to assert that her affections were her own business and had nothing to do with these fans. But the words caught in her throat, leaving her to silently scold, "Stupid straight man." Meanwhile, Changgu was in high spirits as he opened his inventory. From this transaction, he had acquired a total of 300 iron blocks, 2 green blueprints, 2 white blueprints, and, most surprisingly, a shining blue elite blueprint. Changgu had never anticipated receiving an elite blueprint, as there were so few players who had obtained blueprints on the first day, let alone a blue one. The reason he had listed the blue blueprint was mostly to test his luck, and he was pleasantly surprised to find someone actually exchanged for it. Moreover, the item crafted from this azure blueprint, if all goes as anticipated, will prove immensely useful during an event upon the game's launch. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he consented to the player's trade request. As for the other blueprints, he selected a few that appeared to be of utility. At that moment, Jiang Chunan approached. Changgu turned to showcase the blueprint information to Jiang Chunan. Fishing net blueprint, blue elite reusable. When placed in the ocean, it captures aquatic creatures and has a chance of being damaged by marine life. The higher the tier of materials used, the greater the strength of the fishing net. Crafting consumption. Any creature hide plant fiber tin. Fearless warrior leather armor. Green rare a leather armor crafted with the exquisite techniques of the primitive tribes of Misty Island. Tailored for brave and dauntless warriors. Crafting consumption. Any Misty Island creature leather 1 any plant fiber 5. Flint blueprint. Green rare with it. You can ignite the spark of hope anytime, anywhere. Reusable. Crafting consumption. Iron block 1. Flint 1. As for the other 2 white blueprints, they were for a stone bathtub and a wooden barrel. Among the players who had recently approached him for a trade, the white blueprints were rather chaotic, and these 2 were the most useful among them. Closing the system, Changgu sighed. Today's harvest is truly remarkable. Jiang Chunan nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, with the bathtub? Can we finally take a bath? Changji's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that among so many valuable items, Jiang Chunan's primary interest would be the white rarity bathtub. Changgu then replied, "You could say that. However, if you wish to bathe tonight, let me first procure some water resources." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chunan's eyes lit up with excitement as she looked at Changgu, nodding eagerly. After a long day, she had first been doused in seawater, and later, perspiration had accumulated, leaving a thin layer of salt on her skin, making her feel uncomfortable. A hot bath at this moment would be sheer bliss. Observing Jiang Chunan's eager expression, Changgu chose not to dampen her spirits. Water resources are, in fact, quite inexpensive. After all, many players spawn in freshwater areas. If worst comes to worst, purchasing snow or ice blocks from players in polar regions to melt would yield the same effect. In no time, Changgu exchanged 100 wood blocks and 100 stone blocks for 200 liters of fresh water. The moment he acquired it, he poured half a tub of water into the stone bathtub and then set the tub over the flames. The stone bathtub has poor thermal conductivity, thus heating it takes time, and bringing such a large volume of water to a comfortable temperature would require considerable patience. In truth, Changgu also felt a strong desire to bathe at that moment. After completing these tasks, Changgu turned around, expecting to see Jiang Chunan's delighted expression, but instead found her staring blankly ahead. Changgu inquired in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chunan, astonished, replied, "My mother just called me." Chapter 11. A confrontation with Jiang Chunan's stepmother. The system's chat function is quite similar to a certain messaging app from the past. featuring a simple interface that allows for voice and video calls in addition to text chatting. Moreover, prior to entering the game, the system automatically adds individuals who know each other as game friends. Jiang Chuanan's mother was calling via video. Jiang Chunan felt a bit flustered, unsure whether to answer. To her, this mother was merely a nominal figure. Jiang Chunan had never felt an ounce of maternal love from her. She had hoped that this journey would liberate her from such oppressive circumstances. Yet her stepmother had sought her out. Jiang Chunan could only look to Chenggu for assistance. Your life should be dictated by you alone. You owe nothing to anyone. If you do not wish to take this call, simply hang up. There is no need for concern. Chenggu gently ran his hand through Jiang Chuanan's hair, offering comfort. Feeling the warmth above her head, Jiang Chuanan's gaze gradually turned resolute. Chenggu was right. Her life should indeed be hers to govern. If her mother still sought to control her in this world, she would certainly refuse with unwavering courage. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chunan resolved not to evade any longer and clicked the green phone icon to accept the video call. On the other end of the video, a woman, elegantly dressed and appearing relatively youthful, albeit with a somewhat harsh demeanor, appeared. Behind her stood a younger male. Upon seeing this woman, Cheng Ji's mind conjured her name, Zhang Guifeng. As Jiang Chuanan's agent, along with Zhang Guifeng's deliberate marketing of herself, she was quite well known. The screen displayed Zhang Guifeng's furious expression as she shouted, "Nan Nan, why did you take so long to answer the call?" Jiang Chunan calmly responded, "I was occupied with something, which delayed my response." Observing Jiang Chuanan's calm demeanor, Zhang Guifeng felt a flicker of surprise. Typically, this insufferable girl was always subservient before her. Any hint of displeasure from Zhang Guifeng would send her scrambling to apologize. Yet today, she seemed transformed, exhibiting unexpected assertiveness. However, recalling that she still needed something from Jiang Chunan, Zhang Guifeng forcibly suppressed her anger. "Nan Nan, your brother mentioned seeing you selling a lot of food in the chat channel. He and I haven't eaten all day and are on the verge of fainting. Send some over quickly." At this moment, the young man behind her chimed in eagerly, "Right, sister, we don't want any ordinary meat. You still have that meat that can enhance attributes, don't you? Send us some of that." Observing their back and forth, solely demanding food without a single word of concern, Jiang Chunan couldn't help but smile bitterly. She then replied evenly, "Those provisions were procured by my teammates at great risk. I cannot decide on my own. If you wish for them, you may offer something in exchange. As for the price, you should have seen it in the chat channel." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng's expression darkened, her previously pristine makeup now twisted with anger. She screeched, "Jiang Chunan, you ungrateful wretch! I've raised you with great difficulty, and now, when I ask for a bit of food, you dare speak of exchanges and prices? Do you have any conscience left?" The young man behind her nodded in agreement, frowning, "Sister, you are being so selfish. It's just food. I see you're deliberately making excuses not to help us." Listening to their accusatory duet, Jiang Chunan felt no trace of the usual sorrow or grievance. Instead, she found their words utterly laughable. She scoffed, "Raised me? You dare utter those words? You know all too well how you've treated me over the years. In short, I will never give you anything for free." Zhang Guifeng trembled with rage at Jiang Chunan's rebuttal, pointing at her on the screen, her voice quivering, You wretched girl, have you grown wings and dare speak back to me? Let me remind you, even if you are not my biological child, I am still your mother, and you must obey me. Your current behavior is nothing short of filial piety." Even Jiang Chunan, strong as she was, felt her eyes redden in the face of their relentless accusations. Just then, a figure appeared behind Jiang Chunan. "Changge." He placed a hand on her shoulder, offering a gentle pat. Then, raising his gaze, he addressed Zhang Guifeng with unrestrained candor. "Old woman, take a moment to reflect on yourself. Is this how a mother should act? For years, how have you drained Jiang Chunan's vitality, and do you have no awareness of it? To exploit her in reality was one thing. But now, in this game, to demand items outright. Could she not preserve a shred of dignity?" Zhang Guifeng's eyes flashed with astonishment upon seeing Chenggu, quickly followed by fury. Throughout her life, no one had dared speak to her in such a manner. Zhang Guifeng's face turned a shade of green with rage, as she pointed at Chenggu, her finger trembling. "You insolent wretch! How dare you speak to me like that, when I converse with my daughter? Who gave you the right to interject?" Chenggu sneered, "Don't use the guise of seniority to pressure others. With your character, do you deserve to be a senior? He then turned his gaze toward the younger male, his expression filled with disdain, and scoffed, and you, a grown man, yet you're picky about food, demanding a tribute-enhancing meat. Why don't you just reach for the heavens? Unable to procure food yourself, you rely on others' charity. Do you think anyone still sees you as a young master? Today, I, Changgu, declare that I wouldn't even feed you dog food. With that, Changgu calmly watched as the two on screen became flustered, shouting in frustration. Observing Zhang Guifeng's face flush as she prepared to respond, Changgu swiftly took action, helping Jiang Chunan end the call. With the crisp notification of the call dropping echoing in the air, Jiang Chunan, whose eyes had been red from emotion, suddenly burst into laughter. To provoke my mother to such a state, you are indeed the first one. Usually, even my father dares not retort to her. After Chenggu had fiercely confronted Zhang Guifeng, he felt a surge of relief and satisfaction within him. He then turned to Jiang Chunan, speaking earnestly. From this day forth, let us consider it a fresh start. No one shall ever dictate the course of your life again. I will always be here to support you. Jiang Chunan nodded, her eyes brimming with emotion. Yes, I will. At that moment, a sudden gurgling sound interrupted them. The bathwater had boiled. Chapter 12. Sleeping together, Chenggu hurriedly approached, grinning as he lifted the tub filled with scalding water. Gritting his teeth from the heat, but he quickly set it down on the ground. He then began to slowly add cool water to the bath, testing the temperature with his hand until he achieved a perfect warmth. Before turning around and calling out loudly to Jiang Chunan, the bath is ready. Hearing this, Jiang Chunan walked over, her face lighting up with joy. Chenggu, being considerate, returned to the bed, lying down with his back to the bathtub. Upon seeing this, a gentle smile graced Jiang Chunan's exquisite face. Subsequently, with her back to Chenggu, she delicately placed her slender fingers on the shoulder strap, and with a soft snap, the little piece of fabric fell to the floor. Revealing her fair and smooth shoulder, she then lifted her leg, removing the last barrier. Jiang Chunan's long and graceful figure was fully unveiled, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. As she stepped into the bath, the warm water gently enveloped her ankles and calves, wrapping her entire body, prompting her to close her eyes in bliss, letting out a soft sigh of contentment. On the other side, Chenggu listened to the splashing water. Feeling an itch of impatience to distract himself, he decided to craft a few items first. Consumed wild boar bones 12, obtained wild boar bone chair. Consumed mist hound bones 12, obtained mist hound bone chair. He then sat up from the bed, found 2 suitable spots in the room, and arranged the crafted bone chairs. The chair made from wild boar bones appeared quite large, while the one made from mist hound bones was much more delicate and compact. Perfectly suited for both himself and Jiang Chunan. Though the bone chairs looked somewhat eerie at first glance, he figured he would soon grow accustomed to them. Seated in the wild boar bone chair, Chenggu once again activated the system. This time, he intended to craft the mist hound leather boots and the mist staff as well. Moments later, the system notifications chimed in succession. Consumed mist hound fur 1. Obtained mist hound leather boots, agility 2, spirit 3, special effect, none. Consumed mist crystal, green, 1. Mist hound bones 1, canines 4, obtained mist staff, green, spirit 15. Constitution 2, special effect, dispersion. Can dispel mist within a small radius and instill fear in creatures below level 5. Not bad at all. With the dispelling effect, I won't have to worry about the beasts outside tonight. I'll upgrade the cabin to level 2 tomorrow. While murmuring to himself, Chenggu held the mist staff in his hand, admiring it closely. The staff was crafted from a slender leg bone of a mist hound, topped with the head of the mist hound leader, its skull embedded with mist crystals that emitted a faint green glow. With the base adorned with canines, it was undeniably far more imposing in design than the novice staff. If only it had a cooldown bonus. Chenggu shook his head in mild regret and continued to play with it. Meanwhile, in the bathtub, Jiang Chunan gently poured water over herself, humming a tune as she washed the last part of her body. Once clean, she stood up to dry off. Just then, from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a faint green light, which appeared particularly out of place in the dimly lit room. Her heart raced as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Is it a monster? How did it get in? What about Chenggu? Could it be in an instant? An overwhelming sense of dread washed over Jiang Chunan. causing her heart to race and her body to tense up. Unable to suppress her fear, she slowly turned her head to confirm what it was. What she saw was the head of the Mist Hound leader atop the mist staff, casting an eerie shadow in the flickering firelight. The large wild boar bone chair obscured most of Changguo's body, leaving only a vague silhouette visible in the dancing shadows, making it hard to discern. At that moment, an unidentifiable creature outside suddenly let out a chilling howl. Jiang Chuan'an's face paled instantly, and she instinctively shouted, "Changgu!" Her voice resonated with urgency, startling Chenggu, who turned around, nearly losing his grip on the mist staff. However, as he turned, his gaze fell upon Jiang Chunan, who had just stood up, not yet having dried off. Her fair skin and exquisite curves were now fully exposed to Cheng Ji's view, with water droplets sliding down her body. In that moment, their eyes met. Jiang Chunan stared blankly at Chenggu. Chenggu was equally stunned, gazing at her. After a long pause, Jiang Chunan snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson, and after a sharp scream, she hurriedly sank back into the bathtub. Why aren't you turning around? Only then did Chenggu come to his senses, quickly turning away. After a moment, Jiang Chunan, with a flushed face, fumbled to put on her clothes and returned to the bed. Lowering her head to ask, "Chengja, is it your turn to wash now? Should we heat the water again?" Chenggu shook his head. "It's too late. I can wash directly." He then leaned down to the bathtub, removed his beach shorts, and sat into the bath that Jiang Chunan had just used. Why this time? The water had cooled slightly. Seeing this, Jiang Chunan opened her mouth, hesitating to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Her cheeks growing ever redder, as if they might bleed, and she quickly turned her head away, unable to look in Cheng Ji's direction. Chenggu washed quickly, and 5 minutes later, he stood up from the tub, dressed himself again, and moved to the bedside. Since he had already placed the mist staff on the ground, the dispelling effect had taken place, resulting in a temporary silence from the troublesome creatures outside. However, the atmosphere inside the cabin had grown exceedingly awkward. It was not only due to the earlier incident, but also because there was now only a small wooden bed in the room. This meant that soon, they would have to squeeze together to sleep. Chapter 13. Xie Qilong. Chenggu glanced at the time. It was nearing midnight. He turned to Jiang Chunan. It's getting late. Shall we sleep? All right. The two lay down simultaneously, turning their backs to each other on the bed. Jiang Chunan was not the type to be overly sentimental, and given the circumstances, she certainly wouldn't voice any reluctance to share a bed with Chenggu. In such a situation, it was impossible for anyone to rest well outside of the bed. Both Jiang Chunan and Chenggu were covered with a piece of mist hound fur, though it only covered part of their bodies. It was better than nothing on this chilly night. Once lying down, they both closed their eyes and began to drift off to sleep. However, just as Chenggu felt his consciousness fading, he suddenly noticed Jiang Chunan's body trembling behind him. Sensing something was amiss, Chenggu's heart tightened, and he was instantly wide awake. He quickly turned around, aided by the dim firelight, to find Jiang Chunan curled up tightly, shaking uncontrollably. "Jiang Chunan, are you all right?" Chenggu leaned in closer and whispered, Jiang Chunan shivered, her lips quivering as she managed to utter a few words. "I'm a bit cold." Seeing her putting on a brave front like this, Chenggu sighed. This girl is far too stubborn. This isn't just a bit cold. She is practically freezing. Chenggu estimated that the outdoor temperature must be around -10 degrees. Inside, even with the fireplace, it barely maintained above freezing. For Jiang Chunan, dressed so lightly, it was still too chilly. Without a second thought, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Chunan, pulling her close to him, trying to transfer some warmth through his body. The moment he embraced her, it felt as though he was holding an ice block. The chilling sensation radiated from where they touched, making him shiver involuntarily, yet he tightened his grip, wishing for her to warm up quickly. Fortunately, under Chenggu's warmth, Jiang Chunan gradually regained her body heat and stopped trembling. As Jiang Chunan warmed up, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Earlier, she had already drifted into a drowsy sleep. But in her dreams, the cold had enveloped her, and her body did not immediately react to awaken. Had it not been for Cheng Ji's timely discovery of her unusual state, she might have succumbed to the chill by morning. Frozen in this bed, feeling the warmth emanating from her body, Jiang Chunan blushed and shifted slightly, softly inquiring, "Chenggu, are you asleep?" Chenggu replied with a bitter smile. Not why it was manageable when Jiang Chuan'an's body was icy. But now that she had regained warmth, holding such a captivating figure made it nearly impossible for Chenggu to drift off, especially after she had just shifted. Chenggu, thank you for saving me once again, Jiang Chunan said earnestly. Chenggu was momentarily taken aback by her words, then smiled. We are teammates. It is only natural. Then, let us retire for the night, Jiang Chunan replied, her face lighting up with a warm smile as she shifted into a more comfortable position. Silence enveloped the small room once more, however, at that moment, Jiang Chunan seemed to suddenly sense something. Her body stiffened abruptly, and a flush spread across her cheeks as she hesitantly stammered. Chenggu, I'm sorry. It is quite difficult for me to control as well, Chenggu chuckled helplessly. Chenggu had initially intended to release Jiang Chunan and adopt a more distant posture, but she suddenly spoke up. Will it be uncomfortable for you if you hold it in? This question left Chenggu momentarily bewildered. After a brief hesitation, he replied slowly, a bit. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Jiang Chuan'an's eyes. Based on her scant knowledge of physiology, holding it in for too long could have dire consequences for Chenggu. What should she do? A worried expression settled on Jiang Chuan'an's delicate face. It was all her fault for being so alluring. It was only natural for Chenggu to feel that way. Well, since it was a mess of her own making, she would have to resolve it. With a sigh, Jiang Chunan resolutely extended her small hand. Let me help you. Meanwhile, in another part of Misty Island, Zhang Guifeng and her son Jiang Boyang huddled together in a corner of a wooden cabin, trembling in the cold. They were not particularly industrious by nature, and the daylight hours had been squandered. This wooden cabin had been hastily assembled after Zhang Guifeng, relying on connections she had built in reality, begged and borrowed materials in the late afternoon. The biting cold of the sub-zero temperatures was exacerbated by the absence of a proper bed, forcing them to sit on the ground, curled up in a corner. To make matters worse, they had gone an entire day without food. Cold and hungry, they found it impossible to sleep. Zhang Guifeng felt that at any moment, she could perish in this frigid wooden shack. It is all Jiang Chunan's fault. She has gotten too big for her britches. Zhang Guifeng couldn't help but mutter, casting all the blame on Jiang Chunan. If it weren't for Jiang Chunan coming to Jiangnan for a concert, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Jiang Boyang echoed her sentiments, his face a mask of resentment. He had been living a carefree life in Kyoto, but his mother insisted on taking him to Jiangnan to expand their network. The Jiang family lacked a foundation in Jiangnan province, which left them powerless after being transported to this district. At that moment, an idea struck Jiang Boyang. Mom, didn't you say you intended to introduce me to the leading figure in Jiangnan province? Perhaps we should seek his assistance? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng felt a surge of hope. The relatives of the Jiang family in another district had managed to thrive by consolidating their former subordinates. However, with the current dire situation, they could only turn to Xie Qilong in this district. Zhang Guifeng located Xie Qilong's avatar among her friends and, trembling from the cold, initiated a video call. After a few rings, Xie Qilong's imposing visage appeared on the screen. The flames flickered behind him as he raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, I see this, Mrs. Jiang. Long time no see." As he spoke, his eyes scrutinized the pitiful state of the mother and son. A faint smirk playing on his lips, Zhang Guifeng quickly plastered on a servile smile, her voice laced with flattery. "Xiegu, you must save us, mother and son." What followed was a lengthy litany of grievances from Zhang Guifeng, culminating in her plea for Xie Qilong's assistance. To her surprise, after listening, Xie Qilong let out a cold laugh, reclining leisurely in his chair as he said, "What does your desperation have to do with me? There are countless people who come to Misty Island. Do you expect me to care for all of them?" Zhang Guifeng's expression shifted dramatically. "Xiegu, what do you mean by that?" Xie Qilong chuckled, a glimmer of unabashed greed flashing in his eyes. "Mrs. Jiang, let me be frank with you. I am actually a fan of Jiang Chunan. You understand what I mean, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifeng's body jolted. No wonder Xie Qilong had contacted her as soon as Jiang Chunan arrived in Jiangnan for a concert. In the past, she would have outright refused, as one Xie Qilong was not worth her resorting to such measures. But now, Zhang Guifeng no longer hesitated, nodding vigorously. "Xiegu, rest assured, she is my daughter, and I surely know how to make her obedient. As long as you agree to protect us, I will bring her to you." Chapter 14. Level 2 Cabin. The next day, 7 o'clock in the morning. Chenggu, awakened by the cold, slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the fireplace, where the flames had completely extinguished. Even a level 1 fireplace, when adequately fueled, could only last for about 4 hours. Despite having replenished the wood around 2 in the morning, it had not endured until now. Looking at the sleeping Jiang Chunan in his arms, Cheng Gu felt as though the events of the previous night were a dream. Jiang Chunan had been so exhausted her hands had cramped, yet she had insisted on persevering, ultimately leading to. Cheng Gu gently released Jiang Chunan and walked to the fireplace, adding more wood, and soon the flames ignited once more. He then opened the door to check outside, observing that all the monsters and beasts had vanished, leaving only the scratch marks on the cabin as evidence of their presence. Cheng Gu returned to the bed and opened the chat channel, where a flurry of messages flooded his screen. "Brothers, did you sleep last night? I was freezing and couldn't sleep a wink." "Of course not. There's no bed, no fire. What is there to sleep on? Plus, I ate raw meat last night and spent the whole night in agony. I couldn't even dare to step outside. Enough of that, I'm tidying up the place now. We're actually better off than others. Did you see the chat from the entire server? Players in polar and desert maps have probably frozen to death in droves last night. Sigh, we must find a way to get a flame today. Have you seen the price of fire starter schematics? They've skyrocketed. And white fireball skill books. People are only willing to trade for purple skills. Indeed, acquiring flames is challenging. We must quickly try to upgrade the cabin to improve our cold resistance." Watching the players' exchanges, Cheng Gu mused. "Thankfully, I chose the fireplace in the treasure chest yesterday and managed to trade for the fire starter schematic." This incident heightened Cheng Ji's vigilance. Although he had the advantage of experience from his previous life, there remained significant differences between online games and real-life situations. For instance, he had anticipated the cold but had not foreseen that early-game fire-related items would become so exorbitantly priced. A situation that never arose in the original game. Just then, Jiang Chunan beside him stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes. Coincidentally, Cheng Gu was looking her way, and for a moment, their gazes locked, their eyes meeting. Jiang Chunan, captivated by the depth of Cheng Ji's beautiful eyes, felt her lashes tremble uncontrollably, her cheeks burning as if set aflame. The memory of her reckless actions from the previous night flooded her mind. Her hands still felt faintly sore at that moment. A thought struck Jiang Chunan, and a wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to cover her mouth and ask, "Is it safe to go outside now? I need to rinse my mouth." Cheng Gu, feeling a bit awkward, nodded. "I just checked outside. It's fine." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chunan promptly got up, scooping a handful of water from the wooden tub before hastily rushing out the door. Moments later, Jiang Chunan returned, clutching her chest and walking slowly, her eyes filled with a lingering sorrow. "Let us eat some roasted dog meat." Cheng Gu, aware of his shortcomings, quickly offered her a piece of roasted meat. Jiang Chunan, who had intended to say something, found her mouth filled with the meat, leaving her no choice but to sulkily chew. Cheng Gu smiled brightly, taking a piece for himself as well. "You have consumed a special dish, roasted phantom hound leader meat. Agility 1. Current attributes. Strength, 8. Agility, 12. Spirit, 24. Constitution, 10. The moment Cheng Gu savored the hound meat, a wave of exhilaration washed over him, as if a warm current flowed gently through his body. Almost immediately, the familiar notification sound of the system echoed in his ears. Simultaneously, Jiang Chunan let out a soft, pleasurable sigh. Cheng Gu could not resist teasing her, glancing her way, while Jiang Chunan, blushing with embarrassment, quickly turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. As they continued to eat, Jiang Chunan's expression suddenly shifted. Noticing this, Cheng Gu asked with curiosity, "What's wrong? Is it not to your liking?" "No." Jiang Chunan shook her head. "My stepmother just messaged me again. She wants to take me to meet someone named Xie Qilong." Upon hearing this, Cheng Gu scoffed derisively. At a time like this, she is still thinking of selling her daughter. If you're going to cut ties, do it decisively, just block and delete them. Jiang Chunan found his words quite reasonable. She promptly opened the system and removed her stepmother, along with her half-brother. After they finished their meal, they stepped outside together. Cheng Gu had a clear plan for the day. In 2 hours, he could perform the second summoning spell. Before that, he needed to upgrade the Lord's cabin to level 2. Once upgraded, not only would the area of his territory expand, but he would also unlock additional buildings. Focusing his thoughts, he lightly tapped the upgrade, button above the Lord's cabin, and in an instant, a series of relevant information appeared before him. Level 1 Lord's cabin, Level 2 Lord's wooden cabin. Materials required: 600 wooden planks, 400 stone blocks. Upgrade time: 30 minutes. Do you confirm the upgrade? Yes. With Chang Ji's affirmation, numerous construction materials materialized around the cabin, along with 2 small hammers lying quietly nearby. Chenggu and Jiang Chunin exchanged glances, each taking a hammer and starting to work industriously under the sun. Meanwhile, Grime was summoned from the contract space. Chenggu instructed Grime to search for plant fibers in the forest. 15 minutes later, ding, the Lord's cabin has successfully upgraded to a Level 2 Lord's wooden cabin. Lord's wooden cabin. Territory area expanded to 200 square meters. New buildings unlocked. Tools wooden fence. Villager cabin, arrow tower, blacksmith. Next level, stone cabin. Construction cost: 1,500 stone blocks, 500 wooden planks. After the upgrade, the cabin's area had only doubled, yet it had become significantly sturdier. More importantly, with the expansion of the territory, the fog could no longer shroud this area. This meant that even at 8 o'clock, they would not have to remain cooped up inside like the previous day. However, although the threat of the fog had temporarily lifted, wild beasts would still disturb the territory, so it was imperative to construct the fence promptly. Thinking of this, Chenggu turned to Jiang Chunan, placing his hand firmly on her delicate shoulder, and said earnestly, "We will likely have much to do later. I'll be relying on you." Jiang Chunan was momentarily taken aback. Then, understanding Cheng Ji's words, she shyly twisted her body and playfully retorted, "It's fine. I'm not tired. As long as there are grilled pork chops to eat later." Cheng Ji's lips twitched at her words. Ever since Jiang Chunan had tried meat, she had truly transformed into a little foodie. Nonetheless, he quickly reassured her with a smile. "Let us see if we can craft a fishing net today. If so, I'll prepare a seafood feast for you." Chapter 15. The Dwarven tribe. Hearing this, Jiang Chunin immediately brimmed with enthusiasm, hardly bothering to wipe her sweat as she resumed her work. An hour swiftly passed. Ding, 1,000 wooden planks consumed. Successfully constructed a villager cabin. Villager cabin, Level 1. Capacity for villagers, 2. Description. With a villager cabin, wandering natives from the island may be attracted to your territory. Ding. 500 wooden planks, 300 iron blocks, 500 stone blocks consumed. Successfully constructed an arrow tower. Arrow tower, Level 1. Damage, 200 per arrow. Maximum arrow capacity, 100. Attack interval, 3s. Description. As a crucial defensive structure of the territory, the arrow tower possesses considerable offensive power, capable of delivering a strong strike against any invading foes, safeguarding the territory's safety. "Let us take a break," Chenggu suggested, gazing at the 2 newly erected structures. With the addition of the villager cabin, it was now possible to attract natives from the island, who could be recruited with food, thus allowing the villagers to handle future construction tasks. The arrow tower would ensure that during the night or when he was absent from the territory, it could eliminate those creatures that dared to intrude. In his previous life, while playing games, Chenggu had fully upgraded all defensive structures, reaping a considerable number of beast corpses each morning. That moment, a massive figure slowly emerged in the distance. It was Grime returning. Clack, clack, clacked. As Grime approached Chenggu, he dropped several vine-like plants. "Well done, Grime," Chenggu praised, then focused his thoughts to decompose the plants on the ground. Ding, successfully decomposed Firevine 3, obtained 32 Firevine fibers. After consuming 2 phantom hound pelts that were used as blankets the previous night, he successfully crafted the Fearless Warrior's leather armor and the fishing net. To Cheng Ji's delight, due to the properties of the Firevine, the leather armor also possessed a special effect of fire resistance, reducing fire damage by 20. He handed the leather armor to Jiang Chunan, who received it with a look of gratitude, happily accepting it without refusal. Once donned, combined with her original shorts, Jiang Chunan felt less shy facing Chenggu. Just as Chenggu was about to suggest that she rest a bit longer, Jiang Chunan suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Chenggu, there are monsters coming." Chenggu's alertness surged as he turned to look. He saw 2 diminutive figures cautiously approaching them. Upon getting a clear view of the visitors, Chenggu chuckled in disbelief. "These are not monsters." Jiang Chunan, having recognized them as well, blushed and asked, "Then what are they?" "It seems we're in luck. Just after construction, we have villagers arriving." Chenggu smiled and continued, "These are the natives of the island. belonging to the Dwarven tribe. If we recruit them, we won't have to do the labor ourselves anymore. That's wonderful, Jiang Chunin exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Let us hurry and recruit them, indeed. Chenggu nodded. Why this time? The two dwarves had cautiously approached. Just as Chenggu was about to greet them, the two dwarves suddenly halted in their tracks. Niels, do we really have to join this fellow's territory? We barely escaped from the village. Do you want to be oppressed by that brute Quake again? Sigh, let us hope aligning with him is a wise choice. After a brief, hushed conversation, the two dwarves solemnly approached Chenggu. Honorable Lord, we are Niels Morg. Your territory appears vibrant and full of hope. With this sturdy arrow tower and warm cabin, we implore you to take us in. We shall serve you to the best of our abilities. Our dwarven kin excel in forging and construction, and we can certainly help you craft superior weapons and sturdier buildings. Chenggu examined them. Despite their diminutive stature, their eyes sparkled with intelligence. Clad in rudimentary animal skins and wielding crude stone tools, they stood before him. Chenggu smiled gently, naturally not inclined to refuse. Welcome to join us. You shall reside in that cabin. Chenggu gestured towards the newly constructed villager cabin. Upon hearing this, the two dwarves displayed expressions of delight. Honorable Lord, we shall remain eternally loyal to you. Ding. Thank you for successfully recruiting Morg and Niels. Niels, Morg, race, Dwarven tribe. Loyalty, 5560. Natives from the depths of the island. Often bullied due to their weaker combat abilities. Simply providing them with food will earn their loyalty. Chenggu swiftly retrieved 2 grilled pork chops from his backpack. Here, eat this, as my villagers. You will never go hungry again. A glimmer of desire flashed in their eyes as they trembled while accepting the roasted meat. Thank you, Lord. Ding. Niels, Morg's loyalty increased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 6570. Just then, Grime, who had been standing nearby, noticed the new companions and slowly approached with his massive frame. Clack, clack, clack. The two dwarves, in the midst of their meal, heard the thunderous footsteps and turned to look, their faces instantly filled with terror as they fell to the ground. Lord, run! It is a stone monster. Upon witnessing the palpable fear displayed by the two diminutive figures, Grime stood abruptly still, an awkward expression manifesting on his colossal stone visage. Observing this, Chenggu swiftly moved to reassure them. Fear not, for this is Grime, one of our own. Upon hearing these words, the terror etched on their faces morphed into confusion, and as they discerned that Grime bore no intentions of aggression, but rather exhibited an extraordinary gentleness, their gazes transformed into admiration. The Lord had indeed managed to tame such a massive stone creature. Niels, it seems our choice was indeed prudent. Ding! Your formidable presence has deepened the loyalty of your subjects. Niels, Morg, has gained 15 loyalty points. Current loyalty, 85. Chenggu raised an eyebrow slightly, astonished that within mere moments, their loyalty had surged past 80 points. When loyalty dips too low, subjects risk betrayal. Even if they refrain from treachery, they may become lethargic in their duties. Yet, when loyalty surpasses 80, they labor with unparalleled vigor, their efficiency markedly heightened. Should it reach 90, they would embrace even the most perilous of tasks without hesitation. Niels, Morg, I hereby assign you a task. Erect the blacksmith's forge first, and subsequently encircle our territory with wooden palisades. The two responded with solemn expressions, at your command, my lord. Chapter 16. The Second Summoning. Shadows of the jungle, morning hours slipped away in an instant. The duo had already constructed the blacksmith's forge. Now, Niels diligently laid the palisade along the edge of the territory, while Morg was tasked by Chenggu to forge iron arrows within the smithy. The crafting of these arrows was remarkably resource efficient. A single wooden plank and a piece of iron could yield 10 arrows. The rhythmic clang of metal resonated throughout the territory. Soon, midday arrived, and Chengji's gaze sparkled with excitement. The summoning skill in his skill bar had transitioned from a dull gray to a brilliant gold. The cooldown had refreshed. Without hesitation, he stepped onto a clear patch of land and activated the summoning spell. He initially tried to conjure an epic being in his mind, but sensed no connection. Indeed, summoning an epic creature was beyond his current capabilities. Chenggu murmured softly, though his expression bore little disappointment. He was merely a level 5 summoner, still in the initial tier. Reflecting on his previous life, during this stage in the game, he had squandered vast sums on skill refresh cards, fervently hoping for a rare being to emerge amidst a throng of ordinary creatures. Before long, a new summoning target materialized in his mind. The Grame he had previously summoned had proven invaluable in the endeavors of their territory, and this time, he intended to summon a being with heightened agility, more suited for hunting and combat. Changgu swiftly envisioned a shadowy figure of deep green. "You shall be the one, shadow of the jungle, alien." With a low exclamation, a verdant light erupted from the summoning circle before him. Swirling like a vortex, gradually coalescing into a distinct form in an instant, the light dissipated, revealing a slender figure. With perked ears and a gently swaying feline tail, its visage was obscured by a black mask, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes that gleamed like cold stars in the night sky, warily surveying its surroundings. Clad in a black cloak adorned with emerald patterns, wielding two short blades that exuded a chilling aura. It was enveloped in an ethereal shadowy essence, exuding both agility and danger. Shadow of the jungle, alien, blue elite, level 7, race, catfolk, health 487, attack 84, defense 18, strength 42, agility 19, constitution 9, spirit 9, skills, shadow step, blue blink behind the target, fatal strike, blue wielding dual blades to assault a single target, inflicting 200 of attack damage. Special talent, assassin's instinct. If attacking from behind, this attack's damage multiplier is 150 of the original. Affinity 60, hunger level 69. Alien approached Chenggu with graceful and elegant strides, then knelt before him, one knee touching the ground, and spoke in a cold yet resolute tone. "Master, shadow of the jungle, alien pledges her loyalty to you." Chenggu, witnessing this, broke into a gentle smile, stepping forward to tenderly stroke Alien's furry ears. "Please, rise." Just then, a crisp notification chimed in his ear. "Ding, Alien's affinity has increased by 5 points." Hearing this, Changgu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Despite Alien's seemingly aloof demeanor, appearing indifferent to all, the catfolk were inherently fond of having their ears petted by their masters. It served as a unique form of affectionate interaction for them. At that moment, Jiang Chunin approached, her curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Alien, she couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. "Wow! Changji, this your new summon?" As she spoke, she leaned closer, scrutinizing Alien with eyes brimming with admiration. "So adorable." Subsequently, Jiang Chunin gazed at Chenggu with eager anticipation, her hands unconsciously clasped together as she implored in a somewhat playful tone. Could I also pet her?" Chenggu, hearing this, smiled wryly. Indeed, this creature with its fluffy ears wielded tremendous allure over women. With that thought, he retrieved a piece of meat from the leader of the Mist Hound from his storage and extended it towards Alien. Speaking gently, "Alien, this lady is a dear friend of mine. She means you no harm." He gestured towards Jiang Chunin and continued, "May she also pet you?" Alien tilted her head, glancing at the meat in Chengji's hand, then scrutinizing Jiang Chunin with her sharp gaze. A flicker of hesitation passing through her eyes, yet ultimately, she gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Jiang Chunin's face blossomed into a radiant smile. She carefully extended her hand, gently resting it on Alien's furry ears, and began to stroke them slowly. Alien's body quivered slightly, her ears twitching involuntarily as she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to the touch of another, yet unable to contradict her earlier consent. She feigned composure, though the faint blush at the tips of her ears betrayed her bashful and awkward feelings. Chenggu observed this scene with a bemused smile, teasingly remarking, "Do take care, lest you provoke Alien." Jiang Chunin, hearing this, stuck out her tongue and quickly withdrew her hand. After feeding Alien several pieces of meat to satiate her hunger, Chenggu assigned Alien a task. "Alien, I entrust you with the mission of exploring the distribution of nearby monsters and the locations of various resource points. And then report the specifics back to me." As he spoke, he pointed towards the vast expanse of jungle beyond their territory, adding, "If you encounter any overly powerful monsters during your exploration, do not engage. Ensure your safety first, understood?" Alien, with her high agility and petite frame, was ideally suited for the jungle's battleground. Yet Chenggu remained concerned about her encountering insurmountable dangers. In his previous gaming experience, contract beings were mere data. Their demise elicited no emotional response. However, The situation was different now. They were living beings with flesh and blood. Thus, he instructed Alien to proceed ahead and scout the area. Later, he would accompany Graham for added security. At your command, Master, Alien acknowledged, her form a blur as she transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing amidst the lush foliage of the jungle. Chapter 17. Quest issued. Not far off, Niels and Morg beheld this spectacle. Their expressions filled with astonishment. Niels, did you see that? Did the Master summon another immensely powerful being? Morg swallowed hard, unable to contain his awe. Indeed. Niels narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the scene, his tone imbued with admiration. Though its size is comparable to ours, the aura it emanates feels even more formidable than that of the previous giant. It seemed their decision to follow the Lord had been exceedingly wise. Morg's astonishment gradually shifted into joy and relief. Indeed, we must toil diligently. We cannot afford to disappoint our Lord, Niels readily concurred. The two then prepared to turn back to their respective tasks. Just then, a series of system notifications rang in Chang Ji's ears. Ding! The loyalty of your subject Niels has increased by 20 points. Current loyalty, 100. Ding! The loyalty of your subject Morg has increased by 15 points. Current loyalty, 100. Hearing this cascade of notifications, Chang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. Demonstrating formidable strength before one's subjects is an effective means to engender greater loyalty among them. It is essential to recognize that the summoned contract beings are, in essence, not vastly different from the indigenous creatures of this land. They simply embody a more potent power and exhibit a significantly higher potential for growth than the ordinary native beings. Even a creature like Grime can effortlessly annihilate a dwarven settlement. Presently, Niels and Morg have completely pledged their loyalty to him, igniting within Changgu a burgeoning anticipation for the fabled treasures of the dwarves. Changgu was well aware of the legends surrounding the dwarven hordes from his previous life. While exploring the island, one might uncover relevant clues. If there happen to be dwarven subjects within his territory, and their loyalty is sufficiently high, there exists a probability they may willingly divulge information to their lord. However, there is a critical taboo. One must never inquire directly about the hidden treasures. Changgu had learned this lesson the hard way. In his previous incarnation, his impatience led him to ask about the dwarven secrets, resulting in suspicion from the dwarven subjects, who believed he harbored ulterior motives, thereby causing their loyalty to plummet. Just then, a series of crisp notification sounds echoed in his ears. Ding! Your contract being Alien has discovered a jungle predator camp. It has been marked on your map. Ding! Your contract being Alien has discovered a small iron or resource point. It has been marked on your map. Ding! Your contract being Alien has discovered an elite creature habitat. It has been marked on your map. As Changgu listened to the continuous notifications, he stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. If memory serves me right, the first quest should commence at 12 o'clock. Changgu furrowed his brow slightly and murmured to himself. Based on past experiences, this quest is likely to involve leveling up or something similar. Almost instantly after his words fell, a system notification blared in his ear. Server announcement. Server announcement. Server announcement. Attention all Lord players. The first Universal Quest, Initial Display of Talent, will officially commence in 1 minute. Please proceed to the surrounding areas to slay wild monsters for experience and enhance your strength. The quest completion will be evaluated based on the levels attained by each Lord player. The first player to reach level 10 will secure the top rank, and so on if one fails to reach level 10. Their ranking will be determined by their current level. It is imperative to note that the higher one ranks, the more substantial the rewards, resources, food, and crucial items will be. We encourage all Lords to participate enthusiastically. Subsequently, more notifications chimed in. Ding! The quest has been automatically accepted. Duration, 36 hours. Quest leaderboard, Misty Island, Zone 176 first place. Changgu, Jiang Chunan, LV 5 second place. Xie Qilong, Wang Hu, LV 3. Although the quest did not explicitly mention the rewards, Chang Ji's memory was already stirring. If he recalled correctly, aside from a plethora of resources, the first place reward should be an item known as the Certificate of the Brave. This certificate is a pivotal item for breaking through existing ranks upon reaching level 10. Additionally, there exists another method to obtain it, by defeating powerful creatures of boss level who are above level 10. For summoners, the demand for the Certificate of the Brave is particularly significant, as it is also a consumable required for the advancement of contract beings. Thus, Chang'e was resolutely determined to secure first place. Meanwhile, players across the continent stared wide-eyed at the announcement, subsequently igniting a fervent discussion in the chat channel. Brothers, did you see the newly released quest? Of course, this is a server-wide quest, but it probably has nothing to do with us lowly players. Indeed, I haven't even had a meal yet. Once the big shots start leveling up, food prices might drop a bit. Concurrently, at another location on the island, dozens of lord cabins were built adjacent to one another, creating a rather grand sight. Within the most central cabin, Xie Qilong stood quietly at the door, surveying the crowd. He too had received the announcement. Furrowing his brow, he opened the chat and sent a message in a group chat named Longhu Gang. Everyone, gather in my cabin.as. The leader of the Longhu Gang in Jiangnan province, Xie Qilong had connections in both the underworld and the upper echelons. Thus, he quickly gathered a number of brothers upon entering the game. Leveraging their numerical advantage, they collaborated to establish several buildings, and he successfully leveled up to 3. Earlier that morning, the Lord's cabin had recruited 2 formidable hunters. Xie Qilong was resolute about seizing this quest. Before long, the cabin was filled with people, conversing in hushed tones, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Xie Qilong's expression turned serious as he scanned the crowd, then proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, I trust you have all seen the quest. With so many of us gathered, we represent the most formidable force among all players. I assert that we must secure first place this time. This is crucial for the future growth of our Longhu Gang in this alternate world." After a while, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Xie Qilong alone in the cabin. His face darkened as he gazed at the quest leaderboard, anger flickering in his eyes. Chang'e, first place. No wonder that woman delayed after taking my provisions. Jiangxihunan.is, he your source of confidence? Chapter 18. Annihilation of the jungle predator camp. Within the territory, Morg had forged several hundred iron arrows, which Chang'e promptly filled into the arrow towers. Grime was assigned to clear the trees surrounding the territory. At this moment, Chang'e was directing 2 little dwarves to adjust the arrangement of the fences. Jiang Chunin stood nearby, feeling somewhat idle, and decided to prepare some meat for the group, readying the midday meal. Just then, a green figure flashed in the distance. Alien had returned. Chang'e greeted her with a smile. "Alien, thank you for your hard work. Have something to eat and take a rest. We shall head out again this afternoon." Half an hour later, Chang'e officially commenced his first exploration on Misty Island. Alien, armed with dual daggers, vigilantly guarded Chang Ji's left side. Jiang Chunan, clutching the wand of mist, was equally cautious. Grime was too slow, so he was stored in the contract space, to be summoned for battle later. Based on proximity, Chang Ji's group first arrived at the jungle predator camp. From a distance, they could already see several rickety wooden huts and shelters haphazardly constructed. The planks were stained with dried blood, and the acrid scent of blood infiltrated their nostrils even from afar. As they drew closer, the system issued a warning. Danger warning. Ahead lies a medium-sized jungle predator camp, levels 10 to 15, inhabited by creatures far exceeding the current levels of players. Please proceed with caution. Chang'e, this jungle predator camp appears formidable. Jiang Chunin furrowed her brow and asked anxiously, "Do we stand a chance?" "Absolutely," Chang'e replied with a faint smile. "This danger warning is based on our current levels. Not accounting for my summoned beings, with Alien and Grime by my side, it is merely a medium-sized jungle predator camp. We shall undoubtedly prevail with that." Chang'e summoned Grime without a moment's hesitation. "Grime, draw their fire." Alien, once the jungle predators are distracted by Grime, swiftly eliminate them all. With a heavy tread, Grime complied, marching straight into the jungle predator camp, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Alien, like a specter, vanished into the underbrush beside the camp, her dual daggers glinting coldly in the sunlight. "Come out, we are under attack. It's a stone creature. They are courting death." The jungle predators quickly became agitated by the commotion Grime caused. Discovering this unwelcome guest, enraged, they charged towards Grime, brandishing their spears and shields. However, they were soon rendered speechless by Grime's astonishing defensive capabilities. How is this stone creature not taking any damage?" a jungle predator exclaimed in disbelief. As their spear repeatedly struck Grime, inflicting only minimal damage. Among the predators, a higher-level leader quickly directed, "Everyone, do not panic. Its speed is slow. Surround it and wear it down." from afar, Cheng-gu and Jiang Chunin crouched in the grass. Observing this scene, I must say, the coordination among these jungle hunters is quite remarkable. One hunter deliberately attracts Grimm's ire, and just as Grimm gathers strength to launch an attack, the others swiftly strike from the opposite side, inciting Grimm's fury to an uncontrollable level. The moment has arrived. At that instant, Chang Ji's gaze sharpened, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Ailian in the distance. In perfect synchrony, he and Jiang Chuanan unleashed their skills, bestowing two beneficial effects upon Ailian: blessing, healing. In an instant, Ailian was imbued with these two buffs, and under an impressive 110 attribute enhancement, her attack power surged to a terrifying 178 points. Shadow Strike, Deadly Hunt. Ailian transformed into a green blur, darting like lightning behind the lead jungle hunter, and without hesitation, she enacted the Deadly Hunt skill. Health minus 534. Combined with her innate ability, Assassin's Instinct, which boosts damage from behind by 50, Ailian's strike utterly obliterated the jungle hunter leader. Ding, your contracted entity, Jungle Shadow, Ailian, has slain the jungle hunter, LV7, and you have gained 600 experience points. The leader has fallen. Who is she, that she could vanquish the leader in a single blow? The remaining jungle hunters, bereft of their commander, faltered in disarray. Faced with Grimm's assault, they could no longer maneuver with the same ease they had moments before. Within 10 minutes, the jungle hunters in the encampment suffered significant casualties, and the few remaining, sensing danger, turned to flee towards the rear of the camp. Yet, their speed could not match that of Ailian. Soon, the remaining 11 jungle hunters were entirely eradicated. Ding, your contracted entities, Rock Golem, Grimm, and Jungle Shadow, Ailian, have collectively slain jungle hunters, LV3, 6, LV4, 6. You have gained a total of 2,250 experience points. Your level has risen to level 8, with 1,500 experience points required for the next level. Attribute bonuses acquired. Current attribute panel: Attack, 72, Defense, 24, Strength, 10, Agility, 15, Spirit, 36, Constitution, 12, Amazing. Cheng-gu felt a wave of exhilaration as he ascended 3 levels, his body seemingly fortified in every aspect. Beside him, Jiang Chuanan, sharing the same leveling system, also experienced this delight, letting out a soft hum of approval. Ailian and Grimm, being of higher levels, required more experience, and since they only received half for assists, both advanced by a level. Ailian now reached level 8, while Grimm attained level 7. At that moment, Cheng-gu slowly approached. The ground was littered with the corpses of jungle hunters, each marked with a decompose button. It was time for Harvest. Chapter 19. Harvest, a new skill book. Ding, decomposition successful. As Cheng-gu systematically decomposed the spoils, a plethora of luminous orbs fell to the ground. Most orbs were white, with a few green ones, and among them, one orb radiated a dazzling blue light. Cheng Ji's attention was immediately captivated by that blue orb. Vinecraft Skill Book, Blue, usable by magic-based professions. Upon use, the skill Vinecraft is learned. This skill allows the summoner to conjure resilient vines from the ground, binding the target's movement for 5 seconds. With a 30% chance to inflict a poison state, causing a loss of 1 of maximum health per second, the skill has a cooldown of 30 seconds. A surge of uncontainable joy flashed in Cheng Ji's eyes as he eagerly stowed the skill book in his backpack. As a summoner, the skills he typically acquired were predominantly enhancement and control types. In his previous life, the first skill book he obtained was also this Vinecraft. Summoners need not engage in close combat. They simply command their contracted entities from a distance, occasionally releasing enhancement or control skills, which made Vinecraft exceptionally fitting for him. The other orbs did not yield any additional skill books. However, 3 pieces of green armor, 3 green spears and 10 white spears, along with white armor and boots, were among the spoils. Cheng-gu did not hesitate, promptly equipping a piece of armor and boots, while storing the rest in his backpack. Intending to leave 2 sets for the villagers and sell the remainder at the trading post. As for the several hundred pieces of hunter meat and bones, Cheng-gu chose not to collect them. Consuming such items could easily lead to viral infections, and this permanent negative status could only be removed with high-quality purification skills. After gathering all the materials, Cheng-gu made his way to the hunter's wooden cabin. Upon entering the largest cabin, he found it empty save for an oversized bed, clearly a place for the hunters to rest. With a swift kick, he smashed the bed, successfully uncovering a wooden chest beneath. Ding! Decomposition successful. Gained silver coins 300, wheat seeds 100, wooden blocks 10. Oh? Chung Gu was taken aback by the amount of silver coins from the chest. This jungle hunter camp was surprisingly affluent. Nearing the wealth of a large encampment in this world, silver coins and gold coins served as common currency, destined to be used for trade with other towns and nations once ships were constructed. 300 silver coins constituted a substantial fortune. Next, Chung Gu proceeded to search the remaining 2 cabins. In one cabin, he discovered 3 sheep raised by the hunters, which he promptly eliminated. They yielded mutton and wool, as well as a crafting blueprint for a wool blanket. How splendid tonight! He would finally have a blanket to cover himself. Jiang Chuanan cheered with delight. Chung Gu chuckled in response. The previous night had been quite uncomfortable, and had it not been for the soft warmth shared with Jiang Chuanan, the night would have been intolerable. The last cabin served as the hunter's cooking area. As he stepped inside, a pungent metallic scent assaulted his senses. The floor stained with blood. Prior to entering, Jiang Chuanan had eagerly expressed her desire to search the place, mirroring Cheng Ji's earlier actions. But upon crossing the threshold, she clutched her chest, her face paling as she stumbled back. "What's wrong?" Chung Gu rushed to steady her delicate waist. Jiang Chuanan covered her mouth with both hands, retching uncontrollably. At that moment, Chung Gu seemed to have an epiphany. He gently patted her back, then released her to step into the room. The sight within was chaotic, with severed limbs and bloodshed strewn across the floor. Scattered about were several familiar novice garments, indicating that at least 4 players had met their demise at the hands of the jungle hunters. No wonder they hadn't encountered other players along the way. It turned out they had. Chung Gu gazed at the gruesome scene, a deep sigh escaping his lips as his stomach churned. However, he had no intention of allying with other players. So as his territory expanded, it was inevitable he would encounter nearby players. He could only think of it as the jungle hunters having preemptively dealt with a potential threat for him. Chung Gu consoled himself with this thought. He then turned his attention to the cooking area, where a blood-soaked pot and knife lay in sight, certainly unfit for use. Shifting his gaze, he discovered new items. Salt tin, a common seasoning, extracted from seawater. Chili powder tin, a seasoning crafted by the people of the Misty Isle civilization, scavenged by the jungle hunters after the collapse of civilization. Despite being a millennium old, it appears still consumable. Chang Ji's mouth twitched at the system's notification. After a millennium, it could still be edible? Nevertheless, after some consideration, he chose to stash them in his system backpack. As someone who had traversed from a civilized society, enduring days without seasoning was indeed a challenge. However, it was best that Jiang Chuanan remained unaware of this. Regardless of their origins or age, he would simply claim they were purchased from the trading post. Chung Gu silently resolved, stepping outside. "Chung Gu, did you find anything?" At this moment, Jiang Chuanan had somewhat recovered, though her complexion remained ghastly, nothing of value. Chung Gu shook his head. "Let us depart." "Machem?" Jiang Chuanan nodded vigorously, wishing to leave this dreadful place without delay. As they walked, Jiang Chuanan still appeared shaken. Chung Gu pondered for a moment and decided to share some gaming experiences from his previous life to divert her attention. Chung Gu contemplated briefly and chose to discuss his past gaming experiences to shift her focus. In fact, these jungle hunters could be attracted and recruited by the villagers' cottages. Jiang Chuanan's eyes brightened with curiosity. How could that be possible? She found it hard to imagine that such brutal jungle hunters would willingly join a human settlement. Chung Gu chuckled, continuing his explanation. Their formidable combat prowess indeed makes them tempting to recruit. However, they are unlikely to be truly loyal. Should you take them hunting, there is a significant risk of encountering traps set in collusion, leading to a complete ambush by the hunters. As they walked, Chung Gu glanced at the current task leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, he maintained his position at the top with his level 8 status. However, Chung Gu was slightly astonished to see that the second place, Xie Qilong, had already reached level 6. At that moment, Chung Gu recalled that name. Wasn't he this the man Jiang Chuanan's stepmother wanted her to meet? He must possess some skill. No wonder her mother would fawn over him. Nevertheless, Chung Gu felt unconcerned. Although this progress is remarkably ahead of the entire server, it still pales in comparison to his. With the ongoing lead, Chenggu no longer felt the urgency to rush forward. Instead, he instructed Grime to clear the trees and stones as they walked. Ding. Successfully decomposed the log. Obtained 30 wooden blocks. Ding. Successfully decomposed the stone. Obtained 27 stone blocks. Before long, they arrived at the resource point previously discovered by Aileen. Small iron or resource point. Expected extractable iron quantity, 2,000 iron blocks. Excellent. Chenggu beamed with satisfaction at the sight of the resource point. With Grime's astonishing mining efficiency, it was estimated that this iron mine could be completely excavated in just over an hour. Just as Chenggu was preparing to mine alongside Grime before hunting down the boss-level creature, the system suddenly issued a warning. Ding! Heavy rain warning. Expected arrival in 1.5 hours. What? Chenggu was taken aback. Once the heavy rain arrived, not only could it lead to illness, but the land would become a quagmire, making movement extremely cumbersome. More critically, many powerful creatures that usually lurked in hiding would be disturbed by the rain and venture out, significantly increasing the potential risks. Reluctantly, Chenggu had to alter his plans. Grime, stay here and mine the iron. We will swiftly deal with that boss-level creature. Chapter 20. Wolf-Headed Shaman. Immediately, Chenggu, accompanied by Jiang Chunan, hastened toward the direction of the boss-level creature. Aileen led the way at the forefront. The jungle was fraught with peril, concealing countless venomous insects and snakes. Even seemingly ordinary plants could harbor lethal toxins. However, Aileen weaved through the underbrush like a specter, effortlessly guiding Chenggu and Jiang Chunan away from various hidden dangers. Along the way, they encountered numerous wild beasts. Under normal sunny weather, Chenggu would not have easily let such opportunities to enhance their strength slip away. But with the impending storm, they could only allow these beasts to escape by the skin of their teeth. Before long, they arrived at a valley. In the distance stood a wolf-headed man wielding a staff, towering over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles radiating a fierce aura and cunning emerald eyes as he rested against a rock. Wolf-Headed Shaman, Blue Boss level 10, Health, 1432, Attack, 98, Defense, 22, Strength, 35, Agility, 16, Constitution, 11, Spirit, 49, Skills. Soul Curse, can curse a target exposed to its light, randomly depleting one attribute for 10 seconds, cooldown time 60 seconds. Wolf Spirit Summon, can summon 3 wolf spirits with attributes 1/3 of its own to assist in battle, cooldown time 30 minutes. Description: a shaman expelled from the wolf-headed tribe, possessing mysterious and formidable powers, adept at harnessing the forces of nature and spirit in combat, making it a particularly troublesome opponent. The wolf-headed shaman was a nightmare for many players during their novice days in the previous game. Not only did it possess the ability to directly deplete an attribute with its curse skill, but the summoned wolf spirits were also exceedingly troublesome. Moreover, the wolf-headed man appeared to wield a staff. Yet he had no ranged attack spells. Once the wolf spirits were summoned, he would directly use the staff to bludgeon his foes. From its explosive muscles and high strength value, one could glean some insight. Many players would fall victim to this trap. Nevertheless, Chenggu remained confident, especially after acquiring the Vine spell, feeling assured of victory. Your wolf spirits are indeed formidable, but that is only if they can be summoned. Chenggu thought. The Vine spell, being a control skill, only provided a single opportunity to interrupt the casting. For other players, even with this awareness, it would be challenging to determine which skill the wolf-headed shaman would unleash. But for Chenggu, who had played for many years, discerning the skill from the casting animation had become second nature. At that moment, with Eileen's instantaneous burst of power, it would ensure that the wolf-headed shaman would have no chance to react. Chenggu gestured for Jiang Chunan and Aileen to come closer, whispering, "Listen, we will." Moments later, Eileen's figure flickered, blending seamlessly with the dense jungle, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Chunan appeared somewhat anxious, tightly gripping her staff. Noticing this, Chenggu gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't be nervous. As long as we stick to the plan, there won't be any surprises." Jiang Chunan nodded vigorously. In the next moment, the two ceased hiding their presence and directly appeared before the wolf-headed shaman, unleashing a barrage of magic balls and basic attacks upon it. Health -49, Health -42. The wolf-headed shaman, enjoying its rest, was momentarily stunned by the sudden assault, struck 3 or 4 times in quick succession. It quickly regained its composure, instantly enraged. How dare these tiny humans disturb its peaceful slumber? With a wave of its staff, it shattered the incoming magic balls. Awoo! With a deafening roar, the wolf-headed shaman was utterly provoked. Run! Chenggu and Jiang Chun in feigned panic. Their current goal was to bait out the wolf-headed shaman's skills. If it unleashed the soul curse, they could avoid the possibility of Aileen having her attributes wiped out. If it was the wolf spirit summon, then it would be unable to use it again for half an hour. Chenggu, can you tell? Jiang Chunan anxiously asked while running. Chenggu sprinted while closely observing the wolf-headed shaman's movements, responding loudly, "It's the soul curse, don't worry about it." As soon as the words left his mouth, two beams shot forth like lightning, striking the fleeing duo in an instant. Chang Ji's defense attribute plummeted to 0, while Jiang Chuanan's agility was nullified, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, Chenggu reacted swiftly, catching her just in time. Jiang Chunan quickly used purification, and a 1-meter-wide halo appeared around them, dispelling all negative effects. However, the wolf-headed shaman had already closed the distance, now less than 10 meters away. Upon seeing this, the wolf-headed shaman revealed a cruel grin. These weaklings dared to challenge it. They would become its dinner. It raised its staff once more, ready to release its skill. This time, it would summon its wolf spirit offspring, leaving these two humans with no chance of escape. Now, Chang Ji's gaze sharpened, raising his novice staff to cast Vine Spell. With a flash of green light, he swung his hand decisively toward the wolf-headed shaman. Instantly, several unyielding vines erupted from the ground, slithering toward the wolf-headed shaman like serpents. With astonishing speed, the vines ensnared the creature's legs, rendering it immobile and interrupted its wolf spirit summon. At that moment, Aileen, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity and shot forth like an arrow. Chenggu and Jiang Chunan promptly buffed Aileen. With her blade glinting ominously, she lunged at the wolf-headed shaman's heart. Critical strike. Health minus 753. This devastating blow caused a significant portion of the wolf-headed shaman's health to vanish. Damn humans, it howled in fury, not anticipating that its spell would be interrupted, nor that it would be ambushed by a hidden ally. It swiftly turned, batting Aileen away with its staff, knocking off a fifth of her health. At that moment, the control time of the vine spell elapsed, and the wolf-headed shaman regained its mobility. Its emerald eyes burned with hatred, realizing that it was not wise to linger. It turned and fled. Although its agility was slightly inferior to Aileen's, its sheer size allowed it to cover several meters in one stride, making it difficult to pursue. However, Aileen's shadow step had yet to be used. In the next instant, Aileen instantly flashed behind the wolf-headed shaman and thrust her dagger. Health minus 283. Ding! Your contracted creature, Jungle Shadow, Aileen, has slain the wolf-headed shaman, LV10. You have gained 1,300 experience points, 200 points remaining until the next level. Although Chenggu was still a bit away from leveling up, he was not disheartened. Generally, areas where boss-level creatures resided would conceal treasure chests of the same rarity. Moreover, as Chenggu decomposed the wolf-headed shaman's corpse, two blue light orbs emerged. Chapter 21. Heavy Rain on Misty Island. Not only Chenggu was striving to level up. Meanwhile, at another location on the island, under the guidance of two hunters, Xie Qilong and his group were also making considerable progress. They had discovered numerous traces of wild beasts and even eradicated a dwarf village. Thanks to these accomplishments, Xie Qilong's level had rapidly soared to level 6. At that moment, one of the hunters approached Xie Qilong, respectfully stating, "Esteemed Lord, before the heavy rain arrives, may I request your permission to take you to one last location? I assure you, there, you will surely ascend to the throne of first place." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Xie Qilong's eyes. Initially, he harbored a modicum of skepticism regarding these two hunters, whose loyalty barely grazed 60. However, after an entire afternoon of combat, he had entirely relinquished his reservations, now firmly convinced of their allegiance. What did a slight deficiency in loyalty matter? He was resolute in his belief that he possessed a discerning vision and an undeniable charisma as a leader. As the party ventured deeper, the surrounding landscape grew increasingly desolate and forlorn. Yet, the group remained blissfully immersed in the lofty aspirations of imminent grand rewards, oblivious to any signs of danger at long last. Upon reaching their destination, an alarming notification abruptly surfaced on their screens. Danger alert. Ahead lies a large hunter's encampment. Before them stood a sizable encampment, bustling with figures, armed hunters casting cold, predatory glances upon them. A chill of dread coursed through Xie Qilong as he exclaimed, "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, by a tranquil pond, a man with a gentle visage, exuding a hint of androgyny, was steadily drawing back his longbow. His gaze was intensely focused, and with a twang of the bowstring, a blade-like arrow soared through the air, striking true into the eye of a level 6 crocodile. As the creature collapsed with a thunderous crash, the man, Zhao Wenjun, ascended to level 6. Relishing the exhilarating rush coursing through his body, he let out a laugh tinged with a hint of morbidity. Once a nationally renowned superstar, he had commanded legions of ardent female fans. Yet, devoid of any connections, he had been forced to endure the relentless pressures from his company's executives each night, catering to those. Most infuriatingly, there had been an instance when an elderly man had taken him home, and that loathsome paparazzo had captured the moment, despite the unwavering support from his fervent fans. Every event he attended was rife with disdainful glances from staff and fellow celebrities alike. Clenching his fists, Zhao Wenjun seethed, "All of you deserve the utmost punishment. If I ever cross paths with you, none shall escape, moreover. Nan, you are the only exceptional woman. They mock me mercilessly, yet you are the sole one willing to smile before me. Before my journey, I believed myself unworthy of you, but now, I am determined to claim you." Ding. Successfully dismantled the corpse of the Wolf-Head Shaman. Acquired Wolf-Head Shaman's meat 56. First consumption grants 2 points of spirit and 2 points of strength. Acquired Curse Staff, Blue Spirit 15. Cooldown reduction 5. Special effect. Curse target struck by the wielder has agility reduced by 10 for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 10s. Acquired Shaman Cloak, Green Spirit 8, Constitution 4. Acquired Arrow Tower Modification Scroll, Blue Unlock Special Building, Modified Arrow Tower. Imbuing it with special effects. Consumes Mist Crystal 99, produced in Mist Island arrows fired by the tower inflict poison. Consumes Polar Ice Crystal 99, produced in the polar region arrows fired by the tower inflict freezing. Consumes Thunder Crystal 99, produced in Thunderous Land arrows fired by the tower inflict electric shock. Acquired Silver Coins 100, Mist Crystals 3, Dwarven Forged Holy Grail, Heroes Certificate 1, a key item for upgrading from Tier 1 to Tier 2. A bountiful harvest. Changgu excitedly high-fived Jiang Chunan, their eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. A tribute-enhancing meat, a cursed staff, an arrow tower modification scroll, a hero's certificate. These are truly splendid items. Changgu eagerly stowed these treasures into his backpack before donning the shaman cloak. The journey back to their territory, originally a mere 20-minute stroll, now required a detour to collect grime. "Hurry! A storm is approaching," Changgu urged. "Indeed," Jiang Chunan replied, her long legs swiftly keeping pace behind him. They successfully reunited with Grime, who had excavated 3/4 of the iron ore. The remainder would have to wait for another day. After placing Grime into the contract space, Chenggu and Jiang Chunan hastened their return. Yet, just a few hundred meters from their territory, the heavens opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. Despite their best efforts, they were a moment too late. The raindrops, large as beans, cascaded down, enveloping the world in a curtain of rain. Jiang Chunan, caught unawares, was thoroughly drenched. "Quick, take shelter with me," Chenggu exclaimed, swiftly unfurling his cloak and drawing her close, wrapping her tightly within its fabric. In that instant, their bodies pressed closely together, causing Jiang Chunan to shiver. Her heart racing like a startled deer. She could distinctly feel Chengji's warmth seeping through the thin fabric. Thus, they leaned against each other, step by step, slowly traversing the final few hundred meters to their abode. Upon returning to their small cabin, Chenggu tossed aside the rain-soaked cloak. Jiang Chunan, in turn, unfastened the leather armor clinging to her figure, revealing a delicate garment that accentuated her alluring curves. Chenggu crouched down, skillfully igniting the fireplace, then straightened, exhaling softly. "It seems we won't be venturing out tonight. I'll heat some water for bathing. We can take turns washing off the chill." Chapter 22. Who is the best? Jiang Chuanan's clothes, soaked through, clung uncomfortably to her skin. With a slight frown, she decisively removed the drenched camisole and laid it by the fireplace to dry. Then, She swiftly retrieved a spare outfit from her system backpack while Chenggu was momentarily distracted. This newfound trick of hers allowed for a rapid change, far surpassing the traditional method. For instance, with this BJN, if she were to change manually, she would have to tie it, but with the backpack, it was already in place, immensely convenient. Meanwhile, Chenggu, engrossed in roasting meat, merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Chunan in her new attire. Chenggu, astonished, exclaimed, "How did you manage that?" Jiang Chunan, hands on her hips, puffed out her chest with a smug expression. "Compliment me a little, and I'll tell you." Chenggu, unfazed, turned away, then never mind. Jiang Chunan, taken aback by his blunt refusal, felt her earlier bravado crumble. She tugged at his sleeve, gently shaking him. "Oh, don't be like that. Just compliment me a bit. It won't cost you anything." Chenggu, glancing at her eager yet slightly petulant demeanor, couldn't he help but smirk. "Very well, Miss Jiang Chunan. You are beautiful and exceptionally intelligent. Is that sufficient for you?" Upon hearing this praise, Jiang Chunan's face blossomed with a triumphant smile, bouncing like a jubilant bird. For reasons unknown, she felt as if she were standing on a grand stage. Receiving accolades and the exhilaration of that moment surpassed even the joy of winning a grand prize. Clearing her throat, she adopted a serious tone. "Since you are so sincere, I shall generously share with you." In the system backpack, Chenggu, astonished, replied, "I never knew it could be manipulated this way." After their playful banter, the wolf meat was finally ready. Cooked to perfection, the exterior was golden brown while the interior remained tender, emitting an enticing aroma that bore no resemblance to the tough, unpalatable flavor of real wolf meat. Chenggu and Jiang Chunan each took a piece, and Chenggu, with a thought, summoned Ailian, offering her a portion as well. "Meow, thank you, master." Upon spotting the meat, Ailian's eyes sparkled with delight, her gaze fixated upon it as if glued. Jiang Chunan, instinctively, opened her mouth wide, ready to devour the morsel. Just then, Chenggu seized her arm. "What is the matter?" Jiang Chunan inquired, perplexed, her stomach growling incessantly. Moreover, she couldn't forget the invigorating sensation that accompanied her attribute enhancements after consuming such meat previously. "Sprinkle some of this. It will taste even better." Chenggu produced chili powder and salt as if performing a magic trick. Jiang Chunan's eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with excitement. You actually had these treasures hidden away. Where did you get them?" Chenggu hesitated for a moment before answering. "I saw someone selling them at the exchange. They weren't expensive, so I bought them." Oh. Jiang Chunan nodded, not pondering further, urging eagerly, "Hurry, sprinkle it on. I can't wait to taste this seasoned wolf meat." Chenggu chuckled as he took the piece of meat from her hands, evenly distributing the chili powder and salt before gently shaking it to ensure the spices adhered well. When he returned it to Jiang Chunan, the combined fragrance of the meat and the seasonings was utterly irresistible. Jiang Chunan took a deep breath. The mingling scents of spice and savory aromas invaded her nostrils, almost causing her mouth to water. With great caution, she took a bite. The originally tender wolf meat, adorned with spices, instantly transcended in flavor. It was simply exquisite. With each mouthful, tears of delight nearly streamed down Jiang Chunan's face. Beside her, Ailian savored the dish with great enthusiasm, making muffled sounds of appreciation as if expressing her admiration for the delectable feast. Just as the group finished their meal, a prompt echoed in their ears. "You have consumed a special food? Spirit 2, Strength 2, at the same time. Another notification rang in Chang Ji's ears. "Your contracted being, the shadow of the forest, Ailian's favorability has increased by 20, current favorability 85. After deconstructing 56 pieces of wolf meat, they obtained a total of 224 small portions. With such an abundance, there was no need for frugality. The three indulged, devouring several more pieces. Once satiated, Ailian lazily stretched and, with a sense of contentment, returned to the contract space for a long slumber. After their hearty meal, Ailian drifted off to sleep, while Chenggu and the other two retreated to their beds. Outside, torrential rain poured down, forcing even the two dwarfs to halt their work. Chenggu felt a twinge of regret at not reaching level 10 today. He opened the chat channel, where players on Island 176 were fervently debating who would secure the top spot in the first quest. With the downpour, no one can venture out to hunt. I believe it will definitely be Nanan and Chenggu who will firmly hold the first position. I concur with the previous speaker. I also support Chenggu. No one can go hunting. Why not check who is currently in second place? Zhao Wenjun is level 7 now. Wasn't he in third place before? Has he been hunting in the rain? Of course, it's because I gave Brother Wenjun a piece of water-resistant gear. Just wait. Tomorrow Brother Wenjun will surely surpass Chenggu. The blue bow and arrow in Brother Wenjun's hands were gifted by me. My boyfriend keeps trying to stop me. So stingy. I feel for your boyfriend for a moment. Exactly. Is there any chance it could be Xie Qilong? He is the leader of the Longhu Society. He commands dozens of brothers. To the one above, your information is outdated. I heard he was ambushed by the jungle hunters today and lost half his men before barely escaping. Chapter 23, Jiang Chuan'an's infatuated follower. In summary, on Island 176, Chenggu, Zhao Wenjun, and Xie Qilong had already distanced themselves significantly from the others. Consequently, most players had long given up on the delusion of competing for a top 3 position. Instead, they turned their attention to attempting to join one of the 3 men's teams, WY now. Nearly all players had heard about Xie Qilong's team suffering heavy losses due to the jungle hunters' deceit. However, the fact that they managed to survive and counterattack after enduring such fierce battles undoubtedly demonstrated the viability of teamwork. One could imagine that most players, if lured by the jungle hunters alone, would likely meet with disastrous fates. As a prime candidate for first place, Zhao Wenjun received numerous friend requests from players inquiring about the possibility of teaming up with him, predominantly from his female fans. Zhao Wenjun, however, did not accept all requests indiscriminately. Instead, he meticulously selected based on potential class compatibility. Even a female fan who had previously gifted him a weapon was ruthlessly denied due to her profession as an inconsequential weaver. Meanwhile, at the Longhu Society, the remaining dozen members sat in Xie Qilong's room, their faces reflecting their lingering shock. Wang Hu, the second in command of the Longhu Society, had lost 3 fingers in the skirmish and was currently receiving treatment from a healing class member within the team. Xie Qilong sat there, his expression dark and brooding. Not only had they lost several brothers, but they were also more frustrated by the fact that the jungle hunters had previously led them to annihilate a small dwarf tribe. It was only afterward that he learned the dwarves were a highly unique race, possessing exceptional construction skills and expertise in crafting various tools, making them one of the crucial groups eligible for recruitment. However, once a dwarf tribe was killed, the entire race would blacklist the perpetrators, rendering recruitment impossible. At that moment, Xie Qilong noticed the discussions in the chat channel about the Longhu Society, and he immediately erupted in fury. Who leaked the information? Xie Qilong's face darkened like stormy waters. He vividly remembered issuing strict orders to his subordinates upon returning, forbidding them to disclose any details about the team's heavy losses to outsiders. Who would have thought that other players still caught wind of it? The 2 hunters who joined the team were sanctioned by him, leaving Xie Qilong feeling utterly humiliated. After what seemed like an eternity, a bespectacled man, trembling and nursing a wound on his chest, stood up cautiously, his voice quaking as he spoke. Dragon brother, I truly didn't mean to. I only told one particularly close brother, who assured me he wouldn't tell anyone else. Who knew, you fool? How dare you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Xie Qilong's eyes instantly reddened, resembling a furious beast, as he raised his hand high, ready to strike at that critical moment. Wang Hu, enduring the excruciating pain from his severed fingers, abruptly stood up and grasped Xie Qilong's arm. Dragon brother, please remain calm. Xiao Hu certainly didn't do it intentionally. If it weren't for him shielding you from a blow earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With Wang Hu's intervention, Xie Qilong paused, then abruptly sank back into his chair, the anger gradually dissipating from his face. At that moment, Xie Qilong noticed a continuous stream of friend requests flooding in, and upon inspecting them, he found they were all players requesting to join the Longhu Society. His expression softened slightly as he spoke in a low tone. I do not wish to see a repeat of this. With that, he accepted all the friend requests. Having lost the opportunity to recruit the dwarves, they were in urgent need of more manpower to compensate for their losses and strengthen their ranks. Meanwhile, Chenggu received an astounding number of friend requests, totaling several hundred. He had no intention of teaming up with others, as a summoner was a one-man army, rendering collaboration unnecessary. Unable to reject each request individually, he opened the chat channel to express his disinterest in forming a team. Upon hearing this, the chat channel erupted with lamentations from players. Just as Cheng Gu sent his message, Jiang Chunan suddenly leaned in closer. Cheng Gu looked over in confusion to see Jiang Chunan displaying her chat panel before him. Glancing at it, he noticed a lengthy message sent to Jiang Chunan, and he found himself reading it aloud. Nanan, ever since I first laid eyes on you, I have been deeply captivated by your beautiful smile. While everyone else mocked me, you were the only one willing to smile at me. Later, I noticed you glancing my way several times. Surely you must have feelings for me too. I understand that your teaming up with Cheng Gu was merely a coincidence. Do not worry, tomorrow I will definitely surpass him and bring you into my team. If he treats you poorly, just let me know. The more Cheng Gu read, the more peculiar his expression became. Who is this person? What an ultimate love letter from a sycophant. After finishing the lengthy, essay-like message, he finally comprehended that this individual appeared to be an ardent admirer of Jiang Chunan, anxious that she might be treated poorly and eager to have her join his team. At that moment, Cheng Gu noticed the friend's information at the top of the message. Zhao Wenjun? The very Zhao Wenjun currently ranked second, rumored to often be sent by the company. Jiang Chunan grimaced and nodded. Seemingly worried Cheng Gu would misunderstand, hastily explaining. This person is delusional. I hardly know him. We just met once. We happened to participate in the same program, and out of courtesy, I smiled at him. Moreover, he kept staring at me, making me uncomfortable, and I eventually had to glare at him several times. Who would be infatuated with him? Besides, he doesn't even compare to you. What do you mean by besides? Jiang Chuanan's voice trailed off, growing softer, and Cheng Gu couldn't quite catch her final words. No, nothing. Jiang Chunan nearly revealed her true feelings, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly shifted the topic. Anyway, I'm not familiar with him. I heard that every time he films a movie, he always goes to the directors, as Jiang Chunan spoke. She directly blacklisted and deleted Zhao Wenjun in front of Cheng Gu. Cheng Gu did not press further. As for Zhao Wenjun's claim of surpassing him tomorrow, he hadn't given it a second thought. It was already 7:30. And even if Zhao Wenjun braved the rain to level up, he would need to finish before the fog descended. Currently, his level still lagged behind Cheng Gu by 1. Given this time, he had failed to surpass him. By tomorrow morning, that possibility would be even less likely. At that moment, Cheng Gu seemed to suddenly recall something. He rose and donned his cloak. I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Where are you going? Do you want me to come along? Jiang Chunan asked worriedly. Don't worry. I'm just going nearby to set up the fishing nets. That way, we can reap a harvest in the morning. Chapter 24. The Hidden Treasure. With that, Cheng Gu opened the door and stepped into the torrential rain. As nightfall enveloped the world, a delicate veil of mist cloaked the surface of the sea, within which faint, ethereal glimmers could be discerned. Cheng Gu grasped the edges of his cloak, which flapped vigorously in the wind, and hastened towards the shore. Upon locating a suitable spot for casting his net, he retrieved a fishing net from his backpack. Please select the location to cast the net. Only one cast is allowed per day. With this prompt before him, a virtual blue fishing net materialized, measuring over 10 meters in both length and width. Drawing upon his extensive experience of fishing within the game, Cheng Ji's thoughts coalesced as he chose the most opportune position. Cast the net, he declared, and as his voice echoed, the net transformed into a streak of light, soaring from his hand to land upon the designated expanse of water. The net unfurled rapidly mid-air before plunging into the tumultuous waves with a resounding splash. Now, he merely needed to return at dawn to reap the rewards. Once drawn ashore, the creatures of the sea would find themselves significantly weakened and snared by the net's bindings. However, such a method would typically elude the more formidable denizens of the ocean. Yet, its advantages were undeniable. Abundant catches guaranteed satisfaction. Wrapping his cloak tightly around himself, Cheng Gu swiftly retreated indoors. Upon opening the door, a blinding flash of white light assailed his eyes. Quick, close your eyes, Jiang Chunan shrieked. Clutching her chest, the water had just reached the boiling point, and she had intended to step in, unaware that Cheng Gu was returning at that moment. Embarrassed, Cheng Gu promptly shut his eyes and, after a brief pause, inquired, "Is it ready?" "Yes," Jiang Chunan replied, her face flushed. Cheng Gu opened his eyes, only to behold Jiang Chunan seated in the bath, her delicate shoulders partially exposed. He then approached the bed, patiently awaiting her conclusion point. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chunan turned to Cheng Gu. Concerned that the water might cool while he bathed, she hastened her own routine. Observing this, Cheng Gu dutifully turned away. Although he had glimpsed her numerous times for various reasons, he still held a deep respect for her modesty. Before long, Jiang Chunan had changed into her clothes, and she softly beckoned to Cheng Ge. He responded to her call, rising to the edge of the bath. After shedding one garment, he stepped directly into the tub. Tearing sounds echoed as he sank into the warmth. After enduring the biting chill of the wind, the sensation of the hot water enveloped him, eliciting a contented exclamation. After soaking for about 10 minutes, Cheng Gu reluctantly departed the tub. Once dressed, he glanced at the clock. It was precisely 8 o'clock, and the fog had spread across the island. While the torrential rain had ceased, the long night was still young. Thus, Cheng Gu extended an invitation to Jiang Chunan. "Shall we venture outside?" "Absolutely," Jiang Chunan replied, her excitement palpable. She had longed to experience the ambience of the fog. As they stepped outside, they discovered that the mist did not envelop their small abode as it had the previous day. Since upgrading their dwelling to level 2, the territory had expanded, and the fog appeared to be held at bay by an invisible barrier, as if encased beneath a sheet of transparent glass. Meanwhile, the arrow tower was tirelessly at work, shooting arrows into the mist to target the approaching beasts. Although the creatures concealed within the fog were invisible to the naked eye, the tower could pinpoint their locations. "Cheng Gu, aside from the arrow tower, is there another method to eliminate the creatures outside?" Jiang Chunan asked, her brow furrowed with curiosity. If they could discover alternative effective methods, the efficiency of their upgrades would undoubtedly increase. Perhaps they could employ area damage skills and take a gamble. Cheng Gu furrowed his brow, his right hand stroking his chin as he pondered deeply. Given their current capabilities, slaying the beings hidden within the fog posed a significant challenge. However, as a seasoned player, Cheng Gu indeed had a plan. He beckoned Jiang Chunan to follow him towards the gate. Then, under Jiang Chunan's wide-eyed gaze filled with trepidation, Cheng Gu abruptly swung the gate open. In an instant, 2 rabbits with blood-red eyes bounded in like wild stallions. Quick as a flash, Cheng Gu closed the gate before more creatures could exploit the opening. "Vine whip!" he exclaimed, and in an instant, resilient vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the rabbits with the grace of serpents. He drew forth his cursed staff and dispatched the rabbits with ease. "Ding! You have slain 2 rabbits, LV1, earning 100 experience points." Cheng Gu held one rabbit by its ear and turned to Jiang Chunan, saying, "See? Tomorrow, we can savor the taste of spicy rabbit heads." In that moment, as Jiang Chunan stared at him in disbelief, Cheng Gu calmly disassembled the rabbit's carcass, methodically stowing the pieces into his backpack. "Who goes there?" At that instant, the door to the villager's cabin was thrust open. Niels and Morg rushed out, drawn by the commotion. "Ice the Lord!" they exclaimed. "We apologize, my lord. We thought there were intruders." "No matter," Cheng Gu replied, his heart swelling with admiration for these 2 villagers, who, despite lacking combat prowess, had bravely emerged at the sound of disturbance. Furthermore, the fact that they had completed the fencing in a timely manner demonstrated their diligence and dedication. He waved to the 2 dwarves and produced several pieces of dog meat from his backpack. "Here, take this. It's the meat from a wolf-headed shaman we hunted today. It will enhance your attributes." The 2 dwarves were momentarily taken aback, their eyes shimmering with gratitude. They had feared that their earlier defiance would merit punishment. Yet here was Cheng Gu, magnanimously forgiving them and bestowing such a generous reward. "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, my lord," they declared, tears of gratitude glistening in their eyes as they accepted the meat. At that moment, Niels's expression grew serious. He leaned closer to Morg, whispering something in his ear. Morg initially displayed a look of astonishment, as if Niels had revealed something utterly unbelievable. However, his expression quickly hardened with resolve as he nodded emphatically. Together, they turned their gaze toward Chengji. "My lord, please allow us to share a secret about the dwarven treasure." Upon hearing this, Chang Ji's pupils dilated in shock. This was unexpected. He had yet to acquire any items related to the dwarven treasure. Logically, this should not have triggered such a questline. After much contemplation, he could only attribute the situation to the reality being far more flexible than the fixed code of the game. Cheng Gu maintained a composed demeanor, nodding slightly as he inquired with curiosity, "The dwarven treasure? What is that?" Niels's expression turned solemn, imbued with a sense of reverence and gravity as he began. "In our dwarven clans, each branch, upon its founding, dedicates the entirety of its resources to meticulously forge a legendary artifact, which is then carefully concealed. This artifact is extraordinary. Its form is not static, but rather shifts to align with the essence of the individual who discovers it. Listening intently to Niels' narrative, Chang Ji's mind raced with memories of the Dwarven treasure's lore. There exists but one Dwarven treasure. Regardless of how many players embark on associated side quests, ultimately, only one player per island can claim this treasure. In his past life, Changgu never had the chance to complete this quest, but he had heard other players mention it. The so-called artifact was, in fact, a golden weapon that could adapt to fit the player's chosen class. White, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, and red. This golden weapon was the only piece of equipment in the early game that could be acquired without spending real money. Now, with even the option to pay unavailable, the value of this golden weapon was immeasurable. This meant that for a substantial duration ahead, this golden weapon would prove invaluable. Ding, Dwarven Ruins unlocked, Dwarven Treasure, difficulty, 2 stars, reward, 5 stars. The specific location has been marked on the map. Please proceed promptly. As the notification chimed, the location of the treasure was conspicuously highlighted by a red circle on the map, situated approximately 10 kilometers deeper than the iron mine they had visited the previous day. To ensure their safety, Changgu resolved to wait until reaching level 10 before embarking on the quest for the treasure. Meanwhile, the temperature began to plummet sharply in a mere 2 minutes. The chill in the air intensified significantly. Changgu instructed Niels and Morg to return indoors, and he too accompanied Jiang Chunan back into the cabin. Changgu, I feel it's even colder than yesterday. Jiang Chunan whispered. Indeed, Changgu nodded in response. One aspect of the game's escalating difficulty lay in the changing environments. But there's no need for concern. As we level up, our resistance to various conditions will likewise improve. As they conversed, they entered the cabin. Shall we retire for the night? Changgu suggested, his tone casual and composed. So early? Jiang Chunan felt a sense of unease, suspecting Chang Ji's intentions. However, after much coaxing from him, she reluctantly nodded. After all, staying up until the early hours as they had the previous night had indeed taken a toll on their energy for the following day. Consequently, the two lay down back to back, covering themselves with the newly acquired wool blanket. As they closed their eyes, both found themselves wide awake. The reason was simple. It was far too early. It was barely past 8 o'clock. Jiang Chunan's usual routine had her sleeping by midnight at the earliest. The woolen blanket exuded a comforting warmth, and before long, fine beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Chunwan's forehead. At that moment, she suddenly felt a pair of hands encircle her waist, and she was swiftly embraced. Her body quivered involuntarily. Chung, I feel a bit cold. I seek warmth in your embrace. Changgu maintained an air of nonchalance, as if his words were utterly sincere. Yet, Jiang Chunwan found it impossible to believe him. She was already sweating, and he claimed to be cold. At that juncture, a scene reminiscent of the previous night unfolded once more. Chang Ji's voice, laced with a hint of mischief, whispered in her ear. Yesterday, you said you would take full responsibility for the trouble you caused, right? Jiang Chunwan's heart skipped a beat as she recalled her own words from the night before when Changgu had urged her to let go. With tears brimming in her eyes, she could only nod in affirmation. 2 hours later, Changgu rose with an expression of contentment, appearing invigorated. At that moment, Jiang Chunwan entered with a wooden bowl, her face a mask of astonishment upon seeing him. Didn't you say you were going to sleep? Changgu looked at her with feigned innocence. It's barely past 10. Why would I sleep? The night is just beginning. At that instant, Jiang Chunwan realized she had fallen into Changgu's trap. Incensed, she tossed the wooden bowl aside and pounced toward him on the bed, unleashing a flurry of playful punches upon him. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her onslaught amidst Chang Ji's cries for mercy. Once their playful tussle had exhausted them, they lay sprawled on the bed, gasping for breath. At that moment, Changgu, who had been perusing the chat channel, suddenly discovered something. Big Star, seems your fans are searching for you in the chat channel. He pointed out the latest message to Jiang Chunwan. Nan wouldn't he have truly encountered trouble, would she? It's been a full 2 hours, with so many of us spamming the chat. She should have seen it. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Had it not been for Zhao Wenjun, we might still be oblivious to his true nature. No way. Chenggu sold us food at such a low price. wouldn't he resort to such actions? How is that impossible? With a celestial beauty like Nan Nan, could you really resist the temptation of being alone with her? I only feel pity for Nan Nan. I would rather be the one tormented by Chenggu. Chenggu, who had initially been teasing Jiang Chunwan with a smile, suddenly froze in his tracks. Wait a moment. How did this turn into a situation involving me? He had never crossed any lines with Jiang Chunwan. Upon this realization, Chenggu suddenly recognized that there might be. But there was absolutely no way he had tormented Jiang Chunwan to such an outrageous extent. Moreover, how did these people know about it? As Jiang Chunwan suppressed a sly chuckle, Chenggu, skeptical, scrolled down the screen with vigor, finally uncovering the source of the chaos. Zhao Wenjun, LV7 sharpshooter Nan Nan. Are you there? Why does a red symbol appear when I send you messages? Zhao Wenjun, LV7 sharpshooter Nan Nan. I refuse to believe this. Why do they all say you deleted me? Zhao Wenjun, LV7 sharpshooter. It must be Chenggu. He is the one coercing you. Isn't he? He is jealous of our love, which is why he forced you to delete me. Zhao Wenjun, LV7 sharpshooter Nan Nan. Please say something. Is Chenggu tormenting you? Just hold on for one more night. I will come to rescue you at dawn. Although Zhao Wenjun had a poor reputation as a highly popular public figure, his public declarations instantly stirred up a tempest. First, Zhao Wenjun's female fans were distraught, as they had admired their idol who was rumored to have been taken home by an old man. They could still convince themselves it was mere gossip, but now it was Zhao Wenjun himself who had sent the message. Their idol had someone he admired. Moreover, it appeared that this individual was even more devoted than they were when fawning over Zhao Wenjun. Subsequently, many of Jiang Chunwan's fans began to express concern for her safety. Nevertheless, Cheng Ji's prior actions had garnered him the favor of numerous players, leading most to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. However, as time gradually slipped away, they began to believe Zhao Wenjun's claims. After all, what could possibly cause two people to ignore messages for over 2 hours? Coincidentally, at that moment, Zhao Wenjun sent another new message. Zhao Wenjun, LV7 sharpshooter. Dear fans, I understand that everyone is worried about Nan Nan's safety. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall rescue her from the depths of despair. True fans may add me as a friend and join me in this quest. I promise, no matter what Nan Nan becomes, I will never turn my back on her. Glaring at the slanderous individual, Chenggu felt his face flush with anger, wishing to rush over and confront that scoundrel immediately. But as he turned, he found himself met with Jiang Chunwan's gaze, which was even more ominous than his own. Chapter 26. An angry Jiang Chunwan. This fool. Jiang Chunwan trembled with rage, her usually composed demeanor unraveling as she could no longer restrain her expletives. Only then did she notice that the public chat area was in an uproar. Many acquaintances from before her time travel were reaching out through private messages, inquiring whether her relationship with Chenggu was indeed as Zhao Wenjun claimed that they were. Only a few of her closer friends were aware that this was mere rumor. However, they too were fervently gossiping about her relationships with Chenggu and Zhao Wenjun. After all, Jiang Chunwan had consistently proclaimed, both on-screen and privately, that she would never engage in a romantic relationship. Ignoring the flood of messages, Jiang Chunwan, her expression grim, opened the system and promptly clarified in the chat channel. Everyone, do not worry about me. I was preoccupied with other matters and did not have the chance to check the chat messages. To clarify, I have encountered no danger, and my teammate Chenggu has never behaved inappropriately towards me. Many players supporting Chenggu, upon reading her message, began to retaliate. I told you, Chenggu is certainly not that kind of person. Zhao Wenjun has had his fair share of scandals. Do you really believe him? Are you all just his delusional fans? At that moment, Zhao Wenjun, who had been closely monitoring the chat channel, felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning upon seeing these messages. What? Could it be that, as other players suggested, everything was merely his own delusion, and that Jiang Chunwan had deleted him of her own accord? Just then, his assistant, who had been by his side since his debut, sighed in resignation and approached Zhao Wenjun, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Wenjun, take heart. Having witnessed Zhao Wenjun's struggle since day one, the assistant could only hope for his resilience. The assistant's words, however, only served to ignite Zhao Wenjun's fury, as he suddenly shot up from his seat, unable to accept reality. I understand now. Jiang Chunwan merely responded to the messages, but that does not mean Chenggu has not threatened her. With that, Zhao Wenjun immediately sent a message. Zhao Wenjun, everyone, do not be deceived by Chenggu. That previous message was undoubtedly forced from Nan Nan by him. We must see Nan Nan in person to ascertain the truth. If we act together, we will find their lair in no time. Zhao Wenjun's words reignited the players who had just been rebutted. Turning their focus back to attacking Chengji.as, the players continued their onslaught against Chenggu. Jiang Chunwan could no longer contain her frustration. Zhao Wenjun, are you an idiot? If it weren't for your incessant harassment, would I have deleted you? Furthermore, let me reiterate, I have not been threatened, and Chenggu has treated me very well. Having said that, fearing Zhao Wenjun might spout more of his foolish claims, she swiftly pulled Chenggu closer, her arm draping over his neck, and promptly snapped a photo. Chenggu, caught completely off guard by Jiang Chunwan's sudden action, displayed an expression of shock. As Jiang Chunwan decisively clicked send, the photo instantly filled the chat channel. In that moment, every player in the area beheld the image. In the photo, only their shoulders and faces were visible. Jiang Chunwan affectionately rested her hand on Chengji's neck, their bodies nearly pressed together. To demonstrate that she had not been threatened, Jiang Chunwan beamed a sweet smile, while her other hand playfully formed a peace sign. Conversely, Chengji's expression was one of bewilderment, as he was firmly embraced by Jiang Chunwan, appearing somewhat helpless. From any angle, players discerned no signs of Jiang Chunwan being threatened. In fact, due to the expressions and actions of both Chenggu and Jiang Chunwan in the photo, many players boldly speculated that perhaps Jiang Chunwan harbored feelings for Chenggu, who said that men could crave female beauty while women could not desire male allure. After all, judging by the photo, Chenggu's looks were certainly commendable, with well-defined features and a charming appearance, exuding more masculinity and radiance than Zhao Wenjun. As a result, the players who had supported Zhao Wenjun and questioned Chenggu vanished completely. After viewing the photo, those who supported Chenggu became even more elated, flooding the screen with compliments about the couple. I had no idea Chenggu was so handsome. I ship this couple. Look at Jiang Chunwan's gestures and expressions. They must have something going on. Nan Nan's move was so cool. A fierce protector of her partner? Zhao Wenjun stared at the photo, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, his face flushed with rage as his teeth ground together audibly. No, this cannot be real. She must be putting on an act for my sake. Zhao Wenjun was nearly driven to madness, furiously pounding the ground, while his assistant looked on with a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, at Chengji's side, Jiang Chunin observed the teasing messages about the two of them on the screen, a flush of crimson suddenly creeping up her cheeks as she flusteredly explained, Chenggu, please don't misunderstand. I was just trying to clarify. I feared they wouldn't believe me if I didn't take a photo. I understand. Chenggu nodded, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He was naturally disinclined to expose Jiang Chuinan's pale excuse, especially since her anger stemmed from the insults directed at him. Reflecting on Zhao Wenjun's reckless determination to locate his territory, Chenggu narrowed his eyes, a cold glint of murderous intent flashing within them. In this game, territory represented a player's stronghold, the very foundation of their existence. Particularly in the early stages, uncovering the location of another's territory was akin to committing a heinous crime against one's family. Zhao Wenjun, I truly hope you come to me voluntarily. Otherwise, I shall inevitably find you. Chenggu silently vowed. At that moment, he suddenly received a notification. Someone in the chat had mentioned his name. Chenggu, how are your gains today? The meat for attribute enhancement was far too scarce yesterday, and many of us missed out. Will there be any today? Chapter 27. Purple Blueprint, Vacation Beach. The meat chunks from the wolf head shaman were decomposed into a total of 224 wolf steaks, each capable of enhancing attributes. This time, Chenggu planned to list 200 of them for exchange for some mist crystals. Mist crystals had considerable utility in the Misty Island region, as many blueprints that dropped there required them. After some contemplation, Chenggu decided on a price of 1 steak for a mist crystal. After all, the means of obtaining mist crystals were not overly difficult. Most unique creatures on the island, regardless of their levels, would drop them. After a day of exploration, it was likely that many players had amassed a collection of mist crystals. Chenggu promptly began editing the listing information. Once he set the price and quantity, he focused his thoughts and selected to list the items. Subsequently, he opened the chat system to send a message. Everyone, I have listed 200 wolf head shaman steaks, which can increase 2 points of strength and 2 points of spirit after consumption. One mist crystal can be exchanged for one steak. Although many players had hunted various creatures today, causing the price of meat to decrease significantly, the steaks that offered attribute enhancements were a different matter. Boss-level creatures either appeared in groups or were exceptionally powerful, making it challenging for most players to defeat them. Thus, when someone had mentioned Chenggu, many had already been glued to the chat window. Some even opened the trading platform directly, repeatedly refreshing Chengji's name. As expected, almost the instant Chenggu listed the wolf head shaman steaks, the purchase notifications came in rapid succession. Player Yu Minghui has purchased your consigned item for one mist crystal. Automatically placed into the backpack. Player Bao Yichen has purchased your listed item for one mist crystal, automatically placed into the backpack. Simultaneously, he received several requests from players wishing to exchange blueprints for steaks. After some consideration, he agreed to one player's trading request. You have successfully traded with player Bo, obtaining the Vacation Beach Construction Blueprint, purple. The blueprint depicted a broad and fine golden beach at the forefront of the coastline, adorned with a row of vibrant umbrellas and loungers. Extending inland from the beach was an exquisite seaside cottage, equipped with various facilities for roasting food. Naturally, as a blueprint of purple quality, its functions extended beyond mere leisure. Once constructed, the vacation beach would delineate a small exclusive marine area where no marine creatures could enter. Furthermore, the temperature of the seawater could be adjusted at will. An intriguing feature was that upon entering this area, the system would forcibly switch the player's attire to swimwear. Since acquiring other clothing, Jiang Chunan had long relegated that Bijan outfit to the depths of her backpack, and no matter how Chenggu urged her, she stubbornly refused to change. However, it was clear that his motivations for exchanging such a substantial amount of meat for this purple blueprint were not solely to see Jiang Chunan in swimwear. The vacation beach also possessed one crucial function. During the first 30 minutes within the scene each day, every second would yield experience bonuses. Moreover, the experience gained would increase with the player's level. This meant that while other players had to laboriously battle monsters to level up, he could simply soak in the sea or bask in the sun on a lounger each day to gain experience. Of course, the allure of such a building blueprint was underscored by the fact that the player was willing to trade due to the overwhelming resources required for its construction, a substantial amount of wood, stone, iron, and various fabrics. Nevertheless, for the financially robust Chenggu, this posed no issue. The only materials he currently lacked were 200 deep-sea gelatin for the slide and linen for the umbrellas. Linen could be crafted from plant fibers, while deep-sea gelatin dropped from defeating marine creatures. Eager to showcase this wonderful item to Jiang Chunan, Chenggu was not surprised to find her captivated by the golden beach depicted on the blueprint. Wow! This vacation beach looks amazing. Jiang Chunan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, filled with dreams of enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine. Before her journey to this world, she had scarcely had time to relish life due to work commitments. She had thought that after her transition, such opportunities would elude her. Furthermore, upon hearing Chenggu mention that the beach allowed for experience gain while lounging, her excitement surged, almost compelling her to swim in the sea immediately. Chenggu gently patted Jiang Chunan on the head, smiling as he said, "We only lack 2 materials now. Linen is easy to collect. With our fishing net, deep-sea gelatin will not be a problem either." However, Chenggu harbored a mischievous thought, withholding the detail that entering the area would automatically switch to swimwear. He was eager to witness her flustered expression when her outfit unexpectedly transformed into swimwear. After a brief moment, the previously listed wolf head shaman steaks were sold out. Besides acquiring the purple construction blueprint, he also gained an additional 170 mist crystals. With this, he could also upgrade the arrow tower tomorrow. Chenggu thought excitedly as the steaks were snatched up. The chat channel began to fill with chatter. The messages were largely similar, with many sharing screenshots to boast about their successful purchases or lamenting their missed opportunities. Numerous players also flooded the chat to praise Chenggu, hoping he would sell more next time. While scrolling through the chat, Chenggu and Jiang Chunan snuggled into bed together. The hour was late, and they were genuinely preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, Xia Qilong wore a particularly grim expression. The Longhu Society had suffered a significant loss today, and he had initially planned to sell part of their loot to recover. Among these was the attribute-enhancing meat from the jungle hunter. However, just as he was preparing to list it, he saw Chenggu selling numerous steaks for the price of 1 mist crystal. "Chenggu, it's you again!" Xia Qilong bellowed in anger, frustration coursing through him. He simply could not comprehend why, When only those with the strength to slay boss-level creatures possessed a tribute-enhancing food, they could not collectively raise the prices in exchange for blueprints or skill books instead. Yet Changgu had chosen to trade such valuable items for what he deemed useless mist crystals. He could continue to sell the meat at a high price, but doing so would inevitably tarnish his reputation. After all, he harbored ambitions of making the Longhu Society the dominant force on the entire 176th island. Brother Long, come have some soup. At that moment, his teammate Wang Hu brought over a bowl of soup made from the jungle hunter's meat. Suppressing his anger, Xie Qilong took the bowl and gulped it down in one go. After finishing the soup, he grabbed a steak and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites, in an instant. A notification sounded in his ears. You have consumed a special food. Agility 1, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1. The attribute bonuses from the meat were closely tied to the creature that dropped it. As a humanoid creature, the jungle hunter had a balanced set of attributes, thus all 4 attributes increased by 1. Feeling his body strengthen, Xie Qilong flashed a broad grin. Yet barely 2 seconds later, another notification sounded. Ding, due to consuming special food, you have been poisoned. In an instant, Xie Qilong's smile froze on his face. What is this? He hurriedly opened his status panel, which displayed an alarming abnormal condition. Virus curse, movement speed reduced by 10, healing effects decreased by 30, duration, permanent. The virus carried by the jungle hunter is non-lethal, but once infected, it is exceedingly difficult to cure. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this happen? Xie Qilong roared in fury, violently smashing the bowl in his hand onto the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Brother Long, what's wrong? Wang Hu exclaimed, startled by Xie Qilong's outburst. Rushing to inquire, Xie Qilong gritted his teeth and said, there is something amiss with the meat of this jungle hunter. I have been afflicted with a permanent negative buff. Wang Hu, glancing at the half-bowl of broth he had consumed, was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Quickly, help me find a way to dispel this, Xie Qilong exclaimed through clenched teeth. Although this abnormal condition would not endanger his life, it was as tormenting as maggots clinging to his bones. Yes, Wang Hu promptly instructed the brothers of the Longhu Society to scour the global and regional channels for information. After a brief wait of several minutes, Wang Hu approached with a report. Brother Long, our dozens of comrades have been inquiring across the global and regional channels for quite some time, and we have finally discovered a method to remove the curse. It is said that professions such as holy light priests or spirit mages possess a purple quality purification skill capable of dispelling abnormal states. Chapter 28. Harvesting the Fishing Net. At 6 in the morning, a gentle ray of sunlight penetrated the narrow gaps and spilled into the small room, illuminating Jiang Chunan and Chenggu. Chenggu was the first to awaken. He slightly opened his eyes, yawned, and then gently patted Jiang Chunan beside him. Hey Jim, thought I at dawn? Jiang Chunan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her drowsy eyes still harboring remnants of sleep, her voice soft and mellow. Chenggu inadvertently caught sight of Jiang Chunan's delicate little feet resting against his waist, and he discreetly took hold of them, moving them aside as he spoke. It's time to get up. Let us see if the fishing net has yielded any rewards. Originally intending to feign annoyance and linger in bed a bit longer, Jiang Chunan was instantly roused at the mention of the fishing net. Visions of a sumptuous seafood feast flooding her mind. We must hurry. If we arrive late, the seafood in the net will be gone, Jiang Chunan exclaimed, springing upright from the blankets. Her sudden movement caused the little camisole she wore as sleepwear to slip to her neck. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. After a few seconds, she noticed that Chenggu had fallen silent beside her. Turning her head, she found him staring intently at her. Looking down, Jiang Chunan suddenly awakened to the situation. In an instant, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, blooming like a flower. She hastily reached out, somewhat flustered, to pull her camisole back into position. Then, pouting her rosy lips, she feigned an angry demeanor, fixing her gaze on Chenggu. Quick, say you saw nothing. Seeing her reaction, Chenggu could only respond with a resigned expression. Yes, indeed. I was just examining my backpack, contemplating whether to roast or braise the 2 large rabbits we caught last night. 10 minutes later, the two stepped outside. Jiang Chunan had donned her leather armor, while her camisole had been casually washed and hung by the fireplace. Standing in the open space at the door, Chenggu summoned Ailian and Grime. Meow, good morning, my 2 masters. Ailian appeared somewhat drowsy, her voice laced with languor. Click, click, Click. Grime, on the other hand, required no sleep, with flames flickering in his eye sockets. After finishing their breakfast, Changgu issued commands. Ailian, please clear the beast within a 3-kilometer radius of our territory and return by noon for a seafood feast. Grime, you will accompany us to retrieve the fishing net. Yes, master. Upon hearing about the seafood feast, Ailian excitedly meowed, her tail erect like a black lightning bolt as she swiftly vanished into the woods. Grime, however, walked with a steady pace, silently positioning himself behind Changgu. Subsequently, Changgu approached the arrow tower, retrieving the arrow tower modification scroll and aiming it at the tower. Ding, 99 mist crystals consumed. Undergoing modification, estimated time, 3 hours. With the task of modifying the arrow tower entrusted to the two dwarves, Changgu then made his way towards the sea with Grime. Before long, the trio arrived at the seaside, where they beheld the massive fishing net deeply ensnared in the seawater. As the waves ebbed and flowed, living creatures could be faintly seen struggling within. Although night fishing typically yielded greater catches than daytime, most players in the early game tended to fish during the day, often collecting their nets within 1 or 2 hours. One crucial reason for this was the game's pursuit of realism. If the catch was too plentiful, exceeding the player's strength, they could not haul it ashore. At that point, players could only watch helplessly as the marine life escaped, ultimately retrieving a damaged net. Chang Ji's confidence in leaving the net overnight was largely due to Grime. With Grime's formidable size, coupled with the assistance of himself and Jiang Chunan, they would undoubtedly succeed in hauling in the catch. Gazing at the fishing net bobbing on the water's surface, Changgu turned to Grime and said, "Grime, please pull this net up." Grime nodded his colossal stone head in agreement. Chapter 29. Securing the first catch. The trio then approached the rocks, with Grime taking the lead, extending his powerful stone arms to firmly grasp the edge of the fishing net. Changgu and Jiang Chunan positioned themselves alongside, each gripping different sections of the net. Grime took a deep breath, and the intricate patterns of rock upon his body seemed to shimmer with a mysterious light. His legs stood like two massive stone pillars, planted firmly upon the rocks. As he began to exert his strength, Grime strained. The rocks beneath him groaned under the weight, fissures forming, and the sea was violently stirred, generating tumultuous waves with Grime's powerful efforts. The fishing net gradually inched towards the shore. As it drew closer, the creatures within struggled with increasing fervor. With the net nearing the land, the diverse array of marine life finally became clear to Cheng Ji's eyes. Crabs, sea urchins, sea turtles, and countless fish. Among the myriad of ordinary level 1 and 2 fish, one particularly notable specimen was the level 6 Gale silver scale fish. This fish was a dominant force in the sea, with formidable attack power and an incredibly aggressive temperament. Its speed had ensnared many unwary players who ventured into the ocean, gradually wearing them down to their demise. Capturing it was indeed a stroke of luck. The flesh of the Gale silver scale fish was exceptionally tender, suitable for raw consumption. Changgu pointed at the thrashing fish in the net and enthusiastically discussed its culinary possibilities with Jiang Chunan. Furthermore, its scales, when roasted and seasoned, offered a unique flavor. However, the Gale silver scale fish, being the subject of their discussion regarding its fate, was evidently unwilling to accept its predicament. It thrashed violently against the ground, repeatedly leaping in an attempt to strike Changgu, its eyes filled with ferocity. Yet, all resistance proved futile. Changgu lightly pressed his foot down, firmly pinning it in place, for this was not the sea. Its speed was of no use on land. Aside from the Gale silver scalefish, the only other notable catches were 2 level 4 sea turtles, due to their massive size and sluggish swimming speed. They had succumbed without any resistance. Although their meat was subpar and unpalatable, their hard shells were valuable materials. Upon Chang Ji's command, Grime lifted the fishing net once more, dumping the fish onto the ground. Grime then slammed his fists onto the earth, instantly crushing a multitude of fish. Changgu and Jiang Chunan assisted, each casting spells that swiftly dispatched small groups of fish. The air was filled with the sounds of system notifications. Ding, you have slain salmon, LV1, gaining 50 experience points. Ding, your contracted creature, Grime the Rock Golem, has slain grouper, LV2, gaining 100 experience points. Ding, you have slain Gale silver scale fish, gaining 450 experience points. After half an hour had passed, they had successfully cleared the net of all fish, accumulating a total of 3,550 experience points. Regrettably, a significant portion of this came from the ordinary fish, each yielding a mere 5 experience points. During this time, Ailian had also been busy dispatching various beasts, continuously providing experience points. Ding, your level has increased to level 10. To advance to the next level, you must complete the promotion. Your contracted creature, Grime, has also reached level 10. To advance to the next level, you must complete the promotion. At this moment, Changgu not only reached level 10 but had also amassed enough experience to advance to level 11. Though he could not level up yet as he had not completed the promotion. After another several minutes, Changgu finished dissecting all the fish. Ding, you have dissected the corpse of the Gale Silver Scale fish. You have obtained 56 Gale Silver Scale fish scales, 20 pieces of Gale Silver Scale fish meat, a blueprint for Gale boots, blue, and 3 deep sea gelatin. Ding, you have dissected the corpses of 2 sea turtles. You have obtained 2 sea turtle shells, 65 pieces of sea turtle meat, and a skill book, Turtle Shell Technique, green. Seeing the items that dropped, Changgu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. To his surprise, a blue quality item had been obtained. Moreover, the green quality skill book, Turtle Shell Technique, was quite a valuable skill as well. Once crafted, the Gale boots would enhance agility by 4 points and include a special skill, Swift, which could directly boost speed by 30 for 10 seconds. The art of Turtle Shell Technique bears a semblance to the skill of Grime, known as Tough Armor. Upon its application, it generates an armor equivalent to 30% of the maximum health. However, due to its lower quality, its duration is limited to a mere 40 seconds. In addition, there is an abundance of fish and meat available. With such provisions, one can confidently summon some voracious contracted beings. Changgu thought with a sense of excitement. Moreover, he could also attempt to recruit some subjects. For instance, if he could manage to recruit a subject skilled in culinary arts, the quality of life would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. After all, both he and Jiang Chunan were utterly inept in the kitchen. On the way back, Changgu casually opened the leaderboard. To his delight, his name currently topped the list. Furthermore, he was the first player to reach level 10. And now, all he had to do was wait for the reward calculation. The second place was occupied by Xie Qilong, while Zhao Wenjun claimed the third. Although Zhao Wenjun had temporarily outpaced Xie Qilong yesterday, he was limited to only 2 companions. While he had recruited numerous players, they had yet to converge due to distance. Xie Qilong, leveraging his numerical advantage, had allowed others to weaken the monsters first before he swooped in for the finishing blow. Thus reaching level 9, at this rate, it was highly probable he would attain level 10 before the afternoon. Nevertheless, Changgu was unconcerned. A larger crowd was not necessarily advantageous. The individuals under his command could assist him in leveling up this time. But their willingness to do so would not last indefinitely. If he failed to effectively utilize these human resources, he would inevitably be dragged down by them. Upon returning, the two took turns bathing. After their earlier endeavor of fish slaughtering, they both bore the lingering scent of fish. Changgu emerged from the small hut, wearing only a pair of shorts after his bath. During their conversation while bathing, the cooldown for the summoning technique had already reset. After stepping out, he refrained from using it immediately and instead opened his personal panel. To his astonishment, next to his level, a button labeled Advance appeared. The advance cost, Certificate of the Hero 1. Would you like to advance? Did it even need to be asked? Of course, he would advance. Without hesitation, Changgu confirmed his choice in the next instant. A radiant glow enveloped him. Due to his level being bound to Jiang Chunan, she too was shrouded in a sphere of light. However, the illumination surrounding her was orange, flickering with hints of gold. While Changgu was enveloped in a dazzling, blinding red light. Chapter 30. Second Tier, Golden, Mind Link, Ding, you have successfully advanced to the second tier. All attributes significantly enhanced, new skill unlocked. Mind Link establishes a mental connection with the target, enabling seamless communication regardless of distance. Note, there is no limit to the number of targets that can be linked simultaneously. Current panel, Player, Changgu level, 11, Class, Second Tier Summoner, Attack, 126, Defense, 48, Strength, 27, Agility, 22, Spirit, 63, Constitution, 24, Health, 842, Skills, Contract Space, Gold. Summoning Technique, Red, Mind Contract, Gold, Blessing, Purple, Word Contract, purple, Vine Technique, blue, exclusive talent, Divine Luck, red. As the resplendent red glow gradually faded, a warm, gentle current coursed through Chang Ji's entire being, akin to a lively stream. Notably, the slight nearsightedness he had previously experienced had vanished, and he could now see clearly. Moreover, he was exceedingly pleased with the newly unlocked skill, Mind Link. Each advancement would randomly bestow a new skill from the exclusive skills of his class and a selection of common skills shared among all classes. The probability was entirely random. If one drew an undesirable skill, the only recourse was to use a skill-refreshing item for a reset. Thankfully, his luck seemed to be on his side. He was relieved not to have to waste a skill-refreshing stone for a reset, a nuisance he had endured in his past life. This golden quality mind contract was undoubtedly one of the essential skills for a summoner, allowing for remote and precise command of all contracted beings in battle, significantly enhancing combat prowess. Just imagine, if one day he were to command hundreds of contracted beings, it would be a chaotic scene if he had to shout at the top of his lungs for instructions. Furthermore, the application of the mind contract extended beyond just contracted beings. His subjects and Jiang Chunan could also be included. Jiang Chunan, what new skill did you acquire upon your breakthrough? In the next moment, Chang Gu activated the recently acquired Mind Link, selecting Jiang Chunan as his target. The voice resonated suddenly in Jiang Chunan's mind. Startled, she turned pale, her body instinctively trembling. Who is speaking? Chang Gu stifled a chuckle beside her and repeated his earlier words. Chang Gu, did you just hear someone speaking? Jiang Chunan's expression was tense, and she instinctively shrank her neck, cautiously inching closer to Cheng Gu while scanning their surroundings warily. Yet, everything around them remained unchanged, devoid of any peculiar signs. Could it be that she had merely imagined it? Jiang Chunan pondered, scratching her head, her gaze inadvertently falling on Cheng Gu as she looked at him. She noticed Cheng Gu gazing at her with a sly smile. Jiang Chunan suddenly seemed to understand. In a wonder that voice had felt oddly familiar. It turned out Cheng Gu was the one playing tricks. How dare you, Cheng Gu, you little rascal! Infuriated, Jiang Chunan sprang onto Cheng Gu like an agile little creature, baring her teeth and sinking her delicate fangs into him, leaving a clear imprint on his shoulder. Ouch! Cheng Gu gasped in surprise, not expecting that the first to bite him would be Jiang Chunan. Not some ferocious beast. Are you a dog? Cheng Gu lamented helplessly while attempting to grasp Jiang Chunan's thigh to pull her down. Let go of me! I won't! Jiang Chunan stubbornly bit down, her voice muffled in resistance. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment, determined to teach Cheng Gu a lesson so he wouldn't dare to tease her again. Seeing that Jiang Chunan showed no signs of relenting, Cheng Gu made up his mind. The hand gripping her thigh slowly slid upwards, then suddenly twisted. Jiang Chunan cried out in pain, instinctively releasing her bite and covering the spot that had been twisted as she leaped off Cheng Gu. All right, Miss Jiang, it was my fault. Cheng Gu, noticing Jiang Chunan still appeared ready to continue her assault, hurriedly apologized. Well, this time, I shall graciously forgive you, but do not dare to play tricks on me again. Jiang Chunan huffed indignantly, rubbing the slightly reddened mark on her back. Since Cheng Gu had apologized, she would let this one go. Shortly after, Jiang Chunan began to softly share the new skill she had unlocked. The skill I unlocked is a purple one called Frostfall. As for its effect, I feel it resembles Wang Xiaojuan's ultimate move. Within its area of effect, ice spikes will continuously fall for 10 seconds, and anyone within the skill's range for more than 2 seconds will have their movement speed reduced by 50 and attack speed by 30. Seems your luck is also quite good. This is a very practical area control skill, of course. After chatting for a while, Jiang Chunan inquired about the principle behind the Mind Link. Cheng Gu pondered for a few seconds before slowly explaining. Simply put, it's like a phone call. I can communicate with the selected target anytime, anywhere. Additionally, I can broadcast my voice like a live stream, allowing all targets to hear me while I can mute their responses, thus preventing chaos when linking multiple targets. As he spoke, Cheng Gu decided to demonstrate to Jiang Chunan. He activated the skill, instantly linking himself with Jiang Chunan and Eileen, who was currently dealing with the beasts. Eileen, thank you for your hard work today. Come back for a meal soon. Chang Ji's voice reverberated clearly in both Jiang Chunan's and Eileen's minds. Meow? Eileen, who had been poised to deliver a fatal strike to a wild leopard, froze at the sudden voice. Was that the master's voice? What was happening? Confused, Eileen found her thoughts wandering. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the leopard seized the opportunity and swiftly escaped from under Eileen's blade. Meow! Eileen exclaimed in frustration, hurriedly asking in her mind, Master, is that you? It's me, Chenggu responded while casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Chunan, then continued through the mind link. Eileen is so clever. Just now, even your Jiang sister couldn't discern my voice. At that moment, a blush crept onto Jiang Chuanan's face as she listened intently. Humph! She had merely been startled by the sudden voice, which was why she hadn't immediately recognized Chenggu's voice. Chenggu, noticing this, smiled slightly and continued. Let us head back for now. We'll be having a seafood feast for lunch. Upon hearing the mention of a seafood feast, Eileen's excitement surged, her tail held high. After all, as a catfolk, fish was their favorite delicacy. Yes, master, Eileen replied joyfully. Chapter 31. Epic Beings, Abyss of Guilt, Nethros. Disconnecting from Eileen, Chenggu swiftly reconnected with Niels and Morg. Niels, Morg, I am your lord, Chenggu. For now, let us conclude our labors and resume this afternoon. Chang Ji's words resonated like the tolling of a great bell, echoing clearly in the ears of the two dwarves. Engaged in their tasks, Niels and Morg halted their movements in an instant. Fortunately, Chenggu had introduced himself at the outset, sparing the two dwarves from panicking at this sudden communication. However, this did not imply that their hearts were untroubled. On the contrary, the excitement within them surged like a tumultuous tide. My heavens! Niels's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. This was a miracle beyond mortal comprehension. Without the aid of any medium, words could manifest directly in our minds. Such power could not belong to ordinary beings. Morg, equally astonished, felt his muscles tremble slightly, his voice tinged with barely contained exhilaration. This must surely be the will of the divine. Such extraordinary ability is undoubtedly a supreme authority bestowed by the heavens. No doubt perhaps our Lord himself is a deity descended to the mortal realm. The two trembled with excitement, their gazes interwoven with reverence and fervor. Then, as if drawn by an invisible force, their legs weakened, and with a thud, they both knelt upon the ground. Each knelt on one knee, their right fists thumping heavily against their chests, pledging their allegiance to Chenggu. From this moment forth, they regarded Chenggu as a god. Not only would they not betray him, but even if Chenggu were to issue a decree demanding their immediate demise, they would unhesitatingly interpret it as a divine summons, harboring no doubt or hesitation. Observing the misunderstanding of his two subjects, Chenggu smiled, choosing not to correct them. Such benign misconceptions could only benefit his rule. Severing the connection, Chenggu prepared to initiate today's summoning. Moments later, a familiar magic circle appeared upon the ground. As Chenggu focused his mind, the surrounding space seemed to be stirred by an invisible force. The air began to warp, light flickered erratically, accompanied by waves of strange energy, as a towering figure gradually materialized within the radiance. The Abyss of Sin, Nethros? Nethros was immensely tall, standing at least twice the height of an ordinary man. His entire body was encased in black armor that emitted a chilling glow. His face was obscured by a heavy black mask, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, akin to two burning flames, exuding endless majesty and coldness, as if capable of piercing through all worldly sins. His weapon was a massive battle axe, its blade broad and serrated, glowing with a dark crimson light. Nethros pondered for a moment, quickly understanding how he had come to exist in this world. He then stepped forward, slowly kneeling before Chenggu, the enormous axe radiating an eerie glow, striking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. His blood-red gaze lifted slightly, locking onto Chenggu. Though still cold, there was a hint of submission in his eyes. Nethros opened his mouth, his voice resonating like that from the depths of the underworld, deep and hoarse. My lord Chenggu, I, Nethros of the Abyss of Sin, wander the world burdened with endless sins, having traversed the long years solely in search of an opportunity for redemption. Today, fate has guided me to your presence, and I pledge my strength, my loyalty, and even my soul to you. Abyss of Sin, Nethros, Purple Epic, Level 15, Race. Fallen Sin Warriors, Health 1800, Attack 280, Defense 80, Strength 140, Agility 30, Constitution 40, Spirit 24, Skills. Bloodlight Slash, Blue swinging the axe. unleashing a massive strike imbued with blood-red light, inflicting 180 attack damage on enemies in a straight line, and briefly reducing their speed by 30 for 2 seconds. Sinister Dread, blue, emitting a wave of sin power centered around himself, dealing 120 attack damage to nearby enemies and inducing a 1-second fear state during which they cannot attack or move. Infernal Judgment, purple, infusing his sin power into the axe, leaping high and crashing down onto the ground, dealing 350 attack damage to enemies within the area, ignoring 50 of their defense. Sin Charge, purple, transforming into a streak of black light, charging in a designated direction, inflicting 300 attack damage on enemies in its path. If it strikes an enemy at the end of the charge, it increases his attack power by 50 for 5 seconds. Special Talent, Chains of Sin attacks carry a sin binding effect, with a 30 chance to reduce enemy attack and movement speed by 20 for 5 seconds. This effect can stack up to 3 times. Favorability, 99, Hunger level, 63. Changgu gazed in astonishment at the imposing figure of Nethros before him. It must be said that the oppressive presence emanating from Nethros, clad in heavy armor and towering in stature, was formidable. Moreover, Nethros was the most adept at slaughter among all epic contract beings. It was said that he was once a warrior of an empire, burdened by deep sins due to excessive bloodshed, and granted immense power by the Lord of Hell to harvest the souls of sinners in the mortal realm. Regardless of the truth of such rumors, one undeniable trait of Nethros was his remarkable obedience and loyalty. As a fallen sin warrior, they rarely harbored independent thoughts, hence his favorability was nearly maxed out from the beginning. Rise, Nethros! Changji's eyes sparkled with delight as he quickly assisted Nethros to his feet. With Nethros at his side, he could attempt to seek out the dwarven treasure this afternoon. Yes, my lord, Nethros replied, standing tall with his axe, resembling a statue beside Changgu. Subsequently, Changgu ignited a campfire in the clearing before his cottage with a flint, constructing a wooden rack to roast a bounty of fish, various seafood, and some beast meat that had met its end at the hands of the Arrow Towers the night before. Before long, the air within the territory was filled with a tantalizing aroma. At that moment, Aileen, tasked with clearing the beasts, arrived at the outskirts of the territory. Well done, Aileen, come and eat something. Changgu waved his hand, calling her over. To his surprise, Aileen approached with a mysterious expression. Looking at Changgu, my lord, I bring you a surprise. Please look behind me. Chapter 32. New subjects, loyalty maxed. What surprise? Changgu inquired with curiosity, casting his gaze behind Aileen, only to find an empty expanse. What could she possibly hide with her petite frame? Just then, Aileen waved toward the distance, and 3 figures emerged from afar. As they drew nearer, Changgu realized they were 3 dwarves resembling Niels and Morg, 1 male and 2 females. Aileen smiled and spoke. My lord, on my way back, I happened to encounter these 3 being pursued and rescued them. Seeing that they were homeless, I thought they might be of assistance to you. So I brought them back, Dato? Changgu lifted his gaze towards the distance. Beyond the fence, the 3 figures stood timidly, their faces filled with fear, clearly hesitant to enter, especially upon seeing the burly Grim and the coldly imposing Nethros in the courtyard. They appeared even more daunting than the villains who had slaughtered their village. Changgu couldn't help but smile at this scene. The territory was in dire need of manpower, and these 3 dwarves arrived just in time. Well done, Aileen. Changgu generously praised her, then focused his mental link on the 3 dwarves in the distance. Under normal circumstances, establishing a mental link with beings who were not his subjects would be nearly impossible. However, due to the weakness of these 3 dwarves, Changgu was able to forcibly establish the connection. Through this mental link, Changji's voice clearly resonated in the minds of the 3 dwarves. Greetings. I am Changgu, the lord of this territory. I have heard of your plight from Aileen, and I am truly saddened by it. I hereby invite you to join my domain, where you shall find protection and lead a stable life. What say you? The 3 dwarves were initially taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. They could hardly believe that the seemingly youthful man in the distance could communicate with them in such a miraculous manner. As if his words were exploding directly in their minds. Recalling their previous home, they had often suffered humiliation from other races. Just recently, they had witnessed a group of humans and hunters brutally slaughter their village like demons. Had they not been out working at the time, they might have met a tragic fate. Now, The extraordinary ability displayed by this lord seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, a promise of sufficient protection. The leading male dwarf steadied himself and spoke. "My lord, we are willing to join your territory. After experiencing such horrors, we yearn for a safe haven." The two female dwarves eagerly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "My lord, we are willing to follow you." Chang Ji's face lit up with joy, and he stepped forward to welcome the three dwarves into his territory. After a brief inquiry, he learned that the three dwarves were named Herman, Monica, and Alt. Among them, Monica excels in culinary arts, while Alt possesses exceptional textile skills. The astonishing methods displayed by Chenggu had left them utterly astounded. Moreover, the life-saving grace bestowed upon them by Aileen had raised their loyalty towards Chenggu to an impressive 80 points right from the outset. As Chenggu listened to their tales of woe, he found himself deep in contemplation. The perpetrators who had ravaged their homeland were highly likely to be players. This suspicion intensified when he learned that two jungle hunters were among the culprits involved in the atrocity. Casting a shadow of doubt upon his thoughts, could it be that it was indeed Xie Qilong and his companions? Although Xie Qilong had intended to keep this matter under wraps, the sheer number of his subordinates made it inevitable for information to leak. Once the news spread, it would travel from one person to 10, then from 10 to 100. It wasn't long before players across the entire server were aware of how they had been deceived by the jungle hunters. Now, all players were wary of this, and whenever a jungle hunter sought to join their territory, they would unhesitatingly strike them down or drive them away. This thought, Chenggu suddenly recalled Niels and Morg, and turned to the three newly arrived dwarves. "I already have 2 dwarven subjects in my territory. I shall summon them now so you can meet." With that, Chenggu called forth Niels and Morg through their mental link. Shortly after, Niels and Morg hurriedly emerged from the dwelling. Upon seeing Herman, Monica, and Alt, their expressions shifted from shock to one of sheer delight and disbelief. "Herman? Monica? Alt? Is it truly you?" Niels exclaimed as he hurried forward to grasp Herman's hand tightly, his tone brimming with excitement. Niels, Morg, Herman echoed, equally astonished and thrilled to unexpectedly reunite with old friends. The group engaged in an earnest exchange, but when Niels and Morg inadvertently inquired about the current state of their village, Herman's voice suddenly became choked, his eyes brimming with sorrow. The two female dwarves also felt their eyes glisten, as Monica softly wept, "Our homeland is gone." Niels and Morg's faces turned as pale as a sheet. The joy that had just flickered in their eyes extinguished in an instant. "How could this be? How could this happen?" Morg murmured, tears welling in his eyes. Clenching his teeth, Herman, suppressing his grief, recounted the harrowing details of the village's massacre. The more Niels and Morg listened, the angrier they became, their bodies trembling involuntarily, fists clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. "Those bastards," Niels bellowed in fury, "we must make them pay in blood for their deeds." Witnessing the dwarves' profound anguish, Chenggu sighed deeply, stepping forward with a solemn expression. "Now that you have become my subjects, your vengeance is my own. If the opportunity arises, I shall ensure justice is served." Upon hearing this, gratitude flickered across Niels' face, and he quickly turned to his companions, saying, "Herman, our lord is a deity incarnate, possessing the formidable power to summon warriors from other realms. Since our master has spoken, he will undoubtedly assist us in avenging our grievances." Hearing this, the others immediately knelt, gazing up at Chenggu with heartfelt appreciation. Chenggu, observing this, smiled gently and said, "Please rise. There is plenty of food roasting over there by the bonfire. Let us first satisfy our appetites." At that moment, the three dwarves looked up to see an array of seafood and various meats laid out over the fire, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, making their mouths water uncontrollably. Chenggu then distributed portions of food to each of them, continuing, "After we eat, I plan to construct another dwelling for my subjects and upgrade it to level 2. The construction work will be entrusted to you." The 5 dwarves readily responded in unison, "As you command, my lord." At that moment, Chang Ji's ears were met with a series of crisp notifications. "Ding, your subject Herman's loyalty has increased by 20 points. Current loyalty 100. Ding. Your subject Alt's loyalty has increased by 20 points. Current loyalty 100. Ding. Your subject Monica's loyalty has increased by 20 points. Current loyalty 100. Chapter 33. 2 little gluttons with the matters of his subjects settled. It was finally time for him and Jiang Chun to have their meal. Changgu gathered approximately 10 more pounds of meat for Natros. Although Natros was immensely powerful, his appetite was equally formidable, likely consuming an entire cow in a single day without difficulty. Once everything was arranged, Chenggu, Jiang Chunan, and Aileen sat together around the bonfire. The moment they settled down, the two little gluttons, Jiang Chunan and Aileen, gazed at Chenggu with eager anticipation. The trio, seated together, resembled a family of three waiting for Chenggu to announce the meal. Chenggu couldn't help but smile at the sight, softly saying, "Let us begin," and no sooner had he spoken than Jiang Chunan and Aileen's eyes sparkled with delight, eagerly diving into their feast with unrestrained enthusiasm. Aileen focused almost entirely on the seafood, particularly favoring the fresh fish, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, Jiang Chunan wavered between the roasted rabbit, various meat cuts, and seafood, eventually deciding to sample everything, taking bites here and there, thoroughly enjoying herself. Chenggu watched their antics, unable to suppress a chuckle, and quickly reminded them, "We have important matters to attend to this afternoon. Do not overindulge." Okay? They mumbled, their mouths stuffed, struggling to articulate a response. Approximately half an hour later, Aileen, content and holding her belly, returned to the contract space for a deep sleep. Jiang Chunan, on the other hand, leaned against Chenggu, utterly stuffed, her little belly slightly protruding like a small, inflated ball, laboriously managing to utter, So good, in this moment, free from the worries of weight gain and devoid of bland diet meals. She reveled in the bliss of indulging in delicious food, a scenario she had only ever dared to dream of. Furthermore, she was delighted to discover that with each level up, her skin became increasingly fair and firm, the results far surpassing those of exorbitantly priced cosmetics. Not only that, but her figure had also become more proportionate and perfect. Recalling her previous anxieties about her appearance before crossing over, fearing sagging in the future, she now found those concerns utterly dissolved. Chenggu himself was also enjoying the meal immensely. The flavors of these otherworldly creatures were leagues apart from the farmed animals of his past life. He turned to Jiang Chunan, who was leaning against him, and noticed her delicate hand slipping under her leather armor, gently massaging her slightly rounded belly. Shaking his head in mild exasperation, he carefully lifted Jiang Chunan from his side, squatting down slightly to support her with one hand beneath her knee while the other gently cradled her back, lifting her effortlessly in a princess carry. Jiang Chunan gasped in surprise at the sudden action, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Changji's neck. "Let us rest for a bit. We can get back to work this afternoon." Chenggu stifled a yawn, feeling a touch of drowsiness himself. Hearing this, Jiang Chuanan's cheeks flushed a light pink, and she chuckled shyly. On another front, Xie Qilong had also kindled a massive bonfire in his territory. Over 50 individuals gathered around the blaze. Xie Qilong surveyed his subordinates, brimming with confidence, seemingly less affected by the virus afflicting him. Today, he was prepared to announce something of great significance. On that fateful day, he had suffered significant losses at the hands of the two jungle hunters. But it was not without gain. While pillaging the dwarven village, they had stumbled upon a deeply concealed wooden box in the village chief's home, which contained an ancient map crafted from sheepskin. Gazing at the time-worn map that seemed to have endured for centuries, Xie Qilong was immediately struck by its importance. Upon meticulous examination, they discovered that the map depicted the very island upon which they stood. Moreover, a specific location on the eastern side of the island was circled in our EDD. The center of this red circle was a treasure chest symbol. To him, it was undoubtedly the location where the dwarves had buried their treasures. If he could retrieve it, it would surely enable him to dominate this misty island. With so many followers at his command, he believed that acquiring the treasure would be a mere trifle. With this in mind, he climbed atop a chair and called out to the crowd in a solemn tone, "Brothers, enjoy your food and drink. This afternoon, we shall set forth to search for the treasure." Chapter 34. Where is the hidden treasure? Around 1 in the afternoon, Chenggu stirred from his midday slumber. He gently extricated his arm from Jiang Chuanan's embrace, noticing she was still sound asleep, and refrained from waking her immediately. Rising, he stepped outside and made his way to the area where he cast his fishing nets, casting another net into the water. Lower-tier fish did not guarantee drops of deep-sea gelatin. The fish he had caught last night had yielded a total of only 92 pieces. Chenggu estimated that once he finished casting today's net, he should gather enough deep-sea gelatin for the vacation beach. totaling 200 pieces. Upon returning to his territory, he found the 5 dwarves emerging from the small dwelling, beginning their labor. Changgu, seeing this, raised his hand to summon Aileen from the contract space. Why, Lord? Aileen's petite figure suddenly appeared before him, her flat abdomen devoid of any ripples, making it hard to believe that she had consumed several large fish at noon, fish that even a grown man might struggle to finish. Chenggu looked at Aileen, his expression serious as he spoke. Aileen, shortly I shall embark on an exploration of the dwarven secret treasures within the island. The safety of our home is entrusted entirely to you. Meow? Aileen was momentarily taken aback, then asked with a hint of concern, Master, will there be any danger? Rest assured, Chenggu said, smiling to reassure her. With Nautilus present, nothing will go awry. Upon hearing this, Aileen immediately relaxed. Earlier, in the contract space, she had attempted to communicate with the newly arrived giant, only to find it even more aloof than herself. Nevertheless, the powerful aura emanating from it was beyond doubt. Aileen obeys, she replied cheerfully. With Aileen guarding their home and the newly enhanced arrow tower now capable of poisoning, Changgu felt confident that their territory was secure. He then assigned tasks to several dwarves. Niels, you 3 head to the nearby forest to gather some plant fibers. If you encounter any danger, promptly inform Aileen. She will assist you. Monica, Alt, you 2 are responsible for processing the plant fibers into linen. The 3 male dwarves and the female dwarf saluted Chenggu, exclaiming, As you command, my lord. After assigning the tasks, Chenggu made his way to the small cabin. As he entered, his gaze fell upon the bed. Jiang Chunin, having changed her position due to her inability to find something, was now lying face down, her pert posterior perfectly aligned with Chang Ji's view. Without hesitation, he approached and brought his palm down with a resounding smack. The sharp sound echoed in the room, startling Jiang Chunin awake from her slumber. She turned her head groggily, her eyes still heavy with sleep, staring at Chenggu with a look of confusion. Chenggu, what are you doing? Her voice was soft and sleepy, laced with a hint of annoyance. Chenggu couldn't help but chuckle at her appearance and gently pinched her cheek. It's time to get up. The dwarven treasure is quite far away, and if we don't leave soon, we won't make it back. Oh. Realizing the urgency, Jiang Chunin let go of her grievances. She slightly turned aside and, with a flash of white light, switched her gear. Bursting with energy, she hopped off the bed, splashed water on her face, and returned to Chenggu, declaring, I'm ready. Let us go. Let us go. The pair immediately plunged into the forest. According to the map, the distance from their territory to the dwarven secret treasure was approximately 10 kilometers, which would take them at least an hour to reach. The path through the forest was rugged and treacherous, necessitating frequent evasions of densely growing trees, and they occasionally faced oblivious wild beasts. After half an hour of relentless trekking, they finally found a shaded area to take a brief respite. The temperature on the island varied greatly between day and night, dropping to around -10 to 20 degrees Celsius at night while soaring above 30 degrees during the day. Moreover, their clothes were already drenched in sweat from their continuous exertion. Changgu decided to remove his leather armor with a single motion and changed into the beach shorts provided in the novice gift pack. Feeling a sense of relief from the heat, at that moment, Chenggu turned his gaze to Jiang Chunin. Her cheeks were flushed a bright red from the heat, and the strands of hair on her forehead were damp with sweat. Clinging to her face, she fanned herself repeatedly, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she gasped for breath. Chenggu, seeing her discomfort, couldn't help but suggest, why don't you change into your novice outfit as well? There's no one around, and it would be much cooler. Jiang Chunin hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. She bit her lip, glancing around, then looked down at her sweat-soaked clothes. After a moment's contemplation, she gently nodded. With a subtle shift of her body, a familiar flash of white light enveloped her, and a vibrant swimsuit appeared on her form. The swimsuit perfectly accentuated her alluring curves, her fair skin appearing even more delicate under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Changgu took out some water and poured it over himself from head to toe, then followed suit by pouring it down Jiang Chunin's graceful neck, finally alleviating the heat that had enveloped them. Let us go. We must continue our journey. The 2 resumed their arduous trek. After another hour, having traversed the last line of trees, they finally arrived at the location marked on the map. However, the sight that greeted Chenggu left him momentarily stunned. Before him lay a tranquil lake, its surface sparkling under the sun's rays, shimmering with myriad tiny lights as if it were a colossal and crystalline silver mirror. But where was the treasure? Changgu, despite his extensive gaming experience, was aware that game maps were randomly generated. Typically, these secret locations would manifest directly on the ground or within a cave. Encountering a situation where they were already within the secret realm yet receiving no prompts was a first for him. At that moment, Jiang Chunin gazed at the placid lake and suddenly proposed, "Chenggu, do you think the treasure might be beneath the water?" Chapter 35. Responsible only to you. Upon hearing Jiang Chunin's words, a light bulb went off in Chang Ji's mind. Of course, who said treasures couldn't be hidden beneath the lake? According to the game's lore, this continent was fraught with disasters and harsh environments. It was entirely plausible that, after centuries of upheaval, a lake had formed over the original site of the treasure. With that thought, Chenggu raised his hand to summon Nidalos, accompanied by a slight spatial disturbance. Nidalos' massive and imposing figure materialized beside them. Chenggu patted Nidalos' sturdy armor and instructed, "Nidalos, please dive into the water and investigate meticulously. See if there are any anomalies at the lake bottom." Nidalos responded with a deep roar, acknowledging Chang Ji's command. Then, like a bolt of black lightning, it plunged into the water, sending up a shower of shimmering droplets. The lake's surface, after a brief upheaval, quickly returned to calm, with only faint ripples spreading outward. Chenggu and Jiang Chunin stood at the water's edge, their eyes fixed intently on the lake's surface. Time seemed to stretch in the waiting. After about 3 to 5 minutes, the system suddenly alerted that Nidalos had come under attack. Chang Ji's heart raced with anxiety. Yet, moments later, another notification chimed in. "Ding! Your contracted being, the abyssal beast, Nidalos, has slain a blue lake python, level 9 elite creature. You have gained 1,000 experience points. 2,400 points remaining to the next level." Though Nidalos was not adept at underwater combat, dispatching a creature below level 10 was a piece of cake. Chenggu finally felt at ease. After another 10 minutes, the previously calm lake surface suddenly erupted into tumultuous splashes of water. In the next instant, Nidalos broke through the surface, crashing down heavily onto the ground. It shook off the water from its armor and knelt before Chenggu and Jiang Chunin. "Master, I have ascertained the situation at the lake bottom," Nidalos reported. "There are very few creatures in the water. Most fled upon seeing me, except for a mildly threatening python, which I have already dispatched. The water is approximately 10 meters deep, and there is a hidden passage at the bottom, obscured by some aquatic plants and stones. Following the passage downward for about 20 meters leads to a cavern. Further in, there is an exceedingly narrow opening." Chenggu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. The reason he had sent Nidalos down first was to guard against potential dangers. After all, most classes possess significantly diminished combat capabilities underwater. Even though both he and Jiang Chunin had reached level 11, dealing with a level 9 python while submerged would have posed quite a challenge. "Nidalos, could you please guide us to that cavern?" Chenggu requested. Nidalos inclined its head slightly in acknowledgement. The three then approached the lake's edge, with Nidalos leaping into the water first. Chenggu and Jiang Chunin exchanged glances, removed their shoes, and placed them in their backpacks. They took a deep breath and jumped into the water after Nidalos. Upon entering the depths, the light abruptly dimmed. The once blazing sunlight filtered through layers of water, leaving only fragmented shadows dancing in the depths. However, due to the sun's still considerable strength, they could clearly discern the lake's bottom. At that moment, the water suddenly surged violently, a current rushing towards Jiang Chunin. The suddenness of the current caught her unawares, and she was swept away like a drifting leaf, ensnared by the current. Terror flickered in her eyes as she instinctively attempted to struggle, only to discover that her body was uncontrollable against the force of the current. Chenggu, alarmed at the sight, wasted no time in extending his hand, reaching out towards Jiang Chunin with all his might. In a critical moment, his fingers finally grasped her arm. Nidalos, sensing the commotion behind, swiftly turned and swam to their side, using its massive and powerful body to shield them from the current. With Nidalos blocking the force, the impact of the current was significantly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Chenggu pulled Jiang Chunin close to him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Unable to speak underwater, he quickly conveyed a reassuring message to Jiang Chunin through their mental link. "I'm fine. I didn't expect there to be a current at the lake bottom." I almost opened my mouth just now. Jiang Chunin, regaining her composure, glanced at the current with lingering trepidation and responded through their mental link. Good to hear. I'll hold on to you from now on. Cheng Gu assured her, asked Jiang Chun and recalled the perilous moment they had just experienced. A faint blush crept across her face. With a firm grip, she intertwined her fingers with Cheng Ji's, holding on tightly. As they continued their journey, Ne Teluo swam ahead, effortlessly cleaving through the powerful current. Cheng Gu and Jiang Chunin utilized the water flow it created, gliding smoothly toward the lake's bottom. Soon, they arrived at the 20-meter passage. Ne Teluo took the lead, with Cheng Gu and Jiang Chunin closely following 0.15 meters, 0.10 meters, 0.5 meters. Just as Cheng Gu caught sight of a glimmer of light, Jiang Chunin, gripping his hand tightly, suddenly squeezed it with all her might. Cheng Gu turned to look, only to see Jiang Chunin's face flushed and her eyes wide with distress, bubbles escaping her lips, clearly unable to hold her breath any longer. A pang of anxiety struck Cheng Gu. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly turned to face Jiang Chunin, cradling her face in his hands, and pressed his lips to hers without hesitation. Driven by an overwhelming instinct to survive, Jiang Chunin eagerly drew in the breath of life that Cheng Gu offered. As the air flowed gently into her lungs, she slowly closed her eyes, her previously tense body gradually relaxing. Noticing her improvement, Cheng Gu hastily pulled her toward the cave's entrance. He had nearly depleted his own breath in the process of giving her air. With renewed determination, he swam through the final stretch. At last, their heads broke the surface of the water. Once ashore, Cheng Gu and Jiang Chunin collapsed onto the ground, breathless, their chests heaving as they greedily inhaled the fresh air. They had held their breath underwater for nearly 5 minutes. It was worth noting that neither of them had undergone professional diving training. Had it not been for the enhancements from the game, they likely would not have lasted this long. Even so, Jiang Chunin had come perilously close to losing her breath. After resting for a while, their breathing gradually steadied, and their strength slowly returned. Jiang Chunin was the first to sit up, her expression somber, her eyes filled with self-reproach and guilt. I'm so sorry. Cheng, I almost dragged you down with me, she whispered, kneeling in front of him, her hands resting demurely on her thighs, her head bowed deeply. The harrowing scene from underwater replayed vividly in her mind. If it hadn't been for her inability to hold her breath, leading to her excessive consumption of Cheng Ji's air, he wouldn't have been plunged into such a dangerous situation. Seeing her distress, Cheng Gu quickly reached out, placing his hands on her shoulders, and gently spoke, "We're teammates. How could I possibly stand by and watch you in trouble? Besides, we're safe now, aren't we?" Jiang Chunin's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she softly replied, "I just feel so useless, I can't help you with anything." In truth, this sentiment had been brewing within her not just after this incident, but throughout their journey together. She often felt reliant on Cheng Gu. Cheng Gu interrupted her, smiling reassuringly, "It's not your fault. The underwater situation was complex and unpredictable. No one could have foreseen what would happen." He fully understood Jiang Chunin's feelings at that moment, in his eyes. She was an exceptionally strong-willed girl. After all, how else could she have emerged as the undisputed top star among numerous female celebrities in Xia country? However, the role of a spirit mage was not primarily combat-oriented. As levels progressed, the significance of group buffs and control skills would become increasingly paramount for a summoner. Thus, the contributions of a spirit mage in a team far outweighed those of any combat-centric profession. Once he elucidated this to Jiang Chunin, her expression began to soften. Taking a deep breath, she rallied herself. "Thank you, Cheng Gu. I understand now." Observing her recovery, Cheng Gu straightened up and affectionately patted her head, playfully remarking, "You're the first girl I've met who takes responsibility like this. Others tend to be more self-serving." To his surprise, Jiang Chunin blushed and shyly replied, "Well, from now on, I'll be responsible too," she quickly added. "But only for you." This time, Cheng Ji's expression shifted. Previously, Jiang Chunin had taken a long time to agree, and even then, it was under the condition of not crossing any boundaries. But now could it be that tonight held the promise of further intimacy? A wave of anticipation surged within Cheng Gu. However, time was of the essence, and no one knew how long it would take to reach the dwarven treasure trove. Without hesitation, Cheng Gu stood up and extended his hand to Jiang Chun. "Let's move forward." "All right." Chapter 36, Merman Essence, the Green Lake Python King. The two quickly changed back into their original attire before commencing their exploration of the cavern before them. Although devoid of sunlight, the chamber remained brightly illuminated. The light emanated from several lamps hanging on the cave walls. Changgu scanned the area and counted precisely 12 lamps. Had they been burning for hundreds of years? Or was someone regularly replacing the oil? Filled with curiosity, Changgu approached the lamps. Dwarven Legacy Ancient Lamp. Crafted from finely cast bronze, its design is simple yet dignified, with every line reflecting the unique ruggedness and grandeur of the Dwarven style. Merman Essence. A legendary lamp oil said to burn for hundreds of years without extinguishing. It ignites at an incredibly low temperature, with just a drop capable of sustaining flames for several days. It's actually Merman Essence, Changgu exclaimed in delight. Aside from the 12 ancient lamps in the cavern, the narrow tunnel beside them also glimmered with light, suggesting it too was adorned with similar lamps. Thus, the two worked in tandem, with Changgu collecting the Merman Essence while Jiang Chunan removed the lamps. Ultimately, they left one lamp for illumination. Ding, you have acquired Merman Essence 106 drops. Unfortunately, each lamp had very little essence remaining. Nevertheless, even this amount could sustain a flame for over a year. Subsequently, Changgu turned his attention to the narrow passage. Judging by its dimensions, the dwarves could easily navigate through, while he and Jiang Chunan would have to crawl. It was no wonder Neteluo had halted here. The passage was likely too narrow to accommodate even one of its legs. Changgu mused. Yet, peering through the constricted entrance, it appeared that the space opened up beyond. With that thought, Changgu stowed Neteluo away, exchanging a glance with Jiang Chunan before they both ventured into the tunnel. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes of crawling, they emerged into a vast, open area. Simultaneously, a system notification illuminated before them. Ding! You have arrived at the secret realm, Dwarven Treasure Trove. Danger level, moderate. The Dwarven Treasure Trove contains treasures prepared for those deemed worthy. However, to prevent outsiders from intruding, numerous mechanisms have been set in place. Upon reading the notification, Changgu instinctively stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had previously heard Niels mention that the dangers within this secret realm stemmed from various traps. Progressing through it, they could easily encounter forks in the path, and a wrong choice could trigger a surge of mechanisms. In simple terms, luck was a critical component in the dwarves' selection of worthy individuals. However, Changgu was not inclined to entrust his life to chance. He grasped Jiang Chuanan's hand and resolutely stepped into the entrance. The two traversed the passage for several minutes before halting at a fork in the road. Two identical openings lay before them, and it seemed they could only rely on luck to decide. Changgu did not rashly proceed. Instead, he activated the contract space. In an instant, brilliant light flashed, and two massive figures appeared before him. Grimm and Neteluo. Chang Ji's expression grew serious as he pointed to the two openings, decisively instructing Grimm and Neteluo, "You two, choose one opening each and investigate thoroughly. Remain vigilant for any signs of danger, and retreat immediately if you sense anything amiss." Without hesitation, they complied in unison, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Changgu promptly established a mental link, ensuring constant communication with both. Moments later, a system notification rang out. Ding! Your contracted creature Grimm is under attack. Fortunately, upon checking Grimm's status, Changgu discovered it had only lost a small fraction of its health. He quickly inquired, "Grimm, how's it going over there?" Creak, creak, creak. "I encountered a dead end after turning a corner, and arrows started raining down as I tried to leave." Changgu immediately commanded Grimm to retreat. Just then, a message from Neteluo arrived as well. "Master, everything is smooth here, with no dangers. However, I encountered another fork at the end, identical to the previous one." Once Grimm returned, Changgu took it and led the way down the other path. Indeed, they faced no obstacles and encountered no traps. After walking for a while, Neteluo's figure appeared at the end, only to reveal yet another identical fork behind it. Following Chang Ji's signal, they once again entered one opening each. This time, it was Neteluo that triggered a mechanism. A series of massive axes fell from above, crafted from the same bronze as the lamps outside, heavy in hand. Yet, against Neteluo's robust armor, they inflicted little harm. As Neteluo retrieved an axe from his possession, the group proceeded towards Grimm. Subsequently, a similar scenario unfolded several times. At last, the four figures halted before an imposing door. intricately adorned with bronze patterns, exuding an aura of grandeur. This bronze door appeared to tower over 2 meters, exuding a weightiness that left Chenggu in awe. Pondering how the dwarves had managed to forge such a formidable structure, at his gesture, Nichuo stepped forward without hesitation, slowly pushing the door open. Just as Chenggu prepared to follow Nichuo's inside, he was abruptly halted by a wave of Nichuo's hand. Be cautious, my lord. There are serpents within. Blue Lake Python King Leader, Blue Elite, Level 11, Health, 1250 Attack, 145 Defense, 45 Strength, 72 Agility, 35 Spirit, 28 Constitution, 22 Skills. Aqua Surge. Blue unleashes a powerful wave of water from its mouth, inflicting 220 attack damage to targets in a straight line, while slowing them by 30 for 3 seconds. Python Shadow Assault. Blue instantly accelerates towards a chosen target, dealing 200 attack damage and briefly stunning the target for 0.5 seconds. Blue Lake Guardian. Blue forms a water curtain shield around itself, capable of absorbing damage equivalent to 20 of its maximum health for 10 seconds. Description: the Blue Lake Python King reigns supreme over the Blue Lake region, having long occupied the depths of the lake, inadvertently discovering the dwarves' hidden treasure. Meanwhile, Xie Qilong and his companions, guided by the map, arrived at the location indicated. Brother Long, surely this map isn't a forgery? Before us lies nothing but a tranquil lake. Wang Hu remarked, perplexed as he gazed at the still waters. Xie Qilong scrutinized the lake, his brow furrowed in thought. Logically, this can't be right. At that moment, a younger man stepped forward respectfully, suggesting, Brother Long, could it be that the treasure lies beneath the lake? This map was drawn several centuries ago. The terrain may have changed significantly over such a long period. Upon hearing this, Xie Qilong's eyes sparkled with realization. He nodded slightly, his gaze returning to the lake. A glimmer of determination and resolve in his eyes. Whether it's at the bottom or not, we must dive in and investigate. Wang Hu, select a few of our best swimmers to scout the situation. Yes, Brother Long, Wang Hu replied, swiftly turning to choose several robust men skilled in swimming. The group of men quickly shed their shirts, stretching their limbs before plunging into the water without hesitation. Ripples spread across the lake's surface before it regained its calm. The remaining members on the shore waited in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Xie Qilong, arms crossed, paced back and forth, occasionally glancing towards the lake. After what felt like an eternity, the water suddenly churned, and a head emerged from the depths. One of the men who had ventured below. Gasping for breath, his face alight with excitement, he exclaimed, Brother Long, there's a passage at the bottom of the lake. As if it were hewn by human hands, it appears to lead to a hidden realm. A subtle smile crept onto Xie Qilong's face as he waved his hand decisively. Excellent, brothers, prepare yourselves. We shall descend. The group swiftly submerged, swimming towards the passage at the lake's bottom. After several minutes, they regrouped in the cavern where Chenggu and his companion had previously lingered. Brother Long, 3 of our men have yet to resurface. Should we wait for them? Wang Hu asked, a frown creasing his forehead. Xie Qilong's resolve hardened. Time waits for no man. We must proceed, having already spent 5 minutes underwater, and with the passage of over 10 minutes. It was evident that the 3 players were unlikely to return. Though the loss of 3 subordinates before they even entered was not ideal for Xie Qilong, he deemed it within acceptable limits. At that moment, he noticed the lamp hanging above them. Brother Long, it's a dwarven lamp with merfolk essence. A single drop of this essence can burn for several days, and there are over a dozen droplets here. Xie Qilong swiftly gathered the essence, plunging the cave into darkness. A twinge of regret crossed his mind. If only there were more. Sighing softly, he ignited a flame, guiding his men to enter the narrow passage one by one. Xie Qilong was the last to squeeze through, only to find a bewildered group awaiting him. Brother Long, these 2 passages are identical. Which one shall we take? Xie Qilong furrowed his brow, his gaze darting between the 2 tunnels as he weighed the options in his mind. After a moment, a look of determination crossed his face as he declared, select 2 brothers. Each shall explore a different path. The group fell silent, exchanging glances filled with fear and hesitation. They were well aware that although the 2 passages appeared the same, they concealed potential dangers, and one could easily become lost forever. Wang Hu hesitated, stammering, Brother Long, this. Xie Qilong shot him a glare, his voice firm. "What are you afraid? Let us not forget why we are here. One must risk something to gain something. If we cannot bear this small sacrifice, how can we hope to find treasure?" With gritted teeth, Wang Hu dared not speak further, reluctantly choosing 2 players from the crowd. The 2 men wore expressions of despair, yet under Xie Qilong's pressure, they steeled themselves and ventured into their respective passages. The others held their breath, anxiously watching the entrances. As time ticked by, a sudden scream echoed from the left passage, reverberating through the narrow corridor in a haunting manner. Soon after, silence enveloped them. The group felt a tightening in their chests, knowing the player likely faced grim prospects. Meanwhile, from the right passage, a voice called out, "Brother Long." This passage is empty, but it leads to 2 identical forks. Chapter 37. The mighty Neichuos, be cautious, my lord. There are serpents within. Upon hearing Neichuos' warning, Chang Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Jiang Chuanan's arm. Pulling her back swiftly, raising his eyes, he beheld 3 massive blue lake pythons coiled before them. Each serpent measured an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length, their levels ranging from 8 to 9. The central python, however, was a sight to behold. Exceeding 10 meters in length, its girth surpassed that of an adult human's waist. It was none other than the level 11 Python King. "Chenggu, how can there be snakes in here?" Jiang Chuanan's voice trembled with fear. It was undeniable that the imposing presence of these colossal serpents struck a chord of terror within modern individuals. Chenggu could clearly feel Jiang Chuanan's grip on him tighten. Even he felt a slight tremor in his legs. Nevertheless, Chenggu quickly regained his composure, reassuring her. "This place has been devoid of human presence for centuries. It has likely become a den for these foreign serpents. The snake that attacked Neichuos in the water is probably one of their kin. Leave it to Neichuos. They are no match for him in the water, let alone on land." Now calm, Chenggu spoke with a steady demeanor. At that moment, the blue lake python king hissed menacingly, its cold, vertical pupils filled with vigilance as it fixated on the 2 massive beings and their human counterparts. As a second-tier beast, it had long since developed intelligence. This territory had been its domain for nearly a century, untouched by any intruders. Tioit, the arrival of these uninvited guests was nothing short of a blatant provocation, if that were the case. These trespassers would make for an exquisite meal. Greed and malice flickered in the Python King's eyes. Just then, Chenggu resolved to take the initiative, opting for a preemptive strike. Divine blessing, as Chenggu invoked the skill. A radiant purple light enveloped Neichuos. His attack power soared to an astonishing 560 points. Neichuos, feeling the surge of power within him, was taken aback. Even his normally stoic demeanor was shaken. "Master, what is this incredible strength?" The Sinful War Clan was inherently a combative race, and with Chang Ji's enhancement, Neichuos felt invincible at his current tier. "Go forth, Neichuos, and let them witness your prowess," Chenggu said calmly at that moment. The Python King gazed at Neichuos, brandishing the massive axe and radiating an aura of terror. A surge of profound unease welled within. Just then, Jiang Chunan decisively took action, unleashing her newly learned skill, Frostfall. After ascending to the second tier, a cerulean magic circle manifested, enveloping the giant pythons in an instant. Countless ice spikes rained down like meteors from above, howling with a piercing chill as they hurtled towards the serpents. "This is bad." The Python King felt a flicker of panic surge within. Neichuos' presence exerted immense pressure, while this young woman's skill significantly hampered its speed. Sinful charge. Neichuos let out a low, thunderous roar then, swinging the ominous axe that emanated a dark glow. He charged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Health minus 1,680. Under the terrifying strike of Neichuos, enhanced by his formidable powers, the 3 little snakes belonging to the Python King stood no chance whatsoever. They writhed desperately, attempting to escape the range of Neichuos' assault. However, ensnared by the slowing effects of Spirit Frost Descends, their movements became exceedingly sluggish, akin to beasts trapped in a quagmire, powerless to break free. Ultimately, all 3 Azure Lake Pythons fell beneath Neichuos' axe, becoming mere souls departed from this world. Ding, your contracted being, the Sinful Lance, Neichuos, has slain an Azure Lake Python, LV9. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Ding, your contracted being, the Sinful Lance, Neichuos, has slain an Azure Lake Python, LV8. You have gained 800 experience points. Ding, your contracted being, the Sinful Lance, Natros, has slain an Azure Lake Python, LV8. You have gained 800 experience points. Ding, your level has risen to 12. You require 4,000 experience points for the next level. Witnessing the demise of all its offspring, the Python King let out a mournful hiss. Filled with boundless sorrow and fury, it had fortuitously found itself at the edge of the formation, narrowly escaping death, yet it could only watch helplessly as its young perished before its eyes. At its level, it was no longer an uncivilized, cold-blooded creature. It had developed emotions for its own flesh and blood. How could it not feel profound grief? At that moment, Chang Ji's voice resonated once more in the Python King's ears. Do not despair. Let Natros guide you to reunite with them. Chapter 38. The Golden Light Sphere. The Dwarven Artifact. Observing the composed expressions of Chenggu and his companion, the Python King began to entertain thoughts of retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The Python King contemplated, then began to twist its massive body, charging straight towards a stone cave formed by years of decay within the secret chamber. Once through there, it could plunge directly into the watered eye in that domain. It would be in its absolute territory, capable of both attack and retreat, striking when it wished and fleeing when it desired. However, Changgu would not allow it to escape so easily. When he spoke of reuniting its family, he meant it without fail. What a pity it would be for the little snakes to languish below without their mother. With that thought, Changgu raised his hand without hesitation to unleash Vine Technique. The robust vines darted forth like ethereal serpents, precisely ensnaring the tail of the fleeing Python King. Go, Natros, conclude it with infernal judgment. At Chang Ji's command, a fervent battle spirit ignited in Natros's eyes. He gripped his battle axe tightly, the power of sin swirling around him like a dark tide, continuously infusing the axe with energy. Under the infusion of this malevolent force, the battle axe emitted an eerie glow, as if countless vengeful souls were howling upon its blade. Natros propelled himself forward with tremendous force, leaping into the air. Then, like a meteor descending from the heavens, he plunged downwards with immense power. Boom! At the moment the battle axe struck the ground, a thunderous explosion resounded, as if the earth itself cracked like a spider's web. Debris scattering in all directions. Health minus 1960. Yet, the Azure Lake Python King could not evade its fate, succumbing with an unwilling heart, breathing its last. Ding, your contracted being, the Sinful Lance, Natros, has slain the Azure Lake Python King, LV11. You have gained 1,700 experience points. You are now 2,300 experience points away from the next level. After vanquishing the Python King, the blessing bestowed by Chenggu concluded. The radiant aura surrounding Natros dissipated, along with the enhancement of his attributes. Instantly, a profound sense of disparity washed over Natros' mind. Yet simultaneously, his respect for Chenggu deepened, akin to a volcanic eruption. If previously, his affinity for Chenggu was at 99 points. Stemming from his own nature and racial traits, now, Natros was utterly convinced of Chang Ji's worth, pledging unconditional loyalty from body to soul. Ding, the affinity of your contracted being Natros has increased by 1 point. Current, 100 points. Hearing the notification, a smile flickered across Chang Ji's face. Natros's effortless slaughter of the second-tier foes pleased him greatly. With the blessing, even a rare third-tier Natros could possess formidable combat prowess, truly deserving of the title as the foremost epic-level contracted being. Subsequently, Changgu moved towards the corpse of the Azure Lake Python King. Decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Gained Azure Lake Python King's flesh 68. First-time consumption. Increases spirit by 10 points. Gained 1 sheet of Azure Lake Python King's skin. Gained crafting blueprint for Python King's bracer. Blue required materials. Azure Lake Python skin. Mist crystal 2. Attribute bonuses. Constitution 5. Strength 2. Gazing at the items dropped from the decomposition of the Python King, Changgu was mildly taken aback. The flesh, upon consumption, could indeed enhance spirit by 10 points. For a magic-based profession, this equated to an increase of 20 points in attack power. Thus, even though no skills or similar items had dropped this time, Changgu felt little disappointment. Just then, Jiang Chunin completed the decomposition of the three little snakes as well, approaching with a look of excitement, proclaiming, "We can have Aunt Monica cook us some snake meat when we return." Chenggu, upon hearing this, refrained from mocking Jiang Chunin's gluttony, instead sharing in his anticipation. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had yet to experience the taste of snake meat. Moreover, it was from a giant python measuring over 10 meters long. Let us proceed further. Niels mentioned there should only be an outer hall here, and the secret chamber within should house the hidden treasure. As Chang Ji's voice fell, Natros led the way, heading toward the secret chamber at the end of the outer hall. Upon arriving at the stone door, he swung his battle axe with a mighty force, resulting in a resounding crash as the stone door shattered. Natros's considerable size prevented him from entering the secret chamber directly. He merely peeked inside, confirming there was no danger before gesturing to Chenggu. Chenggu scanned the outer hall, noticing that aside from the murals on the walls, there was nothing else of note. The murals depicted the daily lives of the dwarves and the origins of the construction of the hidden treasure site, seemingly devoid of any special value. Without hesitation, Chenggu stepped forward towards the secret chamber. However, after taking just 2 steps, he noticed that Grimm remained stationary. Chenggu halted, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "What's wrong?" "Grimm?" Grimm's flames flickered dimly in his eye sockets, appearing despondent, as if he had lost confidence, sitting quietly in place. Crack, 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 crack. After much contemplation, Chenggu finally comprehended Grimm's feelings. Just moments ago, Natros had swept through effortlessly, dispatching the nest of snakes in mere moves. Meanwhile, Grimm had not contributed at all, even feeling incapable of handling a single little snake on his own. Understanding the reason, Chenggu couldn't help but chuckle. He approached Grimm and gently patted his stone head, earnestly assuring him, "Do not lose heart, Grimm. You are only level 9, while Natros has reached the 2nd tier, boasting a level of 15. Once you hit level 10, I will ensure you obtain the Certificate of the Brave, and at that time, you too will have the chance to become as powerful as Natros." Chang Ji's words were not mere platitudes. Grimm, as his first contracted being upon entering the game, had played a significant role in the early stages. Regardless of how formidable future contracted beings might be, Chenggu would never abandon Grimm. Furthermore, there existed a small probability of increasing rarity when contracted beings advanced. This was precisely why Chenggu firmly believed that Grimm had the potential to become as strong as Natros. Upon hearing Chang Ji's promise, Grimm's flames flickered with renewed hope. He slowly stood up, scratching his head, seemingly embarrassed by his earlier demeanor. Jiang Chunin, witnessing Grimm's endearing appearance, chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Grimm. If Chenggu doesn't help you break through, I'll give him a good thrashing." Chenggu nodded with a smile. "All right, let us hurry inside." Natros and Grimm took their positions on either side of the secret chamber, while Chenggu and Jiang Chunin gradually stepped into the final secret chamber. The moment they entered, a gentle and mysterious golden light enveloped them. In the center of the chamber stood a high platform forged of gold. Suspended above the platform was a shimmering golden sphere, its light flickering as if countless stars were swirling within. "This is..." Jiang Chunin couldn't help but exclaim softly, his eyes filled with curiosity and delight. This was the dwarven treasure, the artifact crafted with the collective efforts of their entire race. Chenggu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached without hesitation, extending his hand to retrieve it. "Golden Weapon Selection Tool." A line of bold text materialized before Chang Ji's eyes, followed by a more detailed description. "This is a rare artifact crafted with the utmost effort of the dwarven race, embodying their exceptional forging techniques and unparalleled wisdom. After countless days and nights of meticulous crafting, this legendary item was born." Dwarven Master Blacksmith, Hawkeyes. Note: this tool possesses a magical characteristic capable of transforming into a weapon form that perfectly suits the holder's profession. Would you like to use it? Chenggu gazed at the flashing, "Would you like to use it?" With no hesitation, a thought echoed in his mind. In that fleeting moment, the golden weapon, suspended in his hand, burst forth with blinding brilliance. The dazzling golden light compelled Chenggu and Jiang Chunin to squint their eyes slightly. Amidst the radiance, the weapon's form began to rapidly transform. Chapter 39. Celestial Illusion Dragon Spirit Staff. As the light swirled, the golden weapon gradually stabilized, ultimately morphing into a staff. The staff was crafted from a material that shimmered with a golden glow, its shaft adorned with intricate and elaborate runes, while the tip was embedded with a large red gemstone. Even more astonishing, 9 miniature dragons, composed of pure energy, circled around the gemstone, vividly lifelike, with each scale vividly discernible. Celestial Illusion Dragon Spirit Staff, Golden Legend, exclusive to Summoners, Spirit 99, Life 500, Agility 12, Cooldown Reduction 10, Special Effects, Illusion. The wielder can temporarily possess a skill from any contracted being, with an effect of 70 of the original, cooldown, 180s, Celestial Protection. The damage received by the wielder is permanently reduced by 40. And control time is shortened by 30. Cooldown, none, Dragon Soul. With Dragon Soul Protection, the contracted beings summoned by the summoner have a chance to awaken the Dragon Soul, triggering special effects. Cooldown, none. Gazing at the formidable effects of the Celestial Illusion Dragon Spirit Staff, both Changgu and Jiang Chunan found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Jiang Chunan, still struggling to comprehend the staff's immense power, could only appreciate its magnificent appearance and impressive effects. Changgu, however, was utterly astounded. Such a substantial enhancement to attributes could easily elevate his health beyond that of many melee classes, with agility surpassing even that of assassins. Moreover, he had never encountered effects like these. The illusion skill could directly utilize the abilities of contracted beings. Celestial Protection could permanently mitigate damage by a percentage and shorten control durations. While the first two effects were relatively easy to grasp, it was the last effect, Dragon Soul, that left Chenggu both perplexed and filled with anticipation. Chenggu stowed away the dwarven artifact and turned his gaze toward the elevated platform where the artifact had been displayed. Golden base, crafted meticulously by the dwarves from an abundance of pure gold to house the artifact, devoid of any impurities, it can be decomposed into gold ingots. Observing the prompt before him, a smile once again graced Chang Ji's lips. Decompose. Ding. Decomposition successful. Acquired gold ingots 99. It is worth noting that gold is an exceedingly rare precious metal in the game Infinite Continent. Regardless of the city or continent, it is undeniably a hard currency. Changgu, satisfied, collected the gold ingots and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out of the secret chamber, he spotted Grim approaching with a steady gait. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. Someone is coming from outside. Approximately over 30 individuals. They will arrive in 3 minutes. Upon hearing Grim's message, Chenggu was taken aback. Other players had also obtained clues about the dwarven treasure. Thankfully, he had arrived quickly. Otherwise, he might have missed this golden legendary artifact. Chenggu had unwavering faith in Grim's judgment. The Desert Stone Golem clan had an innate affinity with stone, allowing them to perceive numerous details through the ground. Chenggu, what did Grim just say? Someone's coming, let's hide for a moment and assess the situation. With that, Chenggu hurriedly grasped Jiang Chunan's hand and concealed themselves behind the door. 30 or so individuals. Chenggu pondered silently. In Misty Isle, there weren't many player factions of such scale. Moreover, other players lacked the assistance of contracted beings for reconnaissance, making it even rarer for a faction to survive numerous traps with such numbers. Two names swiftly surfaced in Chang Ji's mind, Xie Qilong and his group. During their traversal through 4 branching paths, they had lost 10 players in total. In truth, such losses were not necessary. However, one player, struck by a trap's hidden weapon, had shouted with his last breath, "Be careful, there are." His words were cut short, yet they filled Xie Qilong with unease. Thus, even when his subordinates expressed considerable dissent, Xie Qilong resolutely commanded several players to investigate. After enduring several casualties, Xie Qilong finally understood what the initial player had intended to convey. Be careful. There are other players. Chenggu had instructed his 2 contracted beings to clear the trigger traps along the passage. Yet one axe had been inadvertently overlooked. Glaring at the axe, its blade already dulled, Xie Qilong's eyes filled with deep apprehension, and his actions became increasingly cautious. At last, they passed through the final passage and arrived at the grand door where Chenggu had stood earlier. Before them stood an ancient and magnificent door, firmly shut, appearing entirely unremarkable. Xie Qilong slightly nodded toward the door. Soon, at his gesture, a player steeled himself and approached to open it. However, after exerting considerable effort, the player discovered the door wouldn't budge. In desperation, several others stepped forward to assist, and ultimately, 10 individuals combined their strength to slowly push the door open. Creak. From the outside, only half of a mural on the wall was visible. Nothing more could be discerned. Xie Qilong, ever cautious, turned to a nearby individual and said, "Ding Yi, you go in first to scout." The man named Ding Yi hesitated, but upon meeting Xie Qilong's unwavering gaze, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside. However, once he entered, he stood frozen, as if enchanted, his body trembling slightly before vanishing from sight. Minutes passed, and Xie Qilong was nearly overwhelmed by impatience when Wang Hu urged loudly, "Ding Yi, what is going on in there?" Just then, Ding Ye's figure slowly re-emerged at the entrance. "Dragon brother, tiger brother, there's nothing here, just a wall of murals. Oh, and there's a secret chamber inside. I believe the treasure Dragon brother is seeking must be there." Chapter 40. A Fish in a Barrel. Observing Ding Ye's slightly pale face and the tremor in his voice, Xie Qilong felt something was amiss. He waved his hand, sending 3 more players inside. These 3 players, unburdened by worry, followed Ding Ye's assurance and confidently entered. As soon as they stepped into the room, a chill enveloped them. Turning around, they beheld Grimm standing ominously to one side. His massive stone form resembled a small mountain. With eerie green flames flickering in his eye sockets, he was more terrifying than any creature they had encountered before. What kind of monster is this? Is it a statue or a living being? My goodness, its hand is moving. It's alive. The trio was struck with sheer terror, instinctively retreating, only to collide with a cold object behind them. They spun around in fright, only to find the heavily armored Nitros looming behind them like a specter. The armor radiated a chilling aura, seemingly infused with the endless cold of the underworld, and the hollow eye sockets of the helmet flickered 2 eerie dark red lights, sending shivers down their spines. At that moment, a drop of blood from Nitros's axe blade fell onto one player's head. Instinctively, the player reached up to touch their head, feeling the sticky liquid, and screamed, "Help! Help! A monster!" Almost simultaneously, Cheng Gu emerged from behind the door like a wraith. He first made a silencing gesture, then mimed a throat-cutting motion. Cheng Ji's intent was to lure the group outside into the room. If a confrontation was to occur, he aimed to capture them all at once. If they remained outside, the sheer number of individuals would likely allow some to escape amid the chaos. The 3 players turned to the equally pale Ding Yi, quickly grasping the situation. Meanwhile, Xie Qilong, hearing the commotion from within, urgently inquired, "What is happening in there?" Cheng Gu, maintaining his composure, merely cast a threatening glance at the 3 players. The player in the center was about to shout, but was swiftly silenced by the others. The situation was abundantly clear. It was evident that these 2 terrifying monsters were allied with the man before them. To command such fearsome entities, this man must be extraordinarily formidable. Ding Yi had likely submitted to him for the sake of survival. The player, having discerned Xie Qilong's intentions, leaned close to the central player and whispered, "Xie Qilong is using our lives to scout ahead. To him, we are merely expendable tools. Do you intend to continue serving him?" Ding Yi has already capitulated. Perhaps aligning with this man could grant us a sliver of hope. The central player contemplated briefly, swiftly grasping the stakes involved, and nodded vigorously. Subsequently, under Chang Ji's cold gaze, the trio slowly inched toward the entrance. Xie Qilong, observing the re-emergence of the 3, furrowed his brow tightly, demanding, "What exactly just transpired? Why the loud shouting?" The player beside quickly spoke up, "Long Gu. You know, Wang Da is the most timid among us. Just now, when we were admiring the mural on the wall, a rat suddenly darted out." The man who had just screamed, "Wang Da," hastily chimed in, Yes, Long Gu. A large black rat suddenly leaped onto my face, startling me." Xie Qilong scrutinized them with suspicion, feeling that the behavior of these 3, as well as Ding Yi's, was rather peculiar. Yet, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was amiss. He could only scan their faces repeatedly, but aside from noticing their pallor, he found no other abnormalities. At that moment, Wang Hu leaned closer and whispered, "Long Gu, this place has been abandoned for who knows how many years." A rat's nest wouldn't be surprising. Although Xie Qilong still harbored doubts, he ultimately chose to trust Wang Hu's words. With a grand gesture, he led the throng of players into the room. The moment they stepped inside, Xie Qilong immediately became vigilant, surveying his surroundings. In addition to the weathered murals, he observed two statues towering at least 2 to 3 meters high, one resembling a stone monster, the other clad in armor, both of which appeared utterly out of place. Boom! Just as the crowd was processing the situation, the doors suddenly slammed shut. What is happening? Xie Qilong's complexion turned ashen as he swiftly turned around. There, in the doorway, stood Chen Gu and Jiang Chunan. Jiang Chunan! Xie Qilong exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized Jiang Chunan at a glance, not only because he had long coveted him, but also because the unusual condition afflicting him could only be alleviated by a high-level purification skill. From various inquiries, he had learned that Jiang Chunan, as a spirit master, was among the few professions endowed with purification abilities. As he glanced at the person beside Jiang Chunan, it was undoubtedly Cheng Gu. Xie Qilong refrained from immediately addressing the two, instead directing an enraged gaze towards the traitorous Ding Yi and the others, bellowing, "You traitors! Is it just Cheng Gu who can frighten you this much?" To him, Jiang Chunan, being a support class, wielded little direct offensive power. Hence, the only one capable of inciting such betrayal and deception among them could only be Cheng Gu. Xie Qilong had previously conducted investigations into Cheng Ji's profession. Yet he had never encountered any similar vocation. Thus, he was entirely ignorant of Cheng Ji's skills. Nevertheless, in his mind, as a berserker, he would only grow stronger in battle, far surpassing Cheng Ji's class. Moreover, he had so many followers. Ding Yi and the other three lowered their heads, exchanging furtive glances before choosing to remain silent. They had personally witnessed Cheng Ji's capabilities, and compared to Xie Qilong's current fury, they were far more terrified of being slain by Nidalos's axe. Cheng Gu, oh Cheng Gu, I once thought you to be a clever individual, but never did I anticipate such arrogance. Xie Qilong turned his gaze towards Cheng Gu, mocking, "You two think you can capture me like a fish in a barrel?" Observing the four subordinates who remained silent, he assumed they were merely too frightened to speak out against him. At that moment, Wang Hu, sensing something was amiss, leaned closer to Xie Qilong and cautioned, "Long Gu, their reactions seem off. Be careful." However, Xie Qilong waved him off, focusing on Cheng Gu. "I presume you have already secured the Dwarven clan's secret treasure. Hand it over obediently, and I might grant you a swift death." Xie Qilong's gaze turned icy, his greed unabashed. The treasure, he also desired. Jiang Chunan, he too wanted. As for letting Cheng Gu go, that was never an option he considered. "The treasure? Are you referring to this?" Cheng Gu replied with a faint smile. Revealing the starry dragon spirit staff, the staff radiated a mysterious and gentle glow, making it particularly striking in the dim room. "Yes, this is it." The staff ensnared Xie Qilong's attention, even eclipsing Jiang Chunan beside him. A golden tier weapon. It was worth noting that his current battle axe was merely blue tier. "Defeat me, and it shall be yours." Cheng Ji's lips curled into a grin. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the starry dragon spirit staff against Xie Qilong. Nidalos, grim, open the door. There are too many people here. Let me face Xie Qilong outside. Chapter 41. The small fry Xie Qilong? Nidalos, grim, who are they? And does Cheng Gu have other allies? Xie Qilong's heart raced. His gaze scanning the surroundings warily. In this enclosed space, where could anyone else possibly be hiding? His thoughts raced. Could it be that secret chamber? Before Xie Qilong could piece together the clues, his players began to scream in terror. The statues are moving. They were not statues at all, but living, breathing monsters. Oddly enough, they seemed to have no intention of attacking us. Heavens, they opened the door. Moreover, it seems they obey Cheng Gu. Amidst the mingled expressions of astonishment and dread, Nidalos and Grim slowly pushed open the heavy door. At that moment, the expressions on the faces of the onlookers were nothing short of spectacular. Some were wide-eyed, others were gripped with fear, while many simply stood frozen in shock. The fact that these colossal beings would heed Cheng Ji's commands was a reality too bizarre to accept. The crowd would rather believe that these two massive monsters would swiftly slaughter them than grapple with the unfathomable scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Xie Qilong felt as though his legs had turned to jelly, his strength drained. Had it not been for Wang Hu's quick reflexes to support him, he would have surely crumpled to the ground like a heap of mush. Summoner, Xie Qilong stammered, his lips trembling as he finally managed to utter a few words. Could this be what he had summoned? According to his understanding, while various professions had their strengths and weaknesses, the disparities were not enormous. Thus, he had perceived summoners as merely ordinary spell-casting classes, capable of summoning entities akin to ghostly hounds, relying on numbers to prevail. This also explained why Chenggu had leveled up so quickly. However, witnessing the two beings before him, he realized how vastly mistaken he had been, especially with Nidalos, exuding an aura that chilled the spine. The overwhelming pressure far surpassed that of the level 10 boss they had painstakingly defeated earlier that morning. At this point, Chenggu had positioned himself in the open space outside, standing firm in front of the passageway, blocking the exit. "Xie Qilong, if you don't come out, do you wish to challenge Nidalos?" Xie Qilong's face turned as pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring down as his mind wrestled with his thoughts. Wang Hu steadied him, whispering, "Boss, what should we do? With so many of us, perhaps we still have a chance if we fight." Xie Qilong gritted his teeth, striving to regain his composure. This Chenggu is exceedingly arrogant. With such powerful summons, he still wishes to challenge me one-on-one. Although they had the numbers, the confined space might not allow them to handle these two behemoths. Perhaps he should confront him directly. The two engaged in hushed debate. Chenggu watched from a distance, arms crossed, not pressing them, as if the outcome was already within his grasp. Having previously coerced Zhang Guifeng into selling her daughter, Chenggu would not easily forgive Xie Qilong for targeting someone dear to him. Ultimately, Xie Qilong steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he stepped forward. "Chenggu, I will duel you, however. You must ensure that those two do not intervene. Likewise, I will not allow my subordinates to interfere." Xie Qilong's demand was rather underhanded. None of his subordinates, except Wang Hu, were above level 10. Even if they all banded together, they would likely not be a match for Nidalos. Furthermore, in this not-so-spacious area, as a melee class, he held a significant advantage in a one-on-one matchup with Chenggu. "All right." Chenggu replied without hesitation, readily agreeing. After all, he had never intended to rely on Nidalos. With the artifact's enhancement and his successful advancement, how could he possibly lose to Xie Qilong? Upon hearing Chang Ji's affirmation, Xie Qilong wasted no time, promptly drawing his weapon. It was a double-bladed axe, somewhat resembling the war axe wielded by Nidalos, albeit a mini version. Rare blue tier, it came with a highly practical effect, severe wound. As long as the opponent was not at full health, the damage inflicted by his attacks would increase by 20%. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he bellowed, resembling an enraged bull, charging toward Chenggu. Furious axe strike. Instantly, a crimson light enveloped Xie Qilong, and under the skill's enhancement, his attack speed nearly doubled. In the blink of an eye, he was before Chenggu, raising the double-bladed axe high, the wind whistling around it, and brought it crashing down upon Cheng Ji's head. However, Cheng Ji's reaction exceeded his expectations. Chenggu merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading the powerful strike. Xie Qilong's axe struck nothing but air, and due to the excessive force, he stumbled forward a few steps, nearly losing his balance and falling to the ground. Xie Qilong was filled with both shock and fury. He swiftly steadied himself, then turned sharply, swinging his axe horizontally towards Cheng Ji's waist. Yet Chenggu seemed to have anticipated this move, retreating with a sudden burst of agility, narrowly evading the strike. Observing Xie Qilong, who was on the brink of rage, Chenggu couldn't help but smile faintly. His agility had now soared to an impressive 34 points, surpassing the berserker Xie Qilong by a margin of 8 points. Moreover, Xie Qilong was afflicted with the virus curse, which had diminished his speed by 10, making it even more arduous for him to close the distance on Chenggu. The onlookers inside the room were utterly astounded, their mouths agape at the spectacle. The formidable Xie Qilong, who typically commanded respect and fear, now resembled a comical monkey, at the mercy of Chenggu's playful maneuvers, utterly defenseless. This continued until the skill status expired, during which Xie Qilong couldn't even graze the hem of Cheng Ji's clothing. Jiang Chunan, watching from the sidelines, was filled with anxiety. To her, each of Cheng Ji's evasions felt like a dance on the precipice of death. Fraught with peril, her heart was lodged firmly in her throat, terrified that Chenggu might misjudge the next attack and fall victim to Xie Qilong's wrath. As she anxiously observed the unfolding battle, she quietly moved closer to Neteluo, whispering, "Neteluo, perhaps you should stand guard outside. If the situation deteriorates, rush in to assist your master." To her surprise, Neteluo gently shook his head, his calm voice resonating from within his armor. esteemed mistress? There is no need for concern. The master's valor and might far exceed your imagination. This petty scoundrel is but a mere fish in the sea to our lord. At this moment, the master is merely toying with him. Much like a knight testing his skills in a trial. Should he choose to unleash his full power, I am confident he would easily vanquish this Fois Chingu, truly that formidable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chunin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Xie Qilong's subordinates, overhearing their exchange, were left in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. The usually tyrannical dragon boss, who ruled the Longhu Club, was being referred to as mere fish in the eyes of this imposing figure. Chapter 42. Even after killing you, everything remains mine. After being toyed with repeatedly by Chenggu, Xie Qilong could no longer contain his frustration, shouting, "Chenggu, are you even a man? If you have the guts, stop dodging. Let us have a real fight." Chenggu merely scoffed in response. "Very well. Let us see if you can withstand it." Infinite Continent was inherently a game that tested one's dexterity. Through skillful maneuvers, many attacks could be avoided. Now, having transcended into reality, this was even more pronounced. Chenggu had been attempting to translate his in-game experience into practical application, and he felt he had nearly perfected it. Thus, he decided to cease his playful avoidance of Xie Qilong. With a slight grip on his spirit staff, he focused his thoughts. Transformation? This would temporarily grant him one of his contracted spirit skills. Though it would only be at 70 efficacy, it would suffice to eliminate Xie Qilong. Chenggu immediately chose to replicate Neiteluo's Purgatory Judgment. The image of Neiteluo effortlessly dispatching the Qinghu Python King with this very move was still fresh in his mind, and he was eager to see what it would look like when he executed it himself. In an instant, a brand new skill, Purgatory Judgment, materialized in Chang Ji's skill bar, marked by a 1-1 notation in the upper right corner, indicating that it could only be used once before vanishing. Simultaneously, his spirit staff underwent a remarkable transformation. The staff shrank visibly, while two heavy, glimmering axe blades emerged at the top, exuding a chilling aura. A vivid red crystal was securely embedded between the two blades, blessing. The state of skill replication would last for 60 seconds, and he needed only to utilize it within that minute. Thus, Chenggu cast the blessing buff upon himself. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power coursed through his body, doubling his attack value. His base attack power of 126 points skyrocketed to 252 points, and with the additional 198 points from the spirit staff, his total attack power now reached an astonishing 450 points. Feeling the enhanced strength within him, Chang Ji's gaze sharpened. He propelled himself off the ground with powerful legs, soaring like a cannonball and leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. Xie Qilong, witnessing Chang Ji's ascent, was beset by an overwhelming fear. Isn't he a magic-based class? How is he wielding an axe now? Aware of his inferiority to Chenggu, Xie Qilong panicked, raising his axe above his head in a desperate attempt to block the impending lethal strike. The next moment, Chenggu descended heavily, striking down upon Xie Qilong's head. With a resounding crash, a glaring red notification appeared above Xie Qilong. Health minus 1,102. Xie Qilong, with barely over 900 health points, was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing down several meters away. After standing still for a few seconds, without receiving the kill notification, Chang Ji's heart filled with perplexity. Upon closer inspection, he found Xie Qilong bleeding profusely, slowly raising a trembling hand, weakly pleading, Chenggu, you can't kill me." At that moment, Chenggu realized Xie Qilong was left with a pitiful single hit point. Even the slightest touch would be fatal. It dawned on him that the berserker possessed a passive skill, Near-Death Guardian. When dealt damage sufficient to kill him, it would leave him with 1 hit point and grant him a second of invincibility, akin to having purchased a lifeline. However, Xie Qilong had been rendered immobile by that previous axe strike, thus his moment of invincibility had been squandered. Just as Chenggu was about to step forward and deliver the final blow, Xie Qilong managed to muster another desperate plea. Jiang Chunan's mother and brother are in my hands. If you kill me, I assure you they won't survive either. At this revelation, Xie Qilong felt a surge of confidence. Ever since he had been tricked by Zhang Guifeng into giving up food without capturing Jiang Chunan, he had been searching for their whereabouts. Ultimately, his perseverance bore fruit. and he successfully located Zhang Guifeng and her son. His initial plan had been to extract the hidden treasure, wait for the opportune moment, and then seize Jiang Chunan to leverage her mother and brother's lives against her. However, in this moment, using this trump card felt like a worthwhile effort after all. Upon hearing this, Changgu let out a cold laugh. The last time Zhang Guifeng attempted to take Jiang Chunan to meet Xie Qilong, he had instructed Jiang Chunan to block her. Now learning that they had been captured by Xie Qilong, it felt like poetic justice. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to inquire about Jiang Chunan's thoughts. Turning to her, he noticed Jiang Chunan had also heard Xie Qilong's words. She shared Cheng Ji's sentiments. Zhang Guifeng and her brother had brought this upon themselves upon encountering Xie Qilong. Her disdain for her stepmother had only deepened. Realizing she had attempted to offer her to such a scoundrel, Chenggu, "Don't worry about me. Just kill him," Jiang Chunan shouted. To her, Xie Qilong's murderous intent towards Chenggu rendered him a perpetual threat. Chenggu nodded lightly in response, then turned his gaze back to Xie Qilong, coldly stating, "You must know that Zhang Guifeng is merely her stepmother, yes? Those two have no blood relation to Jiang Chunan and constantly seek to exploit her for their own gain. Do you truly believe she would care for them?" Upon hearing Cheng Ji's words, Xie Qilong's smug expression froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. In truth, he had harbored lingering doubts about this trump card, fully aware that Chenggu could easily eliminate him before rescuing Zhang Guifeng and her son. However, he had never anticipated that their relationship with Jiang Chunan could be so abysmal. His supposed lifeline had proven utterly flimsy. At this moment, the instinct for survival overwhelmed him, and he frantically pleaded for mercy. "Chenggu, I was wrong. I truly was. I failed to recognize your greatness. Show me mercy this once. I am willing to offer everything I possess, including the assets of the Longhu Club." Chenggu shook his head impassively, his tone icy as he replied, "By killing you, all of that will still belong to me." With that, Cheng Ji's foot descended without hesitation. Health -1, ding, you have successfully slain player, Xie Qilong, LV10 Berserker. Chapter 43. Accidental triggering of mechanisms. Experience gained, 1,300 points. 1,000 points remaining to the next level. Items acquired. Rice seeds X102. Silver coins X328. Wild boar meat X12. Merman essence X82 drops. Acquired. Deer hide robe, green. Hunter's axe, blue. Deer hide boots, green. Upon collecting the spoils from Xie Qilong's demise, Chenggu realized that he was far wealthier in comparison. Although the Longhu Club had numerous members, their consumption was equally staggering. After all, one couldn't let their subordinates starve, especially while living in uncertainty. Additionally, Xie Qilong was always accompanied by a throng of players during leveling, which accounted for the scarcity of food and resources in his inventory. However, the unexpected bounty of rice seeds has proven to be a fortuitous acquisition. With these, I can endeavor to cultivate the land. Currently, my daily sustenance consists solely of various meats, and living without staple food is still somewhat unfamiliar to me. Reflecting on this, I turn my gaze towards the multitude of subordinates under Xie Qilong. There are more than 20 individuals in total, and from what I have observed, it is evident that most of them joined Xie Qilong's faction merely to secure a meal. With this thought in mind, I stride directly towards the group. I am not a person who revels in bloodshed, yet I shall not show mercy to my enemies. If you are newcomers to the Longhu Society, you may leave. However, if you have always been a part of the Longhu Society, or if you are loyal to Xie Qilong, then you shall continue to pledge your allegiance to him below. Upon finishing my statement, I fix my gaze upon Ding Yi. He is the man who was coerced by Xie Qilong to enter the room at the beginning, and through Xie Qilong's shouts, I have learned his name. Ding Yi, you tell me, who among you is loyal to Xie Qilong? Do not entertain thoughts of deceiving me. My eyes remain locked on Ding Yi. Naturally, I have no intention of questioning each individual one by one, nor will I blindly trust the words of these players. The fear that grips Ding Yi is palpable. Having already succumbed once, he knows there will be a second time, especially now, as Ne Teluo strikes the ground with his battle axe. The impact sends a jolt through Ding Yi's body, extinguishing any desire for resistance or deceit. Initially, he had joined the Longhu Society merely to secure a meal and seek protection. Yet, upon joining, he discovered that those who came after were relegated to the lowest tier. They were burdened with the dirtiest and most arduous tasks, receiving the least reward. More importantly, the level of danger had not diminished. When venturing out to level up, they served as bait, tasked with scouting for threats. Thus, at this moment, Dingy sells out his teammates without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Dingy swiftly raises his hand and points to 5 individuals. These 5, they have been with Xie Qilong from the very beginning, obediently following his every command, and they always receive their share of resources first. The faces of the accused turn pale, and one young man with dyed red hair glares at Ding Yi. Cursing, "Ding Yi, you traitorous scoundrel! To save your own skin, you betray us. May you meet a wretched end." My expression sharpens at once, and I command without hesitation. "Ne Teluo." At my command, Ne Teluo lunges forward like a beast poised to strike, roaring as he swings his battle axe toward the 5. Your contracted creature has slain player Qi Yongsheng, LV3, gaining 150 experience points. Your contracted creature has slain player Chang Yangshu, LV4, gaining 225 experience points. A total of 900 experience points gained, 100 points remaining to the next level. In the blink of an eye, Ne Teluo has dispatched 5 individuals, then returns steadfastly to my side. I again turn my gaze to Ding Yi. Upon witnessing this, Ding Yi hastily exclaims, "No, truly, there are no others. These are the only old members of the Longhu Society." Just as those words leave his lips, Ding Yi seems to remember something and quickly adds, "No, there is one more person. Wang Hu." This reminder sparks a memory in me. Wang Hu is the teammate bound to Xie Qilong, the one who appeared alongside him on the leaderboard. The man who was just supporting Xie Qilong in conversation must be Wang Hu. Where is Wang Hu? My gaze sharpens like a flash of lightning as I scan the crowd. Soon, several players point towards the door. It turns out that Wang Hu, sensing the impending danger, had already blended into the crowd, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Now discovered, he ceases to hide and frantically flees towards the exit. He is more than 3 meters from the door. Yet Ne Teluo is already in motion. "No, don't kill me." As Ne Teluo approaches, Wang Hu stumbles to the ground when he is just 1.5 meters away. Yet, Ne Teluo will not heed Wang Hu's pleas for mercy. Infernal judgment follows, and a heavy axe falls. Boom, thud. Your contracted creature has slain player Wang Hu, LV10, gaining 1,300 experience points. You have successfully leveled up to level 13, requiring 5,200 experience points to reach the next level. I step forward, picking up the luminous orb dropped by Wang Hu, and upon inspection, I find only a set of green equipment, devoid of any other valuable items. It appears that the assets of the Longhu Society are largely concentrated in Xie Qilong's possession. Just then, a crisp notification sound reaches my ears. "Ding, congratulations. You have successfully annihilated a top-ranked team in the current server, receiving a reward, random supply package, small may contain living supplies, construction materials, and more." My eyebrows arch slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing my eyes as I promptly stow it away in my backpack, intending to open it once I return to my territory. At this moment, Jiang Chuanan approaches. "Chenggu, did you hear any sounds just now?" "Sounds?" With Jiang Chuanan's inquiry, I suddenly recall that I did indeed hear a distinct thud. Almost simultaneously, a prominent red warning box appears on the system screen before all players present. "Warning! The Secret Realm, Dwarven Treasure Chamber's self-destruct mechanism has been triggered. It will collapse in 30 seconds. Please evacuate immediately." 30. 29. Ne Teluo's attack inadvertently triggered the mechanisms of this dungeon. There are only 30 seconds left. The path we came from is surely no longer an option. Even running would take several minutes. As the countdown diminishes, the players present are plunged into a state of utter panic. Many, noting that I am not pursuing them further, scramble desperately towards the passageway. Only a few remain, realizing that I stand resolutely in place, hesitating for a moment before deciding to stay and observe what plan I might devise. Clearly, they understand that retreating the way we came is a certain death. I swiftly survey my surroundings, witnessing the walls of the room tremble violently, with small stones cascading like raindrops. The snake hole, in a flash. I recall the entrance the Azure Lake Python King attempted to escape through earlier. It is currently situated behind Grime. Without hesitation, I summon Ne Teluo and Grime. I then fix my gaze firmly on the passageway that leads to the Azure Lake Python King's exit. Upon closer inspection, I find that the diameter of this opening is sufficiently large for a person to enter. "You go first." Without a moment's thought, I seize Jiang Chuanan by the arm. "Oh, Jiang Chunin understands the urgency of the situation and wastes no time. Quickly dropping down to crawl through the opening, I follow closely behind. After crawling a short distance, the snake tunnel abruptly inclines upward. Jiang Chunin clearly struggles to adjust to this method of climbing, appearing somewhat clumsy in her movements. Noticing this, I immediately call out, "Climb onto my back." Without further ado, I bend down, and with a gentle push of my head, I securely place Jiang Chunin atop my shoulders. At this moment, Jiang Chunin casts aside any feelings of embarrassment. Wrapping her long legs tightly around my neck, I then exert my strength, unleashing an astonishing burst of power. The nearly 10-meter-long ascending snake tunnel is scaled in less than 10 seconds. At the summit, there lies a small opening, beside which is a pool of water that connects to the external lake. Chapter 44. Inside the supply package, is a small balloon. We both take a deep breath and plunge into the water without hesitation. Almost as soon as we hit the water, a tremendous collapse reverberates behind us. In an instant, the water churns violently, and multiple currents buffet us. Fortunately, I maintain a firm grip on Jiang Chunin's hand without letting go. 5 minutes later, I struggle to paddle my arms, finally bringing Jiang Chunin to the shore. We collapse onto the soft grass, limbs splayed out, gasping for breath. After resting for a brief 10 seconds, I sit up. At this moment, the lake's surface ripples gently, shimmering under the setting sun. Yet not a soul is in sight. I glance at the time. It is already past 6:40. We must return quickly at this moment. I notice that Jiang Chunin has somehow changed into a new outfit. "Chenggu, let us hurry back. I will do my best to keep up with you." Seeing this, I quickly change into a new set of clothes as well. Yet, at this moment, a new idea strikes me. Just earlier, when Jiang Chunin was perched on my shoulders, it dawned on me. Could we not ride upon Nateluo's back as well to expedite our journey? In the game, only beast-like creatures can unlock the riding function. However, in reality, it is unlikely to be that rigid. If it is possible, our speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. With this thought, I summon Nateluo. His massive form materializes before me. Kneeling on one knee, his posture straight, filled with loyalty and reverence in his gaze, "My master, should you have any commands," Nateluo vows by my honor to exert myself fully, unflinching in the face of death. It is not that serious. I feel a tad embarrassed, covering my mouth with my hand and clearing my throat. "Nateluo, in a moment, we would like to ride on your shoulders as you carry us swiftly along. Is that agreeable?" As I speak, uncertainty lingers in my heart. After all, requesting a being who once commanded legions and has slain countless foes to serve as a mount is likely a first. However, upon hearing this, Nitros showed no hesitation whatsoever and immediately lowered his body even further. If such words were uttered by another, he would undoubtedly perceive it as an unparalleled insult and would not hesitate to wield his war axe, reducing the offender to mere dust. Yet, when it comes to Cheng Ji's command, Nitros shall remain ever loyal and obedient. "The decree of my master is akin to a divine oracle. Please, my lord and lady, ascend at your leisure." Observing this, Chenggu broke into a smile, then grasped Nitros's helmet, exerting his foot to firmly perch himself upon Nitros's shoulder. He adjusted his position and extended his hand towards Jiang Chunin, saying, "Come, allow me to assist you." Jiang Chunin nodded, grasped Cheng Ji's hand, and with a leap, gracefully settled beside him. Although Nitros's shoulders were broad, the proximity of their bodies was inevitable. Jiang Chunin's arm gently brushed against Cheng Ji's side, her breath slightly quickening, clearly a bit tense. "Noble lord and lady, to ensure your safety, please hold on tightly." At this moment, Nitros slowly rose to his feet. Chenggu felt his vantage point suddenly elevate by several meters, and he quickly seized a gap in Nitros's helmet. With his other hand, he firmly wrapped around Jiang Chunin's waist. Feeling the expansive view before him, Chenggu was instantly filled with exhilaration. "Nitros, run forth like the swift wind." Nitros obeyed the command, instantly transforming into a streak of black wind, dashing forward. The sound of the wind howled past their ears, and the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. Nitros occasionally swung his axe to cleave through obstructing trees, and at times leaped over massive boulders. Chenggu could not suppress his excitement, exclaiming as if he were riding in an upgraded off-road vehicle. Nitros maintained a nearly straight trajectory, effortlessly traversing paths that Chenggu and Jiang Chunin would have had to avoid. This sensation, was simply exhilarating. Chenggu could not help but shout. Jiang Chunan, having adapted, also sparkled with excitement in her eyes. Chenggu, I feel as if I am flying. Soon, a rushing river appeared ahead. Chenggu recalled this river, located just a few kilometers east of their territory, but they had always circumvented it before. Nitros showed no sign of stopping. He suddenly accelerated, and just as he was about to step into the water, he leapt high, his massive form tracing an arc through the air. Chenggu and Jiang Chunan felt their bodies lighten as if freed from the grasp of gravity. Jiang Chunan could not help but let out a soft gasp. While Chenggu shouted, Nitros, splendidly done. Nitros landed steadily on the opposite bank of the river, not pausing for a moment, and continued to gallop forward. Before long, the outline of their territory came into view. Half a minute later, Nitros crouched steadily before the cottage, gently lowering Chenggu and Jiang Chunan. Chenggu glanced at the time. 7:20. They had nearly halved their travel time. Thank you for your hard work. Nitros! Chenggu retrieved a substantial amount of food to offer Nitros, then summoned him into the Covenant space. At that moment, several dwarves rushed to greet their return. Welcome back, my lord. Orlt approached respectfully and inquired. May I ask what you and the lady wish to dine on this evening? Upon hearing Orlt address her in such a manner, Jiang Chuanan's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she chose not to correct him. Orlt, may I try some of your dwarven delicacies? Of course, please wait a moment, my lady. I will prepare it right away. Jiang Chunan felt a wave of shyness wash over her, but when she glanced at Chenggu, she was puzzled to see him staring blankly at the 5 luminous orbs before him, having unknowingly opened the small supply pack obtained from defeating the King Hu and Xie Qilong. Self-heating kettle tin. Simply plug it in, and it will automatically heat up, perfect for instant noodles. Certain Master Instant Noodles 100, a classic flavor, with chewy noodles and rich seasonings, satisfying whether boiled in water or eaten dry. Insulated Sleeping Bag 20, filled with high-quality insulating material, capable of warding off the cold. White Peach-flavored Toothpaste 100, freshens breath and promotes healthy gums. Certain brand small balloons. You know what it is. Chapter 45. How about using it tonight? Please select 2 items from the above to claim. Upon selection, the other items will disappear. Chenggu stared at the 5 boxes before him, lost in deep contemplation. In previous games, opening such packs usually yielded wooden planks or various food items. However, since the game had manifested into reality, the range of rewards had evidently expanded significantly. This time, all 5 options were household items. The kettle that was certainly the first to be eliminated. Without power, it was useless, and boiling water could be done over a fire. As for the instant noodles, Chenggu had been forced to eat them daily for 3 years in high school. As the cafeteria was run by a relative of the school leaders, and he was utterly sick of them. Chenggu was certain Jiang Chunan had no interest in instant noodles either. Especially now that they had Orlt, who could cook. The sleeping bag was definitely to be ruled out. The wool blanket was warm enough. There was no need for another layer. As for the white peach-flavored toothpaste, Chenggu deemed it essential. For the past few days, he and Jiang Chunan had been making do with charcoal and their fingers to brush their teeth. Having toothpaste, even without a toothbrush, would be far preferable to the bitter charcoal. Thus, Chenggu promptly selected the toothpaste. Ding! White peach-flavored toothpaste 100 has been added to your backpack. At this moment, Jiang Chunan leaned closer, her expression one of skepticism as she scrutinized Chenggu. What will you choose for the last one? I'm still pondering. The kettle and sleeping bag aren't very useful for us. Then choose the instant noodles. Chenggu quickly interjected, No, instant noodles are devoid of nutrition. And with Orlt cooking, they are hardly a necessity. Jiang Chunan narrowed her eyes at this, pointing angrily at the 5th orb. So, you plan to choose the small balloons then? Don't tell me you consider that a necessity. Perhaps it is, Chenggu muttered under his breath instinctively. Jiang Chuanan's gaze sharpened instantly, exuding a dangerous aura. Ahem. Chenggu hastily cleared his throat. In any case, let's refrain from selecting instant noodles, full of additives. Once we cultivate land, we can make our own noodles. And no sooner had he spoken than Chenggu reached out and grasped the final orb. Ding! Certain brand small balloons 100 have been added to your backpack. Bad person. Jiang Chunan murmured softly, having resolutely decided to keep a vigilant eye on Chenggu, completely unaware of how naive she had been before. Chenggu felt a slight thrill as he closed his backpack. Subsequently, The two sat side by the fire, quietly warming themselves before long. Orlt gently knocked on the door of the cottage. "Why, lords, dinner is ready." Orlt respectfully bowed. Behind her was a wooden platter of a similar height, held aloft by Niels and Morg, each lifting one side, steadying it above their heads. "Thank you for your hard work." Chang-gu took the platter and handed it to Jiang Chunin beside him. "Please, my lords, enjoy your meal. Once you have finished, simply call for me to tidy up." Orlt, knowing that Chang-gu possessed the ability to communicate directly with others in their minds, gently closed the door and departed. Chang-gu turned around to find Jiang Chunin had placed the platter on the small wooden table, her eyes fixed on the steaming food, her mouth watering in anticipation. Chang-gu sat down beside the bone chair, and an information box suddenly appeared before him. Rock-roasted mushrooms. A dwarven specialty, these mushrooms are harvested from the crevices of Misty Island, having absorbed minerals from the rocks for an extended period, resulting in a unique and delicious flavor. Special effect: first-time consumption grants 50 life points. Malted stew meat. A dwarven specialty, meticulously prepared from a selection of various beast meats, combined with malt naturally grown in the wilderness of Misty Island. Sweet and tender, melting in the mouth. Special effect: first-time consumption grants 100 life points and a 5 attack power bonus. Repeatedly obtainable, not stackable, lasting for 2 hours. The ingredients for these dishes were likely gathered by the residents while working. Just like the rock-roasted mushrooms, which are exceedingly difficult to find, only the small and dexterous dwarves could reach into the crevices to collect them. Such local cuisine, like the meat of certain powerful beings, often possesses attributes that enhance the first-time consumption effect. It was quite a stroke of luck that Orlt happened to know how to prepare these specialty dishes. Seeing Jiang Chunin so eager, Chang-gu smiled and said, "Hurry and eat, or it will cool down and lose its flavor." Jiang Chunin's eyes lit up, and she eagerly picked up a piece of roasted mushroom to taste. As she bit into it, the fresh juice burst forth. The unique earthy aroma mingled with the faint taste of minerals, eliciting a satisfied sigh from her. "So fresh, and the texture is so special." Chang-gu, hearing this, also took a piece of mushroom. He had tasted this dish in the game a few times, but merely to satiate hunger. Upon taking a bite, he couldn't help but praise its distinct flavor. "Ding, you have consumed a special dish, life points 50. Subsequently, he picked up a piece of a barley braised meat, and as soon as the tender morsel touched his lips, it felt so soft that it seemed almost ready to dissolve. Upon entering his mouth, the sweet aroma of barley melded perfectly with the rich flavor of the meat, exploding in a delightful burst of taste. "Ding, you have consumed a special dish, health points 100. The meal was swiftly devoured, and the two lay back on the bed, clutching their distended bellies. Aunt Aote's cooking was simply exquisite. Indeed, it was delicious. Do you still wish for instant noodles? Not at all. Not at all. The two lavishly praised Aunt Aote's culinary skills for quite some time before reclining comfortably on the bed to rest. At this moment, the clock had quietly struck 8 in the evening, and a dense fog spread like a tide, gradually enveloping the entire island. Chang-gu gazed at the map slowly being consumed by the mist, his thoughts drifting far away. The territory of Mist Island was ultimately limited. Although it boasted an abundance of resources and an array of secret realms and ruins, the level of civilization remained relatively primitive, with only scattered primitive tribes or villages. In contrast, even deserts or polar regions had several sizable cities. Moreover, the daily encroaching fog significantly reduced development time. Once a certain level of power was attained, it would be prudent to devise a means of setting sail quickly, if memory served him correctly. There should be a ruin on the island that might contain blueprints for constructing sea vessels. Additionally, Chang-gu already had a target for which contract creature to summon tomorrow. Waiting for the wooden cabin to recruit subjects was far too cumbersome. How delightful it would be to directly summon a contract creature with infinite summoning abilities. Just as Chang-gu was lost in his reverie, Jiang Chunin gently poked him in the side. "What is it? You should take a look at the chat channel." Upon hearing this, Chang-gu, perplexed, opened the chat channel. The screen was flooded with rapidly scrolling messages, most of which revolved around a single event. Xie Qilong's name had mysteriously vanished from the leaderboard. Currently, there was no doubt that the first place still belonged to Chang-gu and his companion. However, the second place had been taken by Zhao Wenjun and his assistant. Why did Xie Qilong's name suddenly disappear from the leaderboard? Logically, He was the second person to reach level 10, so his ranking should have been secured. Every time, Zhao Wenjun lagged 2 hours behind Xie Qilong, yet now he lies in second place. That's pure luck. Could it be that he died? I heard that when a player dies, their name disappears from the leaderboard. To the person above, what are you saying? He is the leader of the Longhu Society? With so many under his command, what kind of formidable boss would it take to make both Xie Qilong and Wang Hu vanish? I actually think it's quite possible. Several former members of the Longhu Society have also disappeared from the leaderboard. For ordinary players, Neteluos indeed seemed to be an insurmountable boss. Chenggu pondered as he read the messages on the screen. Just then, a player suddenly spoke up. Ding Yi, stop guessing. Xie Qilong is indeed dead, and the Longhu Society has been nearly wiped out, with only a few old members left to guard the fort. As soon as this message was sent, the chat channel erupted. What? The Longhu Society has been nearly wiped out. That is impossible. How do you know this? Exactly, the Longhu Society is our district's top gang. Who could possibly have that kind of power? Faced with a barrage of skepticism, Ding Yi quickly responded again. Ding Yi, how do I know? Quite simply, I just joined the Longhu Society yesterday. Ding Yi, this afternoon, Xie Qilong led us to explore a ruin according to a treasure map, and on the way, we encountered Chenggu. Xie Qilong insisted on provoking Chenggu, and as a result, you see how it ended up. Chang Ji's expression turned to one of surprise as he read Ding Ye's message. After spending some time on the shore without seeing anyone, he had assumed that only he and Jiang Chunin had managed to escape. Ding Yi was indeed one of the few who had chosen to stay behind. With Ding Ye's revelation, the chat channel buzzed with excitement once more. What are you saying? Chenggu single-handedly wiped out the Longhu Society? Chang Ji's profession is summoner. Is that class really that strong? Xie Qilong's Berserker class is supposed to be among the most potent in combat, right? I have no idea. Anyway, I usually just hang around the chat channel. Whether in the whole server or district channel, I've only seen Chenggu as a summoner so far. After all, Chenggu is the #1 on the leaderboard. Perhaps he truly possesses that strength, but to completely wipe out the Longhu Society. That seems rather ruthless, doesn't it? And why did he let you go? Originally, Ding Yi had shared the details of the incident merely to substantiate his claims, but he hadn't expected that someone would question Chang Ji's ruthlessness. In Ding Ye's eyes, Chenggu was already his savior. Without hesitation, Ding Yi retorted, Ding Yi, the downfall of Xie Qilong and his associates is entirely of their own making. He treated us newcomers as if we were nothing. Furthermore, he even dared to threaten Chenggu with Jiang Chuinan's family. Ding Yi. In the end, Chenggu only killed Xie Qilong, Wang Hu, and several core members of the Longhu Society. As for why the others died, it was because the secret realm collapsed. I barely escaped because I was following Chenggu. As soon as Ding Yi's words fell, 2 other players whom Chenggu had never seen before quickly chimed in to corroborate his account. Clearly, Ding Yi was not the only one who had successfully escaped. After their explanations, no one dared to question any further. Observing this, Chenggu lightly tapped on Ding Yi's avatar and sent him a friend request. Once the request was accepted, Chenggu inquired about the coordinates of the Longhu Society's base. Knowing that remnants of the Longhu Society still existed, Chenggu would not show mercy. He would not forget to eradicate the roots. Chang Ji's mind was already filled with grander plans, to transform Island 176 into his private domain entirely. From there, he would gradually radiate influence to other continents. Time swiftly passed, and it was soon time to settle the rewards. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Attention, Lords, the first task has concluded. Rewards are now being distributed. Mist Island 176, first place. Chenggu, Jiang Chunin rewards. Certificate of Valor 2, Skill Enhancement Scroll, Green, 2. Upon use, guarantees the enhancement of a green skill to blue, with a 50 chance of enhancing a blue skill to purple. Skills of purple or higher cannot be enhanced. Iron Mine Cart Blueprint, Track Blueprint, upon use. Allows subjects to learn the corresponding crafting techniques, second place. Zhao Wenjun, Zhu Kaiwen rewards. Certificate of Valor 1, Skill Enhancement Scroll, Green, 1. Ding. Task settlement complete. Rewards have been sent via mail. Players, please collect them in a timely manner. Closing the announcement, Chenggu promptly retrieved his rewards from the mailbox. Acquired Certificate of Valor 2, Skill Enhancement Scroll, Green, 2. Iron Mine Cart Blueprint, Track Blueprint. 2 certificates of valor. With these, he could help Ailian and Grimm advance. Ever since summoning Nateluos, Changgu had noticed Ailian and Grimm's eagerness to grow stronger. As for the skill enhancement scrolls, they were also quite valuable. Changgu planned to attempt enhancing the vine technique and then enhance the turtle shell technique for Jiang Chunan. The two blueprints would enable the construction of tracks and minecarts, allowing them to lay down tracks in the territory and resource points, thereby doubling efficiency. After discussing the use of the rewards with Jiang Chunan for a while, a deepening fatigue washed over them, creeping silently into their hearts like a tide. Unable to stifle a yawn, Jiang Chunan spoke with a hint of weariness. Changgu, shall we go to sleep? All right. Let us sleep. Changgu replied softly, then, as usual, naturally slid under the covers and gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Chunan from behind, drawing her soft form into his embrace. However, tonight felt somewhat different. Chang Ji's arms tightened instinctively, making Jiang Chunan feel a bit uncomfortable. She shifted slightly and playfully chided. Changgu, I can't breathe. Changgu lowered his head slightly, his warm breath softly brushing against Jiang Chunan's ear. How about